the Zoom screen, please, or whoever is joined? No one has joined? Okay, just let me see. Mr. Paolone is supposed to join. He is not joined? No one has joined as of now. So, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel is also supposed to join. Pradipto, can you check with the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel's office? The office of JS, yeah. Mr. Jajodia is yet to come. Manishi is yet to come. Mr. Kar is here. Mr. Nahar is here. Kushalji is yet to come. So, Ankit will have to wait for another few minutes for the panelists to join on Zoom. Okay. Amit ji, please come and take your seat at the front. So, Mr. Atanu Mukherjee has joined. Oh, could we have Mr. Atanu Mukherjee on the screen? So, Joint Secretary has joined. Yeah. Could we have Tripathi ji and Mr. Atanu Mukherjee on the screen? Yeah. Could we have both of them on the screen? Yeah. Namaskar, Tripathi ji. I can hear Mr. Tripathi. Tripathi ji का वॉल्यूम थोड़ा बढ़ा दीजिए. ओके. त्रिपाठी जी हम आप म्यूट पे हैं.
नमस्कार नमस्कार.
Thank you, Tripathi ji. So Tripathi ji will be addressing us in a few minutes. So Mr. Tripathi, Mr. Vinod Kumar Tripathi is Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel. And sir, we are expecting a good announcement for Bharat Steel from you. And this is why specifically I have requested you to join to make sure we have a grand success as far as Bharat Steel is concerned. So ministry is taking all efforts to ensure that Bharat Steel becomes a grand success. Tripathi ji, I would also request you to speak a few words about Bharat Steel. We are promoting Bharat Steel in a big way, and all in the industry, the entire supply chain will be honored to take part in Bharat Steel. And this is the first time ministry is taking initiative. Ministry of Steel has taken an initiative to host Bharat Steel on its own. So earlier, FICCI and ministry used to join hands together. But this is the first time when Ministry of Steel will organize the Bharat Steel camp, exhibition at Bharat Mandapam on its own. And uh, please give us a few minutes. So another 3-4 minutes we will. Okay, Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, are you there?
Yes, hello, hello. How are you? How are you
Yeah,
doing all
Mr.
day?
Atanu Mukherjee is CEO of MN Dastur and Company. So he is right now in US, and he's addressing us from USA. So I remember Dr. Dastur was the one who launched my magazine way back in 1998. So NMD was celebrated in Bangalore that year. So Dr. Dastur had inaugurated my magazine way back in 1998. So Mr. Atanu Mukherjee will also address us. He is the CEO of MN Dastur. And Kushalji is also here. Kushalji, please. Projito, can you request Kushalji to take the seat? So we will get started in another 5-10 minutes. Mr. Vya Sharma is likely to arrive at 10:15, so we'll get started in 10 minutes. So Mr. Mukherjee, initial comments from you. Oh, Mr. Paolone is here. How are you, Mr. Paolone? Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, buongiorno. Everything fine. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Paolone is the CEO and CTO of Danelli. I mean, he wears two hats, one as CEO and one as CTO. So you have been there in the company for almost 40 years, right?
41 last January.
41 in January, yes. So 41 years, Mr. Paolone has been there, groomed and trained specifically by someone I respect the most, Mr. Benedetti himself. Unfortunately, he is no more with us in this world, but Mr. Benedetti's blessings have led Mr. Paolone to the march which Danelli has taken a giant leap forward. And congratulations, Mr. Paolone, once again, for having bagged a very big order on behalf of Danelli in India. Thank you so much, Mr. Danelli, Mr. Paolone. We will get started in about a few minutes. So,
okay, very good.
Yeah, Mr. Paolone, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Mr. V.K. Tripathi is also here. So he will expect Danelli to participate in a big way during Bharat Steel. And of course, Mr. Giacomo Maneschi Danelli will also be there in Bharat Steel. So am I right, Mr. Tripathi? Mr. Giacomo Maneschi Danelli is also present? You're muted, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but probably yes. I'm not sure if he's going to be there.
Yes, the global CEO of Danieli Group will be there in Bharat Steel. We have received the confirmation.
Yeah,
okay.
I saw in the announcement that Mr. Giacomo Maneschi Danelli also will be there at Bharat Steel. So more or less, it's time for me to. Pradipta, has Mr. V. Sharma arrived? Mr. V. Sharma has arrived. Can you ask Pradipta to Ayush? Can you check whether Mr. V. Sharma has arrived? So I would like to call on the dais. First of all, Mr. Damodar Mittal, whole-time director, Jindal Steel. Mr. Damodar Mittal, please come and take the dais. Mr. Ashwini Kumar Lal, Chief of Steel Exports, Tata Steel. Mr. Navneet Singh Gill, Managing Director, Jogiji DG. Mr. Jajodia is yet to arrive, right? Yeah. So, Mr. Amit Raj, Director Technical of Mekon Limited. Mr. Brajesh Nahar, Director and COO of APL Apollo Building Products. Mr. Brajesh Nahar. Mr. Sandeep Kumar Kar, again, someone I respect a lot. He is Executive Director, RDCIS Sale. Mr. Anil Mittal has not been able to come. He is not attending. Mr. Kushal Agarwal, again, someone who has been very close to my heart. Mr. Kushal Agarwal, Managing Director of Sarvesh Refractories. Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Associate Director and Chief Marketing Officer of Jaiswal Nico. Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Honorary Secretary General of IFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association. Mr. Pankaj Malhan, Executive Director of Jindal Steel. So we have 2 representatives and of course Mr. V.R. Sharma, 3 from JS. So it seems that I am really biased towards JSPL as a producer because I owe a lot to JSPL, JSW, and the captains of the industry who have kept me going for the last 31 odd years, and they have supported me a lot. 6 months down the memory lane, I had a brain stroke. Ladies and gentlemen, normally when people have brain stroke, either left or right part, mobility is lost. So thanks to my peers in the industry and the blessings from elders in the industry, I have been able to survive. And with all the blessings, I owe a lot to this industry. So once again, my gratitude are due to the industry, which has given me a lot. In fact, I tell my son, who is right here, that remember, this industry is like your mother, where the mother has given the child all the help. So Ankit, can you just say hello to, I'll put my son on. My son will greet all of you with the welcome address. Ankit, please.
Thank you, Dad, for the introduction. And welcome, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to welcome you all to the 3rd Asian Steel Summit and Expo 2026. We are grateful to see so many industry leaders, technical experts, and friends from the industry, of course, who have joined us today. So this platform is about open conversations, discussions, and working together to strengthen the future of the Indian steel industry. With that, I would like to welcome you all, and I will hand over to our anchor, Poshali, to take the event forward. Over to you, Poshali.
Thank you so much, Ankit sir and Nirmalo sir. So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get it back from all of you? Good morning, all of you. Well, a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, policymakers, industry leaders, technologists, exhibitors, sponsors, and delegates to the 3rd Asian Steel Summit and Expo 2026. Well, it is an absolutely honor to host you here at the prestigious Bisho Bangla Convention Center, Kolkata, for 2 days dedicated to the future of the Indian steel industry. This summit is proudly presented by Yogiji DG and organized by Steel and Metallurgy, a complete steel magazine, a platform that has consistently connected leadership, technology, and innovation within our industry. India today stands a critical point at its steel journey. As one of the world's leading producers and the fastest growing major steel economy, India faces both tremendous opportunity and significant responsibility, from infrastructure expansion and capacity growth to decarbonization, cost efficiency, and compliance with global standards. Over the next 2 days, we will deliberate on growth prospects for the steel industry in India, raw material outlook, refractory challenges, energy efficient technologies, DRI EF versus BF BOF rules, waste heat recovery and circular economy, galvanizing and coated products, automation and digital transformation. Well, keeping this in mind, let us all begin this summit with focus, collaboration, and commitment to progress. Once again, a warm welcome to all our dignitaries on the stage for the inaugural session as well as for the panel discussion. We'll move forward for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Well, yes, marking the symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, a bright future for the Indian steel industry. We already have our dignitaries on the stage. And also, I would like to invite Mr. Daniel Brunelli, the country head of the fifth STEN, and Mr. Tara Shankar Palit, the MD of the fifth STEN. So please join for the lighting of the lamp. I request all our dignitaries to please join for the lighting of the lamp. And also Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee, sir, the editor, Steel and Metallurgy, sir, to please join for the lighting of the lamp.
Yeah, just a second. So we will wait for Mr. V.R. Sharma. Mr. V.R. Sharma is yet to arrive. So just give me 2 minutes. Mr. V.R. Sharma is expected to arrive any moment soon. Mr. Rajaraman, please come and take a front seat. So in the meantime, while we wait for Mr. V.R. Sharma, let me put a question to Mr. Brunel, whom I know for almost 3 decades now. So he will explain as to what Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India means for us, because FIES has been in the segment, I mean the flat product segment, for a very, very long time. So one comment from you before we proceed.
So you're asking about the future of the steel industry in India. India is going through enormous changes and transformation at the moment, and clearly under the impulsion of the Prime Minister since 2014, India has come a long way to become more and more self-reliant. So it's clearly the future. India will be more and more focused with local technology and local manufacturing and for the future growth of the country, basically there will be many more local companies and local technology that will grow. And as Fifth Group, we part of that story and will continue to support the Indian growth, mostly from within, transferring technology as much as possible, because this is the way to go for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Brunel. So one by one, before the formal speech of the Joint Secretary and Mr. V.R. Sharma happens, I would just take a quick comment from all of you because the theme of today's conference, Mr. Paolone, is Atmanirbhar or self-reliant India. So India by 2047 will become 100 years old independent country. So by then, our hope is that we will become self-reliant by then, and we will not depend on outside world for value addition in this country. So first of all, Mr. Paolone, I would like to take your comment on this. Because Danelli has put up its workshop in Chennai, which is also the aim is towards self-reliant India. You are catering to outside orders, outside India, by virtue of the workshop in Chennai, and the design and engineering is also done from India. So, Mr. Paolone, a quick comment from you.
Okay, I think, well, something about India has already been told. India is growing very fast. The point here is that we should also look for the environment. We should look for resources, safe resources as much as possible. And this is the target that the company had from long time. Honestly, 20 years ago, we were not thinking too much about green. We were thinking more and more about efficiency, about cost, production cost, and so on. So the development of many of the technologies that we are now presenting and that we are already installing in India are technologies which the target was to save resources, generally speaking. And then, of course, when you save resources, generally speaking, you also speak about saving energy. And so at the end, we find that, let's say, free of charge, honestly, it's not free of charge, but at the end, we got technologies ready for the market, which are able to save energy, which are able to improve efficiency. And this is something I think a wonderful country like India really needs to grow and to develop in the right direction, which is as much as possible a direction with low pollution, with low emissions, and so on. So some of the technologies I said, they have already been installed in India. One of in the long product, one very interesting that I'm sure everybody knows is the MIDA, Mini Mill Danieli, which is an endless solution to produce rebar mainly, but can be used also to produce merchant bars. And this is a technology that is able to save a lot of energy first, because you don't need the reheat of the billet after casting, because the key point of this technology is to connect electrical arc furnace where you melt, or another solution to have liquid steel, casting and rolling all together in one shot. In this way, you save energy because you don't need to reheat the billet. We have the possibility to run smoothly along the mill, because as soon as you start, the mill is running endless. Endless means that you don't have any trouble about the cutting head, the tail, risk of cables and this and that. So you can have 23, 24 hours continuous running. So to see plants like that is really wonderful. It is something that is astonished, because you normally go in a rolling mill and you see shears cutting, people running around, etc. But in this case, you don't see anybody in the mill walking around. The noise is very, very low, because the mill is running smoothly without any shear cutting and chopping and so on. And at the end, the top point is that you have continuity in, of course, rolling, so continuity in reaching the right dimension of the final product. You have a fantastic bundle at the end, easy to handle downstream for the people that has to use the rebar, because all these bundles are made in a way that they are really with straight bars without any kind of jack throwing or whatever. So this is one of the technologies that Daniele is now proposing. Now, not now. We start to propose this practically almost 20 years ago, the first one. It was a challenge, of course. Then we consolidated it. For some years, nothing happened in the world because, as you know, we are let's say, our field, our world is a world with big investments. So people are not ready to invest directly if they don't trust. So we need to consolidate this technology. But when the same customer bought the second mill, all the people around start to understand that that is the way to go. US has been the beginning for us for this story, but now we are in India. We are with two plants. One is already running, J Raji. Another one is coming, and then we are installing some of them also in Europe. So this technology, for example, is for sure helping the development of India, because this is, for long product, the best way to produce with a lower cost.
Thank you, Mr. Paolone. And right now, without wasting time of the Joint Secretary, may I request Mr. Vinod Kumar Tripathi to deliver his address and to highlight what all we can do to make Bharat Steel a grand success. And the idea of Bharat Steel is also to forge an alliance of partners towards Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. So over to you, Mr. Vinod Kumar Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Mr. Tripathi, please.
Namaskar, and thank you for having me, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and friends from media. The concept of Bharat Steel has emerged from the Atmanirbhar Bharat itself. As all of you know, that India is the future hub of steel industry. When whole major economies are declining in consumption as well as production, India is the only country which is growing at rate of 2-digit as demand as well as production also. But when we were brainstorming, we found that still the steel is produced in India as a commodity. We do not have much focus on the specialty part. Many of the specialty steel is still being imported. So the government has given a push for that. The PLI scheme has come and the industry leaders have shown interest and they have come forward for production of specialty steel. This year already 2.5 million ton of high grade value added specialty steel has been produced and many is in pipeline. In within 2 years in most of the specialty steel field, India will be self-sufficient and Atmanirbhar. So in this scenario, a concept was thought that the Bharat Steel, a platform should emerge where the strategic position where India's demand is growing so fast that can be leveraged and where it can be a win-win situation for all the steel producers, all these technology providers of the world, as well as Atmanirbhar Bharat. So the Bharat Steel has been conceived and involved all the people who matter in the steel value chain, all the policy makers of the states which are important in the steel value chain, the chief ministers, the cabinet ministers, and the policy makers of the key countries of the world they will be there in the Bharat Steel. The technology providers will be in the Bharat Steel. The Danieli CEO raised a point of environment protection that is also a center in the policy making. We are always keeping a watch on the environment protection also. But at the same time, we are planning our progress as well as environment, keeping the goal of 2070. We are not rushing into that so that the production gets hampered. Firstly, we are focusing in short term, the low-hanging technologies, that is the best available technologies, as well as the RE part. And we are also doing pilots for the future technologies, that is hydrogen pilot projects, CCUS also. The government has, in this budget, announced a CCUS mission of 40,000 crore rupees, in which 20,000 crore will come from the government and 20,000 from the industry. So all these measures are being taken. Honorable Prime Minister has given us target of exporting 25 million ton of the steel. That is a challenge for industry, because today what we are producing, we are consuming. Last year we produced around 152 million of steel, 151 million of steel, and we consume more than that. So I know the industry is expanding, but they have to accelerate the pace of the expansion so that they can meet the domestic demand and as well as they can focus on the exports also. Towards the Nirmalya ji said about the BOF route versus DRI route, I would like to clarify that for the government, there's no competition between BOF route and DRI route. They are complementing each other and fulfilling the different need. The 50% of the production comes from the DRI route. So they are taking care of different segments. Their raw material part is different. The environment part, they have to focus. So we are coming up with a mission for secondary sector where the environment part can be taken care of. So the CCUS mission, that will be a big leap towards that. First, we will come with the pilots, and then we will scale up with at the commercial level. So I'll request industry to come forward in CCUS, particularly the secondary sector. And in hydrogen pilot also, we have a lot of money. We have again invited the EOI. We request the secondary sector also to take up the benefit of that and establish pilots so that we can scale this to commercial level. And Bharat Steel will be a place where you can put forward your views, your ideas to the policymakers, the industry leaders, and the people who are important in the world steel value chain. Tomorrow, on Monday, we'll be having a discussion with the ambassadors of 20 countries to take a stock of the preparation of the Bharat steel and how we can leverage it for the more benefit, what additional inputs and discussions can be added in the sideline of the Bharat steel so that we can take maximum benefit of that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. Well, with thank you for the inspiring words, and especially our Secretary Steel, Mr. Poundrick, has taken pledge to drive the industry forward and to open both the private sector and public sector in driving forward the secondary and primary sector. So Ministry of Steel had earlier given a circular that you cannot call any producer secondary. You know, they are smaller players, but you cannot call them secondary. कमल जी, आप इस बारे में कुछ कहना चाहेंगे कि हमारे मिनिस्ट्री का सर्कुलर आया है कि हम किसी को सेकेंडरी नहीं बुला सकते, तो आज भी लोग सेकेंडरी बुलाते हैं. दे आर ऑन इक्वल फुटिंग. प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में जिस प्रोजेक्ट में भी पिक करना हो, कमल जी, योर एसोसिएशन, आपके एसोसिएशन में सभी पिक कर सकते हैं. तो आपका ये क्या कहना है?
नमस्कार. ऐसा है, मिनिस्ट्री का ऑर्डर तो काफ़ी समय से आया हुआ है कि सेकेंडरी नहीं कहना, पर मिनिस्ट्री ने ये भी सुझाव हमसे मांगा था कि सेकेंडरी नहीं कहना तो हम कौन सा नाम रखें, क्योंकि प्राइमरी जो आयरन ओर से कंटिन्यू एक ही छत के नीचे बना रहे हैं उनको हम प्राइमरी कहते हैं. और सेकेंडरी के लिए अब हमने जो सब्सिट्यूट ढूंढा है कि अभी सेकेंडरी स्टील ग्रीन स्टील की तरफ डाइवर्ट हो रही है, क्योंकि ग्रीन स्टील सेकेंडरी के द्वारा ही बन सकता है स्क्रैप की यूजेस बढ़ा के. तो हमारे को स्क्रैप की यूजेस को बढ़ाना है, और स्क्रैप जनरेट कैसे हो, एकदम तो कोई ना तो गवर्नमेंट हमें दे सकती है, ना ही इंपोर्ट आ सकता है. इसके लिए तो जो एंड स्क्रैप की जनरेट बल्क पड़े हुए हैं, पुलिस स्टेशन पे पड़े हुए हैं, रेलवे में पड़े हुए हैं, और इसके लिए एक सिस्टम इको बने जो है एमएसटीसी के द्वारा बने कि अभी वहां से बल्क वो खरीद के हमारे लोगों को प्रोवाइड ज्यादा कराए, तो ग्रीन स्टील ज्यादा से ज्यादा सेकेंडरी से बनेगा. और हम इसी तरफ पूरे के पूरे अल्फा इस तरफ पूरा ध्यान दे रही है.
थैंक यू कमल जी. मिस्टर Paulo ne, I just asked Mr. Kamal Agarwal, who represents All India Induction Furnace Association. He is the Secretary General of All India Induction Furnace Association. So they have 1,800 members. 1,800 members who belong to the association. So I asked him that, the government of India has issued a circular that you cannot call anyone a secondary steel producer. Like the Jindals, JSW and SAIL, Tata Steel, they are also on an equal footing. That's what I wanted to convey to the industry, that today no one can be called a secondary producer. So, in short, Mr. Paolone, to what capacity does Danelli provide induction furnace and electric arc furnace solution for the smaller players? What capacity will you be able to supply for induction furnace and electric arc furnace for the second of smaller players?
But we are honestly, we are not going in the direction of the induction furnaces. We are going in the direction of electrical arc furnace, because it is a solution to produce a very good steel from scrap. Of course, from scrap, it is possible to, of course, use the DRI. We have nice solutions around the world which are connecting DRI with the electrical arc furnace. And in this way, you can produce steel which is almost comparable to what you produce with the technology of blast furnaces, which are, of course, well known and better known, let's say, by everybody, but also using DRI, which is using practically Fe, and pure Fe is not a scrap with some copper or whatever inside. And so the approach with the DRI and the electrical arc furnace is again also a solution that is saving resources, because you use the hot DRI directly into the electrical arc furnace. This is one of the ways. Around the world, we are selling a lot of electrical arc furnace. The world is moving in the direction of electrical arc furnace because, the world is having more and more more and more scrap available. We are working a lot in the solutions to clean and to treat the scrap before to go to the electrical arc furnace. This will remove all the materials that are not good for the final product. So this is the direction we're taking is to support the world in using the electrical arc furnace, because it's the cheapest way to produce, and also the way that is emitting less and less CO2 or any other gas in the environment. And the department that is doing electrical arc furnace in the last 5 years is booming for the company. It was one of the departments, now is one of the strongest departments, together, of course, with the flat product, which is another direction that the company took not recently, but the company worked a lot to be present in a strong manner also on this field, on the flat, I mean.
Thank you, Mr. Paolone. I will now request Poshali to invite Mr. Jajodias, both Mr. Jajodias, to come and take the dais. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, I would like to invite Mr. Harsh Jarodia, Director, Chandi Steel Industries Limited. Big round of applause, everybody. And Mr. Shahasru Jarodia, Director, Jai Balaji Group, to please join our session for the inaugural and panel discussion.
Thank you, Poshali. And now I'll like to request the CEO of MN Dastur, Mr. Atanu Mukherjee. He will be talking about decarbonizing Indian steel, balancing growth, carbon cost, and capital. Over to you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nirmal. It's a pleasure to be in the conference, although in a remote manner, but I think this is a very appropriate time to talk about things around Atmanirbhar Bharat, developments in decarbonization, and what it means for India. And I think that it might be useful to start off with by saying that we think at MN Dastur that India is going to be, for sure, the next big destination and growth for steel in the world for many decades to come. That will be the only country at that scale which will be growing. We do not believe that there's any other what you call society or region which has got that degree of latent growth potential that India has. So having said that, I think it's also important to understand that how we are able to make production of steel cleaner and less emissive. And I think people talk a lot about green steel, but again, I think the definitions vary. And so therefore, I thought it might be useful to look at the needs of the country, the needs of the nation, look at the economics of the whole situation, the economics of how steel production will evolve, the economics of how it balances with making it clean through decarbonization. And then, of course, what's the capital required to make it happen? And so I think these are all interrelated factors which affect how the decarbonization pathway moves forward in the best possible manner without compromising growth, without compromising economics, and without compromising consumption. So I think that's the question that we need to answer. It's not about becoming zero CO2 emissions. It's about, which the ministry has rightfully done some time back, in terms of taking a glide path towards decarbonization, keeping these factors into the operating window. And I think that's the most important thing that we need to look at on how we do it. And I think, like rightfully Honorable Mr. Tripathi talked about, is that we have, two major sectors of steel production, and of course, two major sectors of steel consumption from a macro sectoral perspective. And for lack of a better word, people used to call this thing called secondary steel, but it's just another segment, very large segment, 45 to 55% of the total production, which caters to a specific consumption pattern of steel demand. And then, of course, there's the the integrated segment or the integrated producers, which cater to a different segment of the market demand. And so the question becomes that when you look at growth across these, both sectors will grow as we move forward. The question becomes, how do you make them grow efficiently? Question becomes, how do you make them decarbonize in the most effective manner? And the question becomes, how do you allocate the capital and how do you shape the policy to make it happen? And I think those are some of the questions that we need to answer, and some of the things have already started happening as we move forward. I think the couple of things that we may want to look at, and I think we have suggested to the policymaking bodies in the government and shaped some of these things over the past many years. One has got to do with the fact that there's no one decarbonization pathway. Decarbonization is obviously dependent on economics, obviously dependent upon scale. It is good to do pilots. End of the day, what matters is at what scale do you operate in what point of time. So while it's good to have small scale pilots to have proof of concepts, but to scale it to a level of few million tons in terms of, let's say, CO2 reduction is a very different proposition. And so I think it's important for us to understand on how we are going to scale it to that level. What incentives, what technology drivers will make it happen? What experiences do you need to gather and assimilate to make it happen? And how do you make it happen most effectively, most cost effectively with the right kind of capital allocation? So I think within that context, obviously, the multiple pathways and one of the pathways that makes a lot of low-hanging fruit sense, as we call it, is how do we drive efficiencies, which we continue to drive, right? There's a lot of opportunities for example, for productivity increase in the blast furnaces in the integrated sector in India. There's a lot of opportunities for fuel mix optimization, which directly affects energy use. There's a lot of opportunities in the integrated sector in terms of how do we look at gas balance and how do we really understand and extract value from the gas rather than doing what we do today. There's opportunities out there. So I think efficiency, fuel mix, raw materials is one big gateway towards driving decarbonization, albeit not at very large levels, but certainly at 10 to 15% levels over time. The second pathway has got to do with the fact that how do we look at this from a perspective of large-scale reduction in CO2? And as the Joint Secretary, Mr. Tripathi, pointed out, one of the ways is, of course, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, which does work at very large scale. It's been operating for decades in the oil sector. It's nothing new. The challenge is how to get to scale. And I think the bigger challenge, the bigger question that we need to address is, yes, we can capture CO2. That is not a problem, even very cost effectively going forward. How do I put it in for storage, right? And so there's a whole set of work that needs to be done in terms of storage mapping, which allows you to complete the value chain in terms of capture from blast furnaces, for example, and then distilling it down and transporting it down and sequestering it down into storage. So capture is another pathway, but capture also requires capital, requires efficiency, requires the right amount and the right kind of source. And I think, therefore, it's not right to say that I'm going to do 100% capture. No, that doesn't make sense. You probably are better off saying, I might do 40% capture, right, to start with, and go over to 60, 70, 80% over time, because that's the most economic trajectory and the cost-effective trajectory to move forward. I think, it's always better to move along a trajectory at scale rather than proclaiming things which may not be feasible in the near term. So I think the glide path and the pathway around capture for blast furnace-based operations with the support of CCUS in the budget will certainly help in this area, although there are a lot of challenges that need to be taken. The second area, the second segment that we need to address, which I think is more from an industrial transformation and opportunity perspective, not only just carbon and not only about abatement and emissions reduction, has got to do with the other steel sector, the DR steel sector, which is called as the secondary steel sector. And I would agree, we should not call it secondary steel sector. It's a very large part of our industry, and it is going to be large, and it's going to grow as we move forward, as India goes from 155, 160 million tons of consumption to probably 400, 500 million tons of consumption in 20 years. So I think it'll be a large part, but the question becomes, how do we make it much more efficient, right? And I think the key out there is to look at our Atmanirbhar resources. Can we use our coal? Can we gasify our coal? And can we transform these kiln-based operations into more effective kiln-based operations, vertical kiln-based operations at smaller scale? Can we drive the economics? Yes, we believe we can drive the economics, but then it requires transition capital support. That market is very fragmented. That market has got a different kind of capital structure. So you need to support that in the transition and transformation. But if you do that, the net efficiency increase that you typically have, in DR kilns, 37% or something, will drive up way higher, and just pay off for the cost of capital. The high emissions that you have in the DR sector today, because of the nature of the technology, SLR and technology has been there for quite some time, you have an opportunity to reduce that significantly while improving efficiency and productivity. But that requires capital support, right? And capital and so how we do that becomes very important. So I think these two areas have an opportunity, a very large opportunity. And I think that going forward, with the advent of carbon markets, we will certainly be able to price the carbon and drive the economics in a better manner from a price discovery perspective. There are always questions about hydrogen. We believe that hydrogen is an interesting technology to look at, but it is not something that is imminent in terms of scale and operation in the near term, right? I think investigations, pilots are important to go forward, but techno-economically and from a scale perspective, the feasibility is some time away. But we need to keep on investing in that as an option as we go forward. And I think people talk about EAF, and EAF is useful, but again, you've got to understand that EAF is typically dominant in regions or countries where it's typically a replacement economy, right? Replacement steel economy, because the scrap cycling and the scrap logistics and the scrap supply chains are very well developed. India, with a per capita stock of 1 to 1.5 ton compared to, let's say, United States or Europe at 11.5 tons, doesn't have that scrap capacity, and therefore the scrap supply chain will take time to develop. And unless the scrap supply chains develop, just depending upon imported supply with volatility is not the most effective way to drive what you call EAF at large scale. It will happen over time, but it'll take time. So I think all in all, the combination of these things, and along with, I think, the pragmatic progression that the ministry has defined in terms of the star rating of steel based on intensity bands, is a very, very effective way of defining a glide path, which is much more practical. And I think so. India Steel will continue to grow, become the dominant, what you call, global sector in the world. I think the key question is whether we align growth, competitiveness, carbon reduction, and capital allocation in the right sequence along with the right policies. That's the key question to answer. And I think these are distinct challenges across certain areas that we talked about in cleaning and decarbonizing steel. We cannot decarbonize by shrinking output. We must reduce carbon intensity over time, hopefully to a much lower level, while increasing the tons. And I think any industrial transformation at this scale, which we're talking about, like 250 million tons, 300 million tons of emissions today to find 600 million tons of emission, 5 to 8 years from now. It's a question of sequencing of your strategy. A strategy becomes a question of sequencing on how you sequence these different pathways in the most optimal manner so that you maintain output, maintain growth, maintain the decarbonization pathway and emissions. And if you get the architecture and allocation right, I think India will just not build much more steel. It will build much better, probably the best, and probably the lowest carbon steel at scale. So that's something I had to share with you all. Hopefully that will help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, who is the CEO of MN Dastur. And right now I have the person who I respect the most, Mr. V.R. Sharma, my guru, my mentor, and the entire industry knows that, you know, the fact that I exist is that Mr. V.R. Sharma has given the blessings to me to exist. So my guru and my mentor, Mr. V.R. Sharma, I call upon Mr. V.R. Sharma to take the dais, please. Mr. V.R. Sharma is very well respected in the industry. And without much further ado, I would request Mr. V.R. Sharma to address the audience. Mr. V.R. Sharma is Vice Chairman, Jindal Steel Advisory Services, and someone who has also been the Managing Director of JSPL. So Mr. V.R. Sharma is going to address us right now.
Thank you.
Sir,
May I go to?
Sir.
Good morning, my dear friends. I'm delighted to be here. I'm sorry I was late because I took a flight from Agartala to Kolkata. So it was about 45 minutes delayed. Sorry for that. We have the eminent personalities on dais, and we're very eminent people attending this particular conference. I think all of us, we keep meeting every quarter or sometimes half yearly in some of the conferences. We always discuss what is going to happen in India and what is happening now. But one thing extremely good, what has happened in last few months, that Government of India has recognized the issue of CO2, the carbon dioxide. Though the carbon dioxide is, the people, they always say whether it is to be addressed so quickly or so urgently. In 1921, the total CO2 in the universe was 200 ppm. And today in 2026, it is 430 ppm. So it is not in percentage, yes, but it is still going up. The population has also increased by 2.5 times from 1921 to 2026. These are the data available in the Google. And this is what I collected from them. But the point here is, each time we speak, that steel industry is creating a havoc in the world by generating 7% of CO2 of the universe. Yes, this may be true. Next is aluminium, then cement industry, and many more. But we should also see that more than 23% CO2 is generated by human. We all are responsible for that. Our lifestyle is playing a very key role in increasing the CO2 level in the universe. Our cooking habits, our clothing, our air conditioners, washing machines, consumables, household appliances, the power consumption, that is also playing a very significant role in increasing the CO2. India is now at a level of about 1,200 kWh power consumption per capita, whereas some of the countries like US, China, Europe, they are at a level of even 7 to 8,000 and 12,000 also kWh per year as a per capita when we discuss. India is still a very low power consumer. Thanks to Government of India, that 400 gigawatt of solar and other renewable energy is likely to be achieved soon. Another target for another 400 gigawatt, that is total 800 gigawatt, has been taken by Government of India, and I'm sure we all will achieve it collectively. The message here is, in next week, I think Honorable Prime Minister is going to launch a webinar on carbon capturing, storage and utilization. So the moment the impetus is given by Honorable Prime Minister, I think the researchers, technologists, industry leaders, captains of industry, they all will be aligned to a national mission that how can we make India in first, that by 2047, a developed country, and how can we decarbonize by 2070 without asking the further extension as per the Paris Protocol, and how the steel industry can come to a level of less than 1.8 ton CO2 per ton of steel making in next 5-6 years time. China, most of the steel mills, those who are on the blast furnace route, they are already at a level of about 1.75 to 1.8 ton of CO2 per ton of steel, including scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. At least 50% Chinese steel today, it is having total CO2 footprint of 1.8 ton. I visited BlueScope in Australia. They also have blast furnace route, and they are also at a level about 1.67 to 1.68 ton of CO2. I'll tell you how all these people are achieving it. Today, when we address this issue, and if we want to export material to Europe, the CBAM, if the total CO2 is less than 1.37, then there is no penalty for steel if you are exporting to Europe or any other country is exporting to Europe. And if it is less than 1.8, then it is straight 35 euro. But if it is more than 1.8, then it is 75 euro. So the difference is very significant, and we can find out what delta is and where are we. Now the point here is, what is to be done? My suggestion, recommendation to the steel industry, the steel fraternity, researchers, scientists, the industry captain is, we cannot convert 165 million ton today and maybe 300 million ton in 2032 to a green steel. It's impossible, because we have to grow, we have to develop, we have to go in phases, and we have to find out the right technology at the right price. So now the point here is, what should be done? All of us, those who are engaged in steel industry, those who are either technology suppliers or researchers, consultants, individual freelancers, we must see that whatever capacities we are building, at least 10% of that should be green. Like, for example, today we are at a 165 million ton capacity production, I would say. Capacity is maybe 200 million. But today we are producing 165 million. So today's benchmark, if we do 16 million ton, just 10% out of 165 million, then we have won the race. The moment we are at a level of 300 million ton, if we can produce in 2032 30 million or maybe 40 million ton green steel means less than 1 ton of CO2 per ton of steel making, because by that time the 1 ton benchmark will be established. Then the job is done. Now, how to do it? Very simple, but difficult. What is simple and difficult here? Simple is a straight formula. Difficult is how to implement. When we do the benchmarking with Japan, Korea, Germany, India, 4 countries, in China, of course, then on a scale of 10, Korea is the lowest energy consumer in per ton of steel making. They are at a level of 0.61 and a benchmark of 1. If 1 is India, for example. Japan is at about 0.62 or 63. China is 0.75 and Germany is 0.8. So this means we have first and foremost thing is that how can we reduce our energy consumption, whether it is electricity or it is fuel, natural gas, coal, coke, whatever we are using, how can we reduce it? If we do this, then we immediately come from 2.2 or 2.4 tons per CO2 per ton of steel to less than 2. This is one way, and this is in our hands. How can we save water? How can we capture the heat from the stack? How can we capture CO2? I mean, these are small kaijins. If we do, the entire steel industry does, then I think we can reduce our level from 2.4, 2.5 ton of CO2 at present to a level of maybe 2 or 2.1, and sometimes maybe less than 2. The next is this 30 million ton steel in next 5 years time or 6 years time, how can make fully green? Fully green means we have to have a green energy, and then we have to have DRI plant. Mr. Tanuji was telling that yes, there is a big challenge. The scrap is not available. I agree with him. There is no scrap available in the world because the whole world is working now to utilize scrap. People have started putting the shredded scrap in blast furnace. People have started putting or adding HBI in blast furnaces. It was earlier the industry was adding scrap into way of shop, but now as a burden, as a charge mix. The trials are quite successful. Many companies in the world, they are doing it so that they can reduce the overall footprint of CO2 right from these hot metal. Now, what is to be done? We have to have green energy. We have to find out how to make green hydrogen, and how can we get green energy on RTC basis, that is round the clock basis, so that we can utilize that energy to produce a green DRI. Scrap I'm not touching because scrap is already green, so I don't want to touch it. Everybody knows. So when we make green DRI or HBI, then the on x-axis we start with 0. And when we reach to a level that yes, we have the round the clock hydrogen available and we have the round the clock green energy available, then we reach to that level. To produce 1 ton of DRI, we need 55 kg of hydrogen. Today, when we discuss hydrogen, then we say that it is $4 per kg, means 400 rupees per kg, or maybe 350 rupees per kg. So today the economics, they do not set together to use 55 kg of hydrogen per ton of making DRI. That means 16,000 rupees will be going only in hydrogen. So today people cannot afford it. But if we say that we have to produce only 10% of green, then on aggregate level, on the average level, then this impact will be maybe 500, 600 rupees a ton, or maybe 700 rupees a ton. So that is possible if we wish to have it. This is one. The second is how to get hydrogen and green electricity on round the clock basis. So the mantras are many. We can have battery storage system. We can have many more things in the world, but these are very expensive. Government of India has come with a fantastic scheme. We are thankful to the current government. They have privatized the nuclear power plant. So now the time has come for the steel industry, either jointly in collaboration with each and other as a cooperative society, we come together, small and big plants come together, and we put plants, the nuclear power plants, right from 250 megawatt to 2,500 megawatt. If we do that, then this would be a proper collaboration within the steel industry. When we have the nuclear power available on RTC basis, that is around the clock basis, then, and the cost is, of course, the installation cost is very high as far as the capex is concerned, but the running cost is less than 2 rupees 20 paisa per kWh. So if we aggregate it to a level of say about next 40 years, then the average, the generation cost, including depreciation, interest, depreciation, finance cost, this will be 280 or maybe 2 rupees 90 paisa, maximum 3 rupees. So it is still working. Next 40 years, you can get in, I mean, depending upon the fuel supply or uranium or maybe tomorrow thorium. Thorium is not available today, but yes, uranium is available. And government is going to provide thorium because we are the largest reserves of thorium in the country. And the technology is established, but I'm sure this will come commercially, this will be available commercially very soon. Last point I'll touch here, the carbon capturing, storage and utilization. Today, what the companies are doing, we are capturing the CO2 and then we are releasing the CO2 in the sky. The process allows us to capture the CO2. In Jindal Steel and Power, now it is JSL, we capture about 2,200 tons of high grade CO2. But unfortunately, there is no taker. We took out an advertisement about 3 years back that anybody who wants CO2 across the road in Angul, we can supply free of cost. But nobody took interest. We, each and every seminar, meetings, I keep repeating the same sentence, and today also I'm also repeating the same sentence, that if there is any user of CO2, please take it. We'll put a pipeline, give a pipeline up to across the road, and that will be the TOP, takeover point, and use it. But there is no user available as now. With the government incentive today, I think Prime Minister and his team, they have well appreciated the utilization of CO2. And if in next 3, 4, 5 years time, the industry gets a particular customer who will buy the CO2, then things will change. Especially the steel industry is in the belt of eastern India, and unfortunately there are no oil wells. So it is very difficult to do the sequestration unless you go to Bay of Bengal and do the sequestration under the seabed. So these are the challenges today, but we are on the right path. The country is on the right path. We want to align ourselves as a developed country in 2047. We cannot be stamped that we are damaging the universe. So Honorable Prime Minister is very serious, his team is very serious, our Niti Aayog is very serious, and we all together, I think we'll be in a position to address the issue in times to come. So few takeaways. One, we have to see that each and every steel industry has to see whether we can produce 10% of the total steel making from the conventional high CO2 level to the green steel having less than 1 ton of CO2 per ton of steel. Two, wherever possible, can we reduce the power consumption, energy consumption, oil, fuel, coal, coke, or the electricity consumption, so that we can reach to a benchmark what the Korean steel industries, POSCO or Hyundai Steel is doing. That is the second point. The third point is how can we collaborate together? And the steel industry, how can we collaborate together so that we start thinking that in a joint venture, we put up the nuclear power plants in time to come, and we get energy on RTC basis, around the clock basis, and we become green. A few lines about JSPL. We have put up a 1,400 megawatt of solar plant in Bikaner. Another 1,400 will follow soon. 1,400 over and above, we have put up a wind energy plant in Tamil Nadu. So total green energy under our umbrella will be about 4,200 megawatt. We are aiming to reach to 10,000 megawatt so that all of our plants tomorrow are fed through the green energy. This is what we are doing. We have the coal gasification today. Perhaps this is the only coal gasification based DRA plant till now in the world. We have our technologist, Mr. Mittal, is sitting here, Damodar Mittal, and Mr. Pankaj Milan. Pankaj Milan is the CEO. We are working together that how can we utilize more and more coke oven gas and BOF gas, that is converter gas, to produce DRI. I think in next 4 or 5 months' time, the entire scheme will be fixed and will be utilizing by the end of this year. Now, we already have one 2 million ton DRI plant. The another 2.5 million ton DRI plant in Angul is under construction. We are adding 4 more gasifiers. We have 7 gasifiers already. The capacity is 225,000 MQ per hour. The another 4 gasifier will another add maybe about 130, 140,000 NMQ per hour. So total 360, 370,000 MQ per hour will be the syngas. Where already we have 56 to 58% of the hydrogen and 28 to 29% of CO, that is carbon monoxide, though it is about 10 to 12% of methane. But we are going to break methane also, so that we convert methane into a reformed gas. So this also we are working. And maybe then the next target will be how to utilize this syngas into blast furnaces. But that is a little distant dream. Once we do it, let us make first DRI, and then only we will think for decarbonizing the blast furnace. So the solution for this country is produce DRI. We will not get scrap. DRI either through the coal gasification route or through the natural gas route or through the green energy route, all of us should produce DRI. The small kilns, DRI kilns, people, they should also graduate to now DRI plants. Like Denali, Trenoa, Denali they're offering 200,000 tons of DRI plants, vertical shaft base. I think the DRI plants here in India, they are running now 600 TPD, 700 TPD, 1000 TPD, and I heard that one more DRI plant is coming with 1200 TPD, one kiln. This is a monster. Instead of that, we should come together and we should put 200,000, 300,000 tons of DRI plant, vertical shaft DRI plant based on the coal gasification. Last declaration, we own now the complete rights of Lurgi, because we bought the DRI plant based on the Lurgi technology, Lurgi in Germany. Lurgi has sold their rights to us to manufacture coal gasification plants in India or anywhere in the world. So anybody is interested, he or she can talk to Mr. Damodar Mittal or Mr. Pankaj Milan, and we will support the industry fully. All of you are invited to visit our steel plant in Angul. Please see yourself how the first DRI plant is working at a rated capacity of 250 tons per hour, and how the second plant is coming up so fast. So thank you very much. Wish you all the best. All the good day to you.
Thank you, Sharma Sahab. When my mentor talks, we do not need anyone else. Mr. Sharma, right through, I mean, we were, Steel and Metallurgy was fortunate enough to confer achievement award on Mr. V.R. Sharma way back in 2013. So, and then he was Deputy Managing Director of JSPL. And after that, he went to Abul Khair, and then he came back as Managing Director of JSPL. So when first talks, there is no other challenges for him. So again, Mr. Sharma has been very candid that are we heading towards overcapacity? Mr. Sharma, clearly mentions that we are not, supposedly we are overdoing capacities as of now. So his predictions have always been correct. There is not a single instance where his prediction has gone wrong. So, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Paolone, are you there? Mr. Paolone, are you there?
Yes, yes, yes.
So if you remember, Mr. Sharma has addressed the Dhaneli Innovation meeting when I was with you, and Mr. Sharma was there with us, and he addressed your Dhaneli Innovation meeting in Butrio.
Sure.
You remember? So,
Yes.
Mr. Sharma was heading the panel in Butrio, and as the CEO of Dhaneli, so you must be appreciating him for his, uh, you know, uh, being able to take the industry forward in a lot of ways. So DRI, along with Energiron modules, Mr. Sharma has been instrumental in installing, the modules at Vulcan Steel.
Yes, yes, we are
So,
we are very
yeah.
we are very
Very, very,
happy.
very true, very true, very true, very true. And Mr. Paolone, at the same time, I have a complaint. Then I took Mr. Sharma to the coffee counter at Butrio. Mr. I missed the coffee for Mr. Sharma. There was no coffee when I took him there. And next time, I will make sure that Dhaneli offers him a good cup of coffee when we are
Okay.
there.
No discussion.
Thank you so
Yes,
much,
sure.
Mr. Paolone.
Okay.
So with that, one consultant after another. Mr. Atanu Mukherjee was there from MN Dastur. So in India, we have three consultants. One is Mekon and one is MN Dastur. So on behalf of Mekon, Director Technical, Mr. Amit Raj is going to address us now. So what is your concern, Mr. Amit Raj? Yeah. So, yeah, Mekon is a big consultant and Eban Dastur is another.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, technocrats, entrepreneurs, researchers, technology providers, manufacturer, and eminent personality associated with steel industry, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizer Steel and Metallurgy for giving me the opportunity to address on future perspective of steel with a special reference to India. India has emerged as a significant hub for both steel production and consumption, and is the only economy anticipated to having rising demand and maintaining its position as the world's second largest steel producer for 8 consecutive years, with a consistent rise in steel production contributing approximately 9% to the global steel production. Asia contributes approximately 71% to the world crude steel production. The crude steel production figures for 2025 are 1803 million ton in the world and about 165 million ton in India, with a year-to-year growth rate of 10.4%. Over the past decade, or it will be better to say, since the implementation of National Steel Policy 2017, India crude steel capacity and production has grown at the rate of compound annual growth rate of 5.44% and 5.72%, respectively, whereas finished steel consumption has increased at the rate of compound annual growth rate of 7.6%. However, recently, steel production and consumption in India have been growing at the rate of 11.4% and 7.0% respectively as compared to the same period of last year. It is a matter of pride for Macon as we played a significant role in the formation of National Steel Policy 2017. And at that time, it has been, we have presumed that the crude steel capacity will reach around 300 million ton by 2030 and crude steel production will reach around 255 million ton as envisaged in National Steel Policy 2017. If these growth rates continues, crude steel production and crude steel capacity will surpass as what has been envisaged in National Steel Policy 2017. Steel consumption has surged rapidly over the past 2-3 years, driven by the government Indian government's significant focus on infrastructure development. Given the nation extensive requirement to serve its entire population, it is evident that additional steel capacity is essential to meet future demands and maintain self-reliance in Indian steel production. India is still import dependent in several high-grade and strategic steel products, which is backbone of infrastructure, mobility, power, and defense. For manufacturing of specialty steel within the country, Production Link Incentive (PLI) scheme was launched by Ministry of Steel in July 2021, followed by PLI 1.1 in January 2025 and PLI 1.2 in November 2025. MECON is shouldering the responsibility as a scheme implementing agency. This scheme incentivizes domestic manufacturing of specialty steel to reduce import and enhance self-reliance, promote investment, and generate employment. The steel industry demand significant investment and rely heavily on capital good. Our recent experience indicates that a significant portion of these capital goods are still being imported for various regions. Therefore, in addition to achieving self-reliance in steel production, we must develop the capacity and capability to manufacture essential capital goods domestically. This is imperative to realize our national goal of transforming India into a country with a highly skilled workforce and an attractive global manufacturing destination for international companies. In line with the agenda of Ministry of Steel, Government of India has unveiled the revised domestically manufactured iron and steel product DMISP policy 2025 to curb rising steel imports and promote self-reliance. The revised DMISP policy introduced melt and pour condition. That means the entire steel manufacturing process from raw material to finished product must be done within India, which aims to strengthen the Indian steel industry and reduce reliance on imports. The policy provides opportunity to the indigenous technology suppliers. A collaborative approach among designers, equipment manufacturers, and steel producers can facilitate the domestic production of capital goods. MECON has already taken stride in this direction, having initiated activities to design and manufacture several imported equipment. MECON is the technology supplier in top charge coconut battery of 4.45 meter, 4.5 meter, 5 meter, and 7 meter height. MECON patented technology available for 7 meter tall coconut battery. Tailor-made solution available with MECON for conversion of existing top 2 stamp charge coconut battery. MECON have in-house developed the design of 6.25 meter tall stamp charge battery, and patent for the same is at different stages of approval. MECON is the only indigenous technology supplier for blast furnace, complete technical know-how, design, turnkey engineering credential available with MECON for blast furnace size up to 1250 meter cube. MECON patented technology available for 4250 meter cube capacity blast furnace. With this capability at our disposal, we are prepared to engage and collaborate based on the region received for making India self-reliant in accordance with DMISP policy. Close cooperation and coordination among clients, indigenous technology suppliers, and indigenous manufacturers is of paramount importance, though initially the process may not be smooth and clearly visible. Like other process-intensive industry, the iron and steel sector is highly dependent on technology. Although efforts towards sustainable developments are commendable, India's future capacity expansion are likely to rely on BF and BOF route until an economically viable alternative technology is commercially adopted. Consequently, the focus will be on increasing capacity through BF and BF route, while continuously striving to reduce carbon usage by adopting best available technologies, enhancing process, material, and energy efficiency, and optimizing various process parameters. This approach may help balance the demand for fossil fuel. In the absence of breakthrough technology within the next 5 to 7 years, the BF/BF route is expected to remain the dominant method for steel production. In line with National Steel Policy 2017, SAIL is taking up expansion project at their steel plant and is redevising its logistic plan covering a mix of iron ore transportation through rail and slurry pipeline. As India has to reduce greenhouse gas emission in phases and aims to achieve net zero by 2070, slurry transportation will help in lowering carbon footprints on account of ore transportation to steel plant. Also, in order to have sustained and assured ore supply to different steel plant of SAIL to meet expansion need, transportation by slurry pipeline has become a necessity now. SAIL is actively involved in developing slurry pipeline and pellet plant project to enhance raw material efficiency, and around 26 million ton of ore is being planned to be transported by slurry pipelines. Mecon is providing consultancy services for slurry pipeline project from mines to steel plants, and the DPR and TS for slurry pipeline project is under finalization. It has been envisaged that 16 million ton per annum of slurry will be transported through long distance pipeline to meet the ore requirement of BSL, ISP and DSP. 4 million ton of slurry transportation has been envisaged for RSP, and 6 million ton per annum slurry transportation has been envisaged to meet requirement of BSP. Mecon is experienced in handling slurry pipeline projects up to 30 million ton per annum, along with 10,000 plus kilometer cross country pipeline project execution up to 36 inches diameter, covering basic engineering, project management and detail engineering. Mecon, with its extensive know-how, experience and knowledge, possesses the capability to drive forward the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative in the iron and steel sector. Steel producer, as the primary beneficiary of indigenously developed equipment, spares and systems, are encouraged to step forward and offer their support to ensure successful implementation in their plant. Despite inherent risk involved in development, the potential benefit for the nation make it a calculated risk worth pursuing. To realize the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat envisaged by our Honorable Prime Minister, strong coordination and synergy among industry stakeholders, including producers, capital goods manufacturer, academia, research, and design institute is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amit Raj. Now I would request Mr. Shastru Jajodia to highlight what MACL does contribute towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. So the main initiative for today's conference is to take care of self-reliant India and how India moves forward. So MACL India has been instrumental in moving this initiative forward. Your thoughts, please.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, all panelists. Good morning, all the guests. So, MACL Ispat and Forging is a forging unit based out of Durgapur, which has an open die forge, which can forge up to 35 tons single piece. So, what we realized in Jaya Balaji Group, see, Jaya Balaji Group is a 1.5 million ton steel plant, where half of its production is from blast furnace route and half is from DRI route. So what we realized in Jaya Balaji Industries was that core heavy engineering in India was missing. There are very, very few companies which currently makes components required for nation building. If we talk about key sectors, like Mr. Sharma mentioned about nuclear power plants, most steel components for the power plants are currently imported. And those nations any day might put restrictions, might put clauses, which might hinder our growth. We've already seen how China has behaved in rare metals. So India is currently highly, highly reliant on European and Chinese partners for such components. We talk about the wind power sector. We talk about the heavy turbines. None of the steel shafts, even the steel is not made in India. So the idea is that a nation wants to become developed in the next 25 years. but the critical steel required to achieve that goal, we are highly dependent on the outside world. So the idea of taking over Makil Ispat and Forge is that we want to be self-reliant. So what Makil has done in the last couple of years is that we are developing all the components for wind power. So we project in the next 3 years, all the forging components required for wind power will be completely made in India, right from steel to the finished machining. Similarly, our next focus is to focus on supercritical power plants. The supercritical power plant requires two major forging components. One is the main turbine shafts, and second is the boiler tubes. These tubes are currently 100% imported from China. So those tube availability is the biggest hurdle in us achieving power self-reliance. India plans to set up 300 gigawatts of thermal power in the next 25 years. So for that, based on that, approximately 450 power plants should come up in the next 25 years. But the capacity for India to make these power plants is not more than 10 to 12 per annum. So without having the core engineering behind the steel, behind the forgings is very difficult. When we talk about steel plants as well, currently lot of the components for steel plants, especially the HRM rolls, the CRM rolls, they're not made in India. They're completely imported. And as we are seeing that many of the foreign technology providers, be it Prime Metal, Denali, be it SMS India, as they're shifting their base of manufacturing to India, they are becoming cheaper for the steel players as well. But again, if these Indian-based manufacturing depend on their steel from China or Italy, it's difficult. So we are also collaborating a lot with these steel technology providers to provide them cheap forging components of the top-notch quality in India, which will help us again be more self-reliant. Lastly, what we also see is that automotive components is a key part of the nation's steel demand. A key route to make auto components is closed die forging. Again, a lot of the equipments for closed die forging, especially die blocks, tool steels, are almost imported into India. So Makil have developed critical grades like DB6, H13, all the high-end components, and we are already substituting a lot of German steel into Indian steel. So our hope is that Makil becomes the platform and inspiration for everyone around India to develop supercritical steel and its forging and machining so that our backbone of the heavy industry is properly achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Saturji. Uh, I would like to, at the same time, look at the refractory industry. And Kushalji, incidentally, I met your father-in-law recently in Ranchi. So he was in all praise for you. And having said that, the refractory industry I always call the mother of steel industry. You know, just as the mother protects the child, our furnaces are protected by refractory industry. So of late, you have gone for joint venture with a company in Korea. And in terms of performance guarantee, in terms of based on the number of heats, the payment linked to that, how would the refractory industry compare in the rest of the world? And how was the refractory industry performed so far in terms of achieving the performance guarantee?
Thank you, Nirmala ji. Good morning, everyone. Before I answer your question, actually, Mr. Amit Raj, made a comment about how Mecon is coming up with tall coke oven batteries. You'll be surprised to know that all these tall coke oven batteries require a very important refractory, which is based out of fused silica. And currently in India, there is no fused silica refractory manufacturer. Even we have the raw materials, we have the capabilities, we have everything, but still it is not happening. So such is the state of our Indian refractory industry, because we are heavily dependent on imports. And I feel, going forward, India is, although already the second largest steel maker in the world, we are sort of leaders when it comes to making steel, but achieving such leadership position without having self-reliance on critical materials like refractories, which, as Nirmala ji puts it, is the mother of steel. I mean, I feel it is a very, it is a very typical situation where if we don't achieve self-reliance in refractory industry, especially for critical materials where we already have the raw material, is, I think, a sorry state for our industry. To answer your question, Nirmalya ji, regarding the performance guarantees, I think it's a blessing in disguise, both for steel industry as well as refractory industry, because when you link anything to performance, the performance per capita improves. So if you look at specific consumption of refractories, before the performance guarantees were in place, and now when the performance guarantees are mostly in place across all the areas of steel making, the consumption of refractories have come down drastically. So, it's a direct link to the increased productivity of steel, as well as reduction of carbon footprint, which is the burning issue for all the industries, especially the steel industry, which is a major emitter of carbon dioxide. Having said that, I think going forward, you spoke about our joint venture with Chosen. Just to highlight, we are coming up with a plant along with Chosen to set up to manufacture tap hole clay for larger blast furnaces. The need for this product right now is because all these steel makers, whether it is JSPL, JSW, Tata Steel, they've all transitioned to ultra large blast furnaces of 6,000 cubic meters approximately, and all these blast furnaces require a very advanced type of tap hole clay to sustain under such high pressure and such demanding environment. So the joint venture what we have done with Chosen is to manufacture that tap hole clay. Coincidentally, they are the largest supplier of this product to a company called POSCO, which we all know is one of the leaders in steel making. And they operate the largest blast furnaces in the world. And Chosen happens to be the single supplier for all these blast furnaces. So we are fortunate, I would say, that we could, convince them to do a joint venture with us. And we are in the process of setting up a plant, a greenfield plant near Rourkela. And we hope that by end of this year, we should be able to commission that plant.
Thank you, Kushalji. Thank you so much. By the way, Mr. V.R. Sharma, always has appreciation for your father-in-law, Mr. Anil Pasari, and he refers to him as Mr. Scientist. Sharmaji refers to your father-in-law as Mr. Scientist. So he has, again, a lot to play in this industry. And having said that, you are establishing a real Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative in India. So right now, I would like to request Mr. Brajesh Nahar. The other day I was with someone in sale. So then I came to know that, the amount of hot rolled coils which APL Apollo consumes from sale is a hell of a lot. So you are one of the very big customers of sale, and towards Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, what is it that you can relate to and you can contribute to when it comes to Make in India initiative and also value addition in India? Can you put the slides?
dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, steel fraternity friends, consultant, and business leaders. Yes. Yeah. Last 10 years. Yeah. There has been a presentation of, yeah, there has been a constant increase in the total volume which the IPL Apollo is doing it. At the moment, we are at 4.5 million ton. The total capacity of our 11 plant across India is consuming 4.5, and very soon we are going to reach the target of 5.5 million ton. Whereas as far as the HR is concerned, we are getting 100% from the domestically sourced supplier. Supplier is Tata Steel, SAIL, JSPL, JSW, and NMDC. Recently started producing in 1 year back. So we are taking that HR material from these sources. So I think I've answered your this thing that this is one front where we are consuming the raw material which is sourced inside. The other thing, the product, the operations which we are carrying out in our factories is directly or indirectly contributing towards the carbon neutrality. As indicated by Mr. B.R. Sharma, that we are also responsible for giving a lot of carbon to the atmosphere by way of our operation, whatever industry is there. In our industry, we have already sourced 56 megawatt of solar power to become the green steel producer. We have got our 35, 36 electrical vehicles, which are constantly carrying the raw material from the railway siding to the plant. 100 metric ton capacity electrical vehicles are there. Then what is the very important resources nowadays for any industry? We have got around 10 crore liter of two rainwater harvesting ponds are there, wherein we are collecting the rainwater and then utilizing throughout the year for our industrial purpose. Now let us come to the scene as far as the India is concerned with respect to Asia. You will find this is the most common cycle, how that we are manufacturing, how we are producing, and how we are using the steel. You will find that recycling is the backbone of this complete cycle, wherein at every stage, whether it is a pre-consumer or it is a post-consumer, the steel it is being recycled to make the new steel. As far as the total steel production, you can see Asia is going to be 75% of the steel producer as compared to rest of the world. If you see the total tonnage, it is 1.85 million ton is the total, billion ton is the total capacity of the world, whereas 75% it is coming from the Asia. China has demonstrated that so far that the success is lying in the quantity of steel which we are manufacturing, whereas now the time has come, we should think that the success is measured by how intelligently we produce, how effectively we use, and how responsibly we build our products. That is most important. And the next era of steel will not be volume-led. It will be a value-led era. Global capacity, we know that global capacity is going to almost 680 million ton of steel is surplus. And it is putting the pressure all over the world to reduce the prices. And the moment the prices are coming down, the stability in Indian steel industry, it is getting disturbed. As a result of that disturbance, what is happening? The new investment, it is not coming in India. That is the most important things we need to see. And how we can now counter this thing is to have the application engineering in our steel industry. Because the per capita consumption of India is almost less than 100 kg. Whereas the China, it is 450 kg, and worldwide the average is 250 kg. So we are running with the capacity of 160 million ton of steel with the less than 100 kg per capita consumption. So what is required that we need to increase the uses of steel across, so that whatever steel we produce inside, it is as a part of this Atmanirbhar Bharat, we should be able to consume that steel. And that we have got the ambitious plan. The government has already chalked out during the National Policy 2017 that India is going to become the 300 million ton capacity by end of 2030. As far as the carbon emission is concerned, the 30% of the emission, it is coming from the construction industry. And the construction industry constitute of steel, cement, and the things which we produce on-site or off-site. So there, I think we need to look into that, yes, how efficiently we can construct, how responsibly we can construct our things. It still contributes only 7% of the total emission, whereas the other factors are contributing more. So what is required that we need to have the engineered steel tubular structure replaces the traditional heavy construction, material consumption reduces, execution becomes faster, lifestyle emission declines, and the capacity efficiency improves. And the greenest steel is not only the cleanest steel, but it is the smarter steel. Now we need to go for the smarter steel. At Appeal Apollo, our all product are directly or indirectly contributing towards the reduction in the carbon emission. We have got product like choke hut, single door, double door, 4-door, window panels, planks. So these are the 16 patented products which are producing APL Apollo. It is directly replacing the wood. And I'm happy to share with you that every year, 400,000 trees we could save because of the application of this product in all modern construction. You must have seen in the modern construction, even the railing of a staircase, even the staircase steps, it is all replaceable with the steel. So we need to find out newer and newer technology. APL Apollo is pioneering in the direct forming technology in the tube. There were conventional method of first converting the tube into the round and then converting into the square or rectangle, whereas the direct forming technology is directly converting the steel, the tube into. It has got distinct advantages. Number one, in conventional type, we are going for the work hardening and more energy is required, whereas in direct forming technology, less of energy, more precise material, it is being produced. So APL Apollo is pioneering whatever tube mills are there. It is mostly the tube mill are direct forming technology. APL Apollo, so far, it was market leader. As far as the pipe is concerned, the biggest pipe, it was in the market of 500 into 20. Now, I am proud to announce and to share with you that the first time in India and first time in world, we have produced the pipe size of 1000 into 1000 into 40 mm. And it is going to be the game changer as far as the structural steel is concerned all over. So that way we are producing that pipe at the Raipur unit. Around 450-acre land is there where we have put all sort of arrangement. As far as the flat product is concerned, we are producing our product in such a way that it is giving more life as compared to any competitor, because our process conditions are so stringent and so controlled that whatever product which we are producing, whether it is a galvanized, it is a galvalume, or it is a color coated product, it is giving a life almost 150% of any competitor. Hence, the sustainability of our product, it is very high as compared to any other supplier in the world. Now, India's strategy of opportunity is lying in the value-added steel, engineer construction solution, renewable infrastructure, modular and prefabricated ecosystem. At the moment, the construction industry, the on-site construction activity, because of the transportation, because of the dust and other things, it is polluting the environment, and a lot of pollution, it is being generated by the construction industry. So we are trying to replace that on-site activity with the off-site activity so that we can plan still in such a way that the consumption is also optimized. At the same time, we are all going for the sustainability of the product. If you see the Asia's collaborative plan, then China, it is scale leadership, means they are producing with maximum. Japan and Korea, they are producing special steel, as mentioned by my previous speaker. India is a infrastructure-led growth and demand engine, whereas the Southeast Asia is the manufacturing growth hub to consume the steel. At last, I would say that steel industry is entering into a new philosophy. From the mass production to the intelligent utilization, from commodity supply to the engineered solution, and the winners of the next decade will not be those who produce the cheapest steel, but those who create the highest value per ton. Steel built Asia's industrial rise. Now the Asian steel must lead the world towards sustainable growth. I am really thankful to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to stand in front of the people, still people who are trying to shape the country in a way it is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brajesh Nahar. Kotta, we are, overwhelmed to see the amount of HRC which is consumed by APL Apollo from sale itself. I believe, majority of HRC is sourced from sale. Yeah. So, I think you know Mr. Kar very well. And all through I have been saying, right, since I know Mr. Kar at a very long time, He is future chairman of SAIL. I see him as future chairman of SAIL, and he has got many years to go. So he is one person who has a long stint in SAIL itself, and I see him at future CEO material. So, Mr. Kar, over to you. Yeah, please, sir.
I think it is still good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, all the members of the steel fraternity. We are everybody of us present here is like to proud ourselves to be a steel manufacturer, because on steel is the builder of the nation. On the nation builds on steel, definitely. So it's my proud privilege that Steel and Metallurgy has invited me to listen you as well as to share my thoughts. But after so many deliberation, detailed deliberation from the steel ministry, from the steel manufacturer, Daniel, one of the major steel technology provider to the steel industries, and especially Mr. Sharma, who is the pioneer in DRI steel making and who is the largest capacity of the coke coal route DRI steel making in India, and they are the pioneer. Everybody used to sell that use of hydrogen in steel making, but they are the, I think they are the pioneer. They have started much long before how to use in steel making. So after so many clear-cut deliberation, we have heard from steel ministries also what will be the policy of steel. We have heard the different consultant regarding Mekon and Dasturko, how you will do it. So I will not take very much time of you. In cell, whatever Sarmaji has clearly told that energy for the decarbonization. This is a buzzword for today's even decarbonization, how to decarbonize the steel industry. But where carbon is required? Carbon is required for the energy. Previous Sarma Sahab was clearly told if we can save energy, then definitely we can reduce the carbon everywhere we can. But if we go through the steel plants everywhere, and here I can Mukherjee the steel and metallurgy. Earlier, everybody people used to think about the steel making is done by the metallurgist only. But now at present day, I differ that steel is not being made by the only metallurgist. Steel is made by all engineers. How it is? Now energy is coming. How energy can be saved? Starting from the beginning of the steel plants. Now all the raw materials is being transported. Now Mekon just was telling that the slurry pipeline. Earlier nobody was thinking about the slurry. Everybody was thinking about the transporting of the, I don't know, lump, I don't know, fines. And when there's huge amount of steel, with the growth of the steel, transportation also will be a big issue. Now the people had started the transportation of the slurry. But definitely it is a question come whether it will be energy efficient or energy can be minimized to the steel. Now, in how the steel making has been come, if we consider throughout the world, worldwide, lot of variation in steel making processes we have seen. Somewhere in steel making, lot of gases has been used. Somewhere coke or coal has been used for a cheaper variety. So ultimately, the economy is the most valuable point. And here I can proudly say that each and everybody has a great role for decarbonization. Suppose for decarbonization, what if we make our process much more efficient for transportation of raw material? In the rainy season, if you can see, the all steel plants choked on account of transporting of the raw materials. Tripling is a very difficult. Charging of the raw materials from the bunker is a very difficult. So there is a great role for the chemical engineer. What kind of additive or what kind of things can be added to the steel, all the raw materials, so that it can be easily transported or it can be. Then some amount of energy can be saved. Now think about the alternate source of the carbon. Now, as all of us know that in the neutrality, if carbon can be, is the sources in our nature itself, all the woody mass is having carbon. And if the woody mass is net zero concept, whatever in his life cycle, whatever CO2 is being captured, and if it is lower, then when it will be burnt, then net zero will be done. So a certain amount of woody mass can be used for steel making, and if during its life cycle, production cycle, it has captured a lot more CO2, when it will burn, it will give less CO2, then net zero will be concept will come. So if a larger amount of biomass or biochar or biomaterial can be used during our steel making. So everybody has started different kind of experimenting, whether this biochar can be used in sinter making, in the blast furnace as a coke fine is being used, whether some amount of coke fines can be used in the sinter making, whatever the biogas is being generated. Biogas is also CO and H2O. That gas from that, if any steel can be used, that is one another thing. Another thing, usually we used to tell that where the steel, whether the steel is having a large amount of gang, whether will beneficiate in the outside or every gang will be put in the blast furnace, because everything comes about the energy. Now, suppose I am having certain amount of green energy, whether I will utilize that green energy for the beneficiation, or that amount of green energy I will put it in, may convert it to hydrogen, and I will put that hydrogen in my DRI or in the blast furnace. Because the science and technology has already told that hydrogen manufacturing is not an energy efficient process. By making a hydrogen, already 30% of energy will be lost for making of the hydrogen. Now for transportation, storage, if it will be used, converted to the ammonia, again it will be used, then furthermore energy inefficient process will be there. So future will say that how we will decarbonize. Hydrogen will be opportunity or hydrogen will create another problem. So definitely the future will say the hydrogen is the only solution or not. But definitely alternate use of different gases will be a definite solution. Just like in earlier days, we have seen in all steel manufacturer in steel mills, nobody was bothered about how much energy or how much gas is being lost. Even some carbon in the dust, carbon as a flue dust, it goes to the atmosphere. How much amount of that is being lost? So nobody was bothered about. Now, if we start thinking about it, if we make our efficient, whatever gas is being generated, if we can revert it and put it in our blast furnace or in our sinter making, so then direct use of carbon or coal can be minimized. In that way, by 10 to 20% easily we can make our process much more efficient and our coal usage will be lower, then automatically decarbonization will come. So this is one buzzword, decarbonization. Another buzzword is coming, digitalization. How everybody is thinking about the digitalization, lot of consumer goods, automobile sectors, defense, they're taking lot of help from digitalization. Whether steel industry also has a great role for digitalization, I say definitely. In every step of our life, whatever we wish to, we cannot imagine that how much make much more efficient, here digitalization has a great role. So through digitalization also, in each and every steps, if we make our process much more efficient, if we can reduce energy consumption, then definitely it will help. Now, third thing with the hydrogen, with that, or what are the other alternate materials are evolving, like one refractory. Suppose in our steel plants, we usually heard if one converter is giving 12,000, 14,000 life, the refractory consumption will be go down. But definitely along with that, whatever porous plug, because metallurgy says combined blowing will give much more efficient process with respect to your decarbonization, because whatever the reducing agent will be there, that will be minimized. FU in the slag will be minimized. Iron loss will be minimized. Flux consumption will be minimized. Whether refractory manufacturers are come with a solution when a converter will give a 12,000 life, along with that, they will provide such kind of purging plug, which will also equally give 12,000 life. Then only our whole steel making process will be much more efficient. So all this will come here. The benefit will come on the decarbonization, and definitely the digitalization also has a great role. Now, last thing I will address, the speed. At what speed we are going. Now think about China and India. China and India during the 1950 almost at the same level. Now China has got much more higher. Almost China's steel's production is 8 to 10 times higher than us. At what speed they have gone. Now that speed also we have to attain. To attain the speed, what can we do? Sharmaji has clearly told that collaboration. Collaboration is also a very big thing. Until unless we collaborate amongst ourselves regarding the technology, regarding the energy methodology, how you can save collaboration amongst the steel manufacturers, collaboration amongst the steel manufacturers and academia, and collaborations amongst the ministry and the steel and the research lab, which is a very vital thing. Because until unless we collaborate, we cannot develop our technology. Even after 60, 70 years of the steel manufacturing, no major technology has been developed in India. So this is a very much point of concern that when we will develop our steel making or any different kind of technology through which we can really say that we are going towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kar. So now, again, one of the big producer representatives, Chief of Exports from Tata Steel. You know, I would like to know from you, today exports have become redundant. You know, what we still sell at whatever be the domestic price, there is no advantage in exporting steel. Sharma Saab always mentions this for a fact. You know, since exports has lost its relevance, how does Tata Steel view exports per se?
Good afternoon, everyone. You just took my job, I think. Thankfully, my bosses are not around. So I'm not agreeing to your statement of saying that exports is not relevant. I'll tell you why I think in this way. So any country which is Atmanirbhar, of course, we want to be Atmanirbhar. We are growing in volume. But as many people narrated that we are not growing in value. We are still stuck to 200 million, 300 million, etc. We are not moving up the value chain in terms of technology. Neither are we moving up the value chain in terms of value-added products that is related to technology. And also, ironically, second largest producer in the world, we continue to debate, are we a net exporter or net importer? Every month we look at the data. That is something which is extremely ironic for a second largest producer in the world. So I think if we are talking about China, like Mr. Kar was mentioning, they have moved fast. We also need to be smart enough to be the preferred supplier to rest of the world for value-added products. I'll put it this way. So while it is easy to say that we are not relevant in the international market, still 350 to 400 million tons is internationally traded out of the 2000 million tons. So international trade is not going to die. Yes, we will not get the kind of money that we would get in the domestic market. But if we want to challenge ourselves in terms of the best customers in the world, we want to supply to the automotive grades in the world. We want to challenge the infrastructure segments which are growing, say, in Mid East. then we better be up the value chain, like I mentioned earlier. So I think it is not that it is irrelevant. It sounds irrelevant today, but I think we have a big opportunity. I will go the other way around. It is a great opportunity for India, being the second largest producer, to tap the markets where steel is not produced, like I mentioned, the Mid East, and be the preferred source or preferred country so that we can do that. So we have a lot of advantages. We have some raw material advantages. We have a huge coastline. We can ship out from the east, we can ship out from the west, right? We have enough coal. We have enough intellectual property in steel. All of us sitting here, we own a lot of the intellectual properties in steel. But yes, the speed and the pace of growth is something which is important. Again, I come back to technology. Steel has not seen new technology in decades together. And that is the irony. So that is something I think as a steel fraternity across the world, we want to look at new technology. And if new technology comes, yes, we also looking for it to be commensurate to the business. So it should make sense economically also. We could have a hydrogen-based, whatever we are talking, but that is small scale, high cost. So there is a lot work to do. We will move with the rest of the world in terms of technology, I'm sure. I hope we move faster than that. But I'll keep my job as Chief of Exports for Tata Steel, and it is not going to be irrelevant ever. I think that is not a statement that I agree with. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But Mr. Sharma always mentions that eventually steel is going to be localized. Sir, if at all, yeah.
No, don't push me into a debate with Mr. Sharma. He's a stalwart. I also treat him as a guru. If you are pushing me into a debate with him, I'm fine with it. I'm willing to debate. Yes, sir, please.
We all are professionals, and we must, unless we discuss, we cannot find the right path. And there is no hard and fast rule in the business. The situation changes time to time. The point here is not the irrelevant. The point here is the steel industry is becoming more and more regional. Like if you see the eastern region, they are self-reliant now, right from the countries like Vietnam, countries like Indonesia. Of course, China is is something different. They are the world's workshop. Then Philippines is coming up. Malaysia is coming up. So Southeast Asia is more or less the regional industry now. There are very few percentage of trade which is coming from outside. Then if we come to the Indian subcontinent, so here too we all are in a way self-reliant. Then coming to Middle East, yes, Middle East is today, yes, Middle East is buying. But like, we are producing now in Middle East 3.2 million ton steel. And hopefully in next 4 or 5 years, the another 5.5 million will add. So total will be about 9 million ton from Jindal itself. Then Emirates Steel, they're also growing, maybe 4 or 5 million ton they will reach. Saudi is already producing about 6 or 7 million ton to the major companies. And then the small induction furnaces are many. So that is also going to be self-reliant, or we can say regional industry. Europe, yes, Europe, there is a shortage of steel today, and the reason is the most of the European steel mills, they came after the Second World War. And these companies are now phasing out in terms of the equipment. They are within the cities. Proximity to the cities is very near, and this is the reason most of the companies are under terrible pressure from the environments, and the salaries, the overall cost per ton has gone up, and they didn't put up the new plants in the entire Europe. Now the new plant coming in Europe, there are 3 plants coming now. One is Tegra. It was used to be H2GS steel. And there's one more plant is declared by SSAB, which is coming up. And one addition is coming in terms of decarbonization, that is Salzgitter. So these three plants are coming very fast, but put together is only about 10 million ton. Tata Steel already has a plant Hugoon, that is in Netherlands. The plant like ThyssenKrupp, plant like Ilva, plant like ArcelorMittal's. There is a saturation because no new plants are coming. So this 10 million ton of capacity addition in Europe, still they will be importing about 10 to 15 million ton. But I think the countries like we are also present in Czech Republic, so we have plate mill there. So I think in times to come, the Eastern Europe will see some growth, adding new steel plants. So I think if 10, 15 million ton steel plant, they do come in Eastern Europe, then Europe will also become self-reliant. Of course, there is a setback in the UK because the British Steel and the other steel mills, they were downsized or closed. So maybe some new plant may come in UK, but it is very highly unlikely that UK will have a new steel plant based on scrap or based on the DRI. America is going very fast thanks to Mr. Trump, who has put 50% duty, 25% duty earlier, Section 232 or whatever. So the steel industry in America has grown up and they are growing very fast. So many more capacities are being built in United States. I think by 2030 or 2035, 32, they will be at a level of maybe 110, 120 million ton, which is a good number as far as the America is concerned. So then the market is left for all of us is Latin America. Still, they are struggling. The Eastern Europe, still today they are struggling because they don't have the material. Then there is a good market for the slabs, the semis. The new market which is likely to come is Ukraine. At the moment the Ukraine is rebuilt, the new market will come. Then the Africa as a whole will come up as a major consumer of steel in times to come. When we speak Africa, now Egypt has come up quite fast. There are 2 DRI already. There are steel mills already working there in Egypt. Libya, Lisco is now expanding in the collaboration with Denali. So they are putting up another 2 million ton of HBI plant. I think they will do it. Then the another company in Algeria, Tosiali, and one more company, they are putting about, they are about 4.5 million ton of DRI. And the same company is putting up, the Algerian company is putting up in Benghazi in Libya, another DRI plant. They are putting 2 DRI plant, in fact. Then on the Western Africa, the potential is Nigeria. They are coming up with 2 DRI plants because there is abundant gas available in those countries. So I think in times to come, the countries like Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, Nigeria, and all South Africa already there. So these 6, 7 countries and also Egypt will be self-reliant and will be feeding to the African geography. Then Turkey is very near. Turkey is their largest consumer of imported scrap. They consume about 24, 25 million ton of scrap per year. And their production is now 28 million. I think they will reach to 30, 32 million. They will also take little part of the steel coming into Europe. Now, who will be selling to Europe? The total Europe, the total production is now about 114 million ton. And the population is about 1.4 billion, equivalent to India, put together. So 114 million ton, they are going to phase out about 18 to 20 million ton in next 3 to 4 years time, the blast furnace route. And they are going to add about 10 million ton through the DRI route. So there is net to net, the gap will be about 20 to 25 million ton in Europe till say 2032. Now, when we speak that particular delta of 20 to 25 million ton, then all of us, those who are in India or anywhere in the world, we have to find out that what can we sell. There are 6 independent plate mills in Europe, and all these 6 mills, they need slabs. So slab is going to be, as semis, is going to be a big business to export from India or from anywhere. Today, it is the market is fed by the Russian slabs. Then there is a company, Dexin, that is in Indonesia. They are also exporting quite a lot, and some part of the quantities are coming from Iran. But Iran, being a sanctioned country, the goods are passing through differently and different routes. So this is one, the semis one can export. The other is the hot rolled coils or the long products. Yes, there is a market. If we can control our CO2 and we can make partially green or less than 1.3 or 1.4 ton of CO2, then definitely there is a market. Thanks to the deal done by Government of India and EU, they may give us the preferential supplier status. Today, no, because we are still struggling on a quota base, and that quota is too meager, too small when we compare with the Indian production, and the quota in Europe is too less. So if they become a little more liberal, then I think in times to come, Indian steel industry may export to these countries, to European countries in break bulk, in bigger quantities, not break bulk, the bigger quantities. We total out of the total 165 million ton, we export about 18 to 20 million ton steel. We import about 10 to 12 million ton. So basically, net to net, sometimes we become exporter, sometimes we net exporter, sometimes we become net importer. But with the duties coming in India on China, I think now this year will be a little net exporter. But still, there is a concern because most of the Indian companies, those who are exporting their goods, they still keep on importing from China or from the FTA countries like Korea and from Japan. This will continue unless there is a complete embargo on imports that you have to export from the Indian goods. But today it is not. I think it will be highly unlikely that the government of India will take a stand that you cannot import for the exports. But you know what happens? The imported hot rolled coils, they go into the local market at a low price, and they still maintain exports through the domestic hot rolled coils or other products. So in my view, because it is a very lengthy subject, in my view, we in India should try to develop more and more consumption within the country, then looking and expanding business based on exports. The moment the Russia-Ukraine war will end, then I think Russia will come in a big way. Because the kind of deal what Russia is negotiating with them, that is complete lift of all sanctions, some 200 or 250 sanctions the Europe has put on America on Russia. If that comes, then there'll be growth of steel industry in Russia as well as in Ukraine. So my viewpoint is maybe correct, maybe incorrect, that we all have to consider India is a large domestic market, and then the next is Africa. Africa will be predominantly a market of flats, be it coated downstream or hot rolled coils, and not much of long products, angle iron, channel beams, heavy duty beams. No, but yes, the tubular structures, the galvanized material, galvalume, color coated. Yes, this can be, but in last 10 years time, Yogi DG Navneet is here. They supplied, I think, more than 10 cold rolling mills in these countries in Africa, followed by galvanizing lines and color coated lines. So that means they are also growing, but they'll still be a importer of hot rolled coils. The other countries on the annual list: Costa Rica, Guatemala, Panama, Suriname, Venezuela now it is opening, and also Colombia. So these countries will be importing hot rolled coils in times to come. The another major market which is now offering is Bolivia and Argentina as well as Chile. So they will also be importing because they don't have mills. Only two mills are there existing. One is Buenos Aires, that is Argentina, and one mill was in Venezuela, which is already closed. So Mexico is again. So it's not manufacturing about the exports, but yes, exports will never stop. Then the exports will be from one ship to another ship. Let me speak exactly and therefore. When we speak semis, either the steel is going to be exported as semis or hot rolled coils. So hot rolled coils are also semis basically, because 80% of the hot rolled coils, they do not have the right end use as hot rolled coil. Either people do cold rolling or they go for cold rolling or pipe making, or maybe some laser cutting or something like that, or making tubes, basically small narrow tubes. So semi stage 1, semi stage 2 will continue. But we all have to see, in my view, I'm not scaring anyone. We all must see that how can we increase the domestic consumptions, and don't worry about your job for exports because you are a salesperson. So you can sell anything anywhere in the world. That is our forte. So whether it is today sale of hot rolled coils or downstream, or maybe tomorrow the finished goods. The finished goods are also going to be value addition, do it value addition in India, and then sell the finished goods overseas. And most of these finished goods will be duty free. There will be no import duty. Like if you start making components for the windmill today, then there's no duty. If you start making some components for the plate formed components, hydro formed components, then there's no duty, no CBAM. So that is the further value addition. But yes, I agree with you. Export will not stop. Export will always be there because it is basically a demand and supply. If we can meet out all those things, what the customers they need, then definitely they will buy. So I just gave you a glimpse of my study, whatever knowledge I have, and my view that we must develop India. We must try to consume more and more steel within the country, and we must not be expanding our business in India based on the imports in Europe or some other countries, except the hot rolled coil business, which is likely to be that will touch about 15 to 18 million ton in Africa alone. So I think that is a big business, and another 15 million ton will be in Latin America, starting from Costa Rica to Guatemala to Suriname to Colombia to Venezuela to Buenos Aires, that is Argentina, and to also to Chile. So this is in my view. So thank you very much. I think I taken too much of time, but I think this was necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So just a few points. So I agree to what you said that the markets will change. The markets that we are selling to today will change. The form of steel that we sell will change. We will possibly go extremely low on semis or extremely high on the best grade material that we can make. The other point that is interesting in terms of exports is when we are expanding like India is doubling in 5 years or something of that kind, then the expansion comes in straight lines, but the demand goes, in a slant line. So there is always a gap when new capacity comes, and that gap actually needs a market to, find. So that is always going to be the story for India, at least for the next 10, 15 years is my belief. So whenever we have a capacity expansion, we will have a phase where we will have to place material outside of the country. Add to what you also said, sir, economics and politics is coming together now. So the FTAs and all kinds of things will start coming in while we are gone from local to global back to local. But again, it is becoming a partnership kind of world where we have different sets of understanding between two nations, three nations, group of nations. And I think that will continue where the group of nations see value in each other. And I think India does bring value to a group of nations where we might not have every nation producing steel. So in that way, I think, yes, India is going to be a great story. Investments will continue to happen in the guise of the India growth story, but exports will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Navneet ji, your experience, because 2026, it is predicted that the flats will overtake longs. So since you are in the flat segment, you are a player in the flat segment, so to say. And as Sharma ji pointed out, Africa, you began from Africa. You see, your roots more or less have been Africa before you came to spread your wings in India. So, what do you think is the growth region for your business as far as uh, you know flats are concerned, galvanizing products are concerned? Wow, how do you see your market playing out?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think when we started making these flat steel processing equipment in 2009, 2010, so say for 7, 8 years, the the percentage of export for our equipment was around 70%, and 30% was only domestic. But if we see today we are only 30% exports and 70% of our equipment is being installed in India. So definitely India is the bright spot as far as the flat steel processing and flat steel equipment installation or even steel production on the upstream side. And we have been doing a lot of exports. Today also we are exporting to Africa, but the export volumes have reduced to say only 30%. So I would also like to, I had written some points which I would like to highlight about the company. I would like to highlight that we are the one Indian company who is really designing and making flat steel processing equipment in India. So all our designs are completely indigenous. And we are the market leaders for reversing cold rolling mills, GIGL lines, pickling lines, color coating lines, in terms of both installations and capacity, which has been added last 2-3 years in India. And we are also now supplying, completely indigenously designed tandem cold mills, one 6-stand and one 5-stand, for almost rolling 1 million ton of steel each. So, we to be self-reliant, as we are trying to be, and say that we have to be Atmanirbhar. So the first thing I think is the trust we have to have. We have to believe in ourselves. We have to believe in the indigenous technology. We have been too much discouraged by the industry not to develop carousel reels for our tandem mills in India, and very comfortably they say that please get it from China. But against all the odds, we have designed the carousel reels here in India, and we are now in the process of manufacturing the carousel reels with Shanti Gears and Elecon as our gearbox suppliers for the carousel reels. So we will be doing this first time in India. And since the beginning, we have focused on manufacturing import substitutes in our state-of-art manufacturing facility in Palwal. And with manufacturing automation in place, we are producing more than 24 chalks every month from proof to finish now. And we are also machining, 270-ton min housings every month. We are also now ready to supply import substitute like down coilers for hot strip mills, plate mill and hot strip mill chalks up to 40 tons, and other upstream equipment also. And we are also supplying equipment for processing both CRNO and CRGO grade electrical steel. The annealing pickling line for CRGO steel is under erection now at JSW JFE Nasik facility. And to complement our manufacturing process is our automation division. We are offering completely in-house developed online strategic dashboards, AI-enabled operational dashboards, maintenance dashboards to help predictive and preventive maintenance, and built-in customizable reporting packages for every line is now a standard feature from the YD group. So we also have strategic tie-ups to support you with the special grade processing of automotive and other high strength and special steels. We have the capacity and capability to supply equipment for flat steel processing here in India. So now it is up to you, so as how you use us for your benefit. We at YD are committed to perpetual innovation for the reduction of carbon footprint of the metal industry. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Navneet ji. Nita, I happened to force Navneet ji to meet. I took him along to your director technical, Mr. Manish Raj Gupta, to meet him and pinpoint that Yogi ji DG has been instrumental in taking the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative forward. So I took Mr. Navneet Singh Gill to your director technical and made him understand that this is important for our Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative campaign. And Honorable Prime Minister is very focused on this. And I will always ensure that companies like Yogi Ji DG are highlighted to become the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. They take up Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative to save foreign exchange. So it is my salute, Navneet ji, to you for having saved millions of euros as foreign currency and taking the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative forward. Thank you, Navneet ji.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
And
so much for your support.
by doing this, I am not expecting you to have Yogi Ji DG as my next conference sponsor, but I will take Yogi Ji DG to the next level forward.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks.
Thank you, Navneet ji. So now, Pankaj ji, I will request you, since you've been there in Tata Steel and now in Jindal. So, Tata Steel has had a legacy of its own. The legacy of Tata Steel and SAIL having its own mines, it's different ballgame altogether. And in Jindal Steel, they were not originally Jindal Steel has not originally been a flat product there. So it entered the flat product segment as at a much later stage. There was once a policy of the brothers not competing. So that's why Jindal Steel and Power was not too inclined to move into the flat segment. Okay.
Yeah, otherwise, I'll clarify. Even today, we don't compete, but we are competing the other people.
Okay.
For example, we have put up a hot rolled coil plant, okay, first HSM we have put. So we are not competing JSW, we are competing Tata Steel and SAIL. So this is the difference.
Yeah. So what has been the experience so far with regard to the market to
First of all, this is a very good question and a different question. I thought we are here for the vision of Honorable Prime Minister, which is Viksit Bharat 2047, or maybe India at the rate of 100 years of independence. And as a steel fraternity, we've been always talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, and now Bharat Steel, which is about to come up. And Jindal Steel, agar sare dekh rahe honge, it's Steel of India. So Bharat Steel and Steel of India goes or resonance. It's a great resonance which is always there. Sharma ji is here and he was just talking about exports and imports and everything was going on. And Jindal Steel continues to be a meager single-digit exporter of their overall production, which is again one of the things which we keep saying, the Steel of India. there is no comparatives, first of all. If I was to take your question, I think it's a big market, and Indian steel market is growing at a very big pace. We all know it's growing at potentially expected to be growing at the rate of 10.5%. So 10.5% on a base of say 160 million tons is having a playground for everybody to grow. Now, whether you compete with Mr. X, Mr. Y, or anybody else, that's immaterial. India needs steel, and India has to have players who can produce steel. And more importantly, I've been talking about, or I've been hearing about, I would say, India being importer of steel also. Very recently, till very recent times, India been a net importer of steel, despite being #2 steel producer of the globe. Now, what is that which is India is needing that kind of steel? And this is where Jindal Steel comes in. Now, we take a pride in terms of sharing that we are the sole suppliers of steel to the defenses. So we make plates which are actually to the highest grade. Now, we've just developed a grade called X95 for API. And we are certified for SOR grade kind of applications, which is typically into oil and gas. So there is a headroom. And this headroom has to be exploited by all of us. 160 million tons of steel with 142 million population, which means we are slightly over 100 kilos per capita consumption of steel, which is just half of the world's averages, just half, or even not that, I would say. So which means we have to at least go and touch the world average with a population base of 142 million. So this is definitely going to come up. And I think steel policy of the Honorable Prime Minister and Steel Ministry, which speaks about National Steel Policy 2017, that India has to be 300 million tons by 2030 or maybe by 2031. We all got a headroom to play around. We are just at an installed capacity of close to 200 million tons, a 50% more jump, which means people have to invest. And we all know for a million ton of steel, we would be needing close to 5,000 to 6,000 crores of investment. It's not going to be a single company or single individual's game plan. It's going to be a lot of players who are going to come up in this space. Yes, there have been some traditions that some of the players have enjoyed some kind of benefits in terms of the raw material side. I think the world is changing for the country even, and it's going to change very fast. If we are going to add another 100 million tons of steel in next, say, 5 to 6 years' time, we need to be mindful of the upstream facilities also. The high-grade iron ore is actually depleting in the country or not available to the level that is expected to be there with this kind of a growth rate. So if this is not going to be the case, what is the next thing that we should be talking about as steel players? While I must thank Government of India, the way they've been actually putting up their policies starting from PLI, fantastic policies to actually promote the special steel grades in the country. I think there has to be a policy, and if the policymakers are listening to this, what should we do to make the raw material, which is a high-grade raw material, which is depleting at a faster rate in the country? We need to have iron beneficiations coming up to a great level. We all know that steel is a game of carbon, and if we don't have a high grade of iron ore, I don't think we can actually go through the reduction of carbon in the BF route itself, which is the most important part. So beneficiation has to be thought of, and beneficiation has to be, given incentives where we should be looking into this. And I see steel to be a great supply chain story. Making 1 million ton of steel or a ton of steel means 4 tons or 4x in terms of the raw material, which means 5x the traffic, which is huge. While we may be having 6.6 million kilometers of road network, but is it enough? Or maybe 135,000 kilometers of rail tracks, is it enough? Or maybe a very bad connectivity from the, say, ports to plants or mines to plants is something that needs to be looked into. The rail network has to go up to a level which is needed for this next 100 million tons of steel, which is going to come up. Second, I would say, and I must thank government of India for that. There's a lot of discussions in terms of inland waterways. Even in the recent budget announcement by Honorable Finance Minister, this has been discussed a number of times. While there is going to be a huge outlay in terms of capital outlay in terms of infrastructure spend base, but water inlet is going to be the next wave. And there have been some corridors which has been already announced. How fast are we going to get that? We really want to see steel getting to the next level. So I think going forward in the interest of the time, it's not a competition, it's a healthy competition, and we all have headrooms to grow. 100 million tons of steel to be added in next 5 to 6 years' time. I think everybody got a playground to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malan. And talking about upstream, Damodarji, Mr. Sharma has always been highlighting that the best route forward is a DRI module. In terms of decarbonization, it is almost imperative today that we look at DRI modules, which could be, I believe today the norm is 2 million tons. So I would like to know from you, what is it that gives Jindal Steel an advantage vis-a-vis the traditional BF players in addition, as far as decarbonization is concerned?
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, first of all, I would like to say, if we have to be Swadeshi or self-reliable to our own raw material, then we must not go into finding the best raw material, whatever available, that we must start using it. And we should have our own technology in India. We should not be asking for China or any Europe for technology. Then only we can make this Swadeshi thing into use. First of all, coal-based DRI. Coal-based DRI, it gives us a confidence when we started using low-grade iron ore, low-grade coal, and then it become habit of each and everyone, because steel making is very simple. It is not a complex process. It is simple and it is a common sense. When we think it is engineering, then it make complex. When it is simple, then everyone should make it. And no one can make like 100 million ton in 5 years. 3-4 industry cannot make it. So secondary market is to be required. They should grow along with us. For this, and after that, there is a lot of emission is there in the coal-based DRI. We must work out how we can reduce emission from coal-based DRI. What technology we can use to reduce the carbon emissions from the areas, and then how we can make smaller unit of gasification. We are having experience now to run gasifier and DRI plant very well, and this technology is well established, but this is very costly technology. You need to invest 5,000 crore rupees to produce 2 million ton DRI for gasification, oxygen plant, power plant. So our next target should be how we can make smaller module, 500,000 ton DRI plant along with small gasifier. So those kind of things now we are also working on this in Jindal. And for other bigger plants like BF route, I suggest how we can use coke oven gas in reduction processes. Coke oven gas, BF gas, all gases should be used for reduction. not for heating. Heating is simple and cheaper process. Any other fuel can be used, but coke oven gas is very good gas, and we have good experience. I am thankful to Honorable Chairman and Sharma Sahab. They forced us to use coke oven gas in DRI plant. First time, I think we are the first people, those who used coke oven gas in DRI making. So now there is lot of potential to use these gases for making DRI. So in future, very soon we will be going for a lot of innovation in the company, how we can make DRI without using syngas. So this is our next step for use. Coke oven gas is self-sufficient gas that can produce DRI. So that's why the next generation in bigger plant where we have coke oven gas, we should put DRI plant along with coke oven units. And this DRI can be used in electric arc furnace, and no one can purchase scrap. Scrap is very costly and we cannot import. Only DRI, as Sharma Sahab told in the morning, DRI is only substitute for country. If we have to grow, we must grow in DRI. That is my idea. And this technology of gasification is not very difficult technology. People are afraid of putting up. It is initially it was difficult. Now people are habitual of running it. We must go and we must see the plant Jindal is running very well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Damodarji. In fact, Sharma Sahab has always been insisting that, okay, there was one point of time a teething problem, but right now, syngas is only to ensure that the process of hydrogen generation is simpler.
Hydrogen, lot of people are talking about how hydrogen injection in DRI. Already we are using 75%. 56% is from syngas and more than equivalent to 20% we are using through coke oven gas. So this process of hydrogen making may take lot of time, may come because economics is also important. We are here to make money. Steel making is also required. They should produce some money along with the steel making. So hydrogen will come in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years with the lot of efforts is required. But this coke oven gas and syngas is very cheap because coal is available now. We can produce syngas very cheap and coke oven gas is available. So DRI making is very effective, and pellet making. For this, good pellet is required only. That is the condition for DRI making.
Just to add the advantage of coal gasification, the energy cost per ton is less than 4,000 rupees. So this is the most important, I would say, or the key point, and it supports the coal gasification. The 200,000 tons of 200,000 tons per year of DRI plant, I first saw in Bolivia, and this was done by HYL.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was done way back in, I think, 1970, 72. Then I saw in Malaysia 500,000 tons, again by HYL. Then 200,000 tons, generally, they brought a plant in Emirat, not Emirat Steel, but next to Emirat Steel. And that is also working very well. So I think the future is 200,000 tons of mini DRI plants based on coal gas. We have 350 to 400 billion ton of coal buried under the ground for the last millions of years. We are saying that we will stop coal. So stopping coal means by 2070, suppose we make coal zero. So that means at least 250 billion ton coal will still be left unused in India. I think the Indian steel industry, power industry, they must take maximum benefit of utilizing coal. And this is the reason now Government of India has allowed lot many new power plants, the steam-based, coal-based power plants or the thermal power plants. I think 20,000 megawatt is going to be added in next 3 years' time in India. Because today, Coal India is producing about 1.3, 1.4 billion ton coal. Put together the private miners, another 6.6 million, so total 1.8 to 2 billion ton. We still import about 180 to 200 million ton coal. So our consumption is say about 2.2 billion per year, highest coal. And we have 400 billion ton buried under the ground. So we have coal at the current rate, we have coal at least for 180 to 200 years. But this will not be used after 2070 as per the Paris Protocol. So I think my suggestion, I am for coal. My suggestion is that people, they should earn money, wealth for the nation, making a right use of coal. Now Government of India has come coal to liquid.
Yeah.
So a plant is coming in Nagpur, coal to liquid, WCL is supporting it. So coal to liquid is a very fantastic technology we have seen in many countries in the world, also in China and Sasol in South Africa. China is making coal to the last value chain of carbon, that is in China, so that they are replacing the complete petroleum products. They are making olefins out of coal. And if you see the China today, they make about 70 million ton of hydrogen, and out of that 40 million ton is through coal. Two plants in the Japanese companies have put up the two plants in Australia, converting coal into hydrogen, and they are transporting hydrogen. They are not transporting ammonia, liquid ammonia. They are transporting hydrogen. So up till now, transporting hydrogen was very difficult through the vessels, but now it is possible. The Japanese has shown that yes, we can do it. So there are a lot of advantages of using coal at least till 2070. So we have 44 years more, and in this 44 years, I think there'll be 2 generations of engineers will pass away. Pass away means doesn't mean they will die, but their working life of an engineer is about 20, 25 years, 30 years. So 2 generations will witness that the coal should be used. And we must use the coal. This is what I tell, but we must use it judiciously. We should not just burn the coal. We should use as Mr. Damodar Mittal is telling, don't burn it. Don't use it for heating purpose. Use the chemical value of the coal. See that how much hydrogen we can produce out of it, and how much other products we can make out of it. We can make out of it. Just for the knowledge of everybody, the time is passing very fast, but we have 3 sources of energy today in Angul. We have syngas, that is through coal. Then we are just connected with the government grid, that is pipeline for natural gas, and we have coal. So you'll be surprised that the natural gas is coming in the company at $18 per MMBTU, and the coal syngas is at $5.5 per MMBTU. Imagine the difference. $5.5 per MMBTU to 3 times costlier, $18 per MMBTU. So no company can produce DRI today in India at $18 per MMBTU, or even hydrogen at say 300 to 400 rupees per kilo. It is very difficult. So we have to bring it down, and the best way is earn money, as the Government of India is supplying 850 to 900 rakes every day to the power plants in country. And this is likely to increase about 1200 rakes per day. And this is the reason we are seeing that the power is there 24/7 in many of the cities in country. So the 900 rakes now, 1200 rakes maybe next 2 to 3 years. A big job is being done by government. And similar, a big job was done by them during the COVID. When we all were sitting in the homes, there were no power cuts.
So I think coal is the life, and we must utilize the coal in a right manner through the coal gasification or converting coal into ammonia, converting coal into fertilizers, or coal into diesel, coal into petrol, coal into the last value chain of like China is doing olefins. So this is what I feel. I'm supporter of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarma Saab. Well, this afternoon, 4 o'clock, the managing director of Bharat Coal Gasification, which is a joint venture between Coal India and BHEL, BHEL. BHEL and Coal India has formed a joint venture. The managing director of that company will be here with us at 4 o'clock to discuss more on the coal gasification. So right now, I would request Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, whom I know for quite some time since he was in JSW. And right now he is with Jaswal Nico. So he is the Associate Director and Chief Marketing Officer of Jaswal Nico. He will talk about long products in particular, long products for auto, defense, oil and gas application, and watch what future of alloy steel and long products hold for us. Sir, over to you.
So thank you, Nirmala ji, for inviting me in this conference. It's nice for you so that I am here. I also thank you that I can meet Mr. V.R. Sharma because of you, a veteran of the steel industry. Though I worked with him for a small time, and at that time also he used to talk about syngas and coal gasification. It was 16 years back. So yes, it has taken a big shape today. So things have changed dramatically. So the thing is, I'll just another point which you added on Bharat Steel, which is coming up in April. As a company, yes, we are also participating there from the alloy steel side. So we'll be there in that Bharat Mandapam as a player. So definitely things are changing at alloy steel side also. Similarly, if we talk of Ministry of Steel, they are also now taken up the cognizance that yes, alloy steel industry is quite important in India and it is a significant industry. And now the data is being collected based on what are the production and sales of alloy steel. So that also you will be seeing a shape in the next few months through JPC. So as you mentioned, today alloy steel is a part of long products. And definitely there are many players. There are three big players who are through the blast furnace route. Basically, JSW is the biggest, 2.2 or 2.3 million tons. Tata Steel is 1.2 and Jaiswal Nico is 1 million tons. There's a total capacity of almost today 8.5 million tons, which is getting used to in the form of the rolled product. So the finished rolled product, which is getting utilized today, is almost 7.5 million tons in case of alloy steel. And balance 1 million ton plus is the cost, which is coming up from the two big jindals, definitely, which goes to the seamless. I think Mr. Jajodia is not there, so he was talking of something. So there's a product which is available today in India. So when we talk of the auto sector, so basically as a alloy steel producer, we are supplying to auto sector. We are supplying for the defense applications today. We are supplying to oil and gas today, and very nascent stage in the aerospace. Okay. So there are a lot of development which has taken place. Today, all the alloy steel producers are running full. They are expanding, and it is expanding in a big way. So it is being supported by two factors. One is the Indian auto industry, Indian defense industry, and the export which forgers are doing. That's not being, you can say, getting a prominence because of the big producers, and we talk of TMT, wire rod, or HR coil. But otherwise, it's a very big industry today. The companies like Bharat Forge does 70% exports, and it is to EU and US. GNA, it again does 70% exports. So today, Forges has gone in a very big way, and the demand in India is also strong. Everyone is running full. So I see a very bright future for the alloy steel space in the Indian context, whether it is for the domestic or the export purposes. We are seized of the matter of the carbon footprint because that definitely impacts the exports to EU. But yes, we are taking care of that. That's also a one. As far as defense is concerned, again, the usage is not for the domestic because the laws or the, you can say, Bible, which has been made by the Ministry of Defense, allows only the production of steel mostly through the ingot route, not from the concast route. Whereas in rest of the world, it can go through the concast route, okay, for the same applications. And today, again, many forgers has come up with the applications and they are producing the components and it is getting exported. Some of the components, definitely some of the companies, L&T, Bharat Forge has gone for the Indian defense industry as well, which is getting raw materials through alloy steel producers and it is getting into that space. So I see a very big, you can say, very bright future for the alloy steel industry in Indian context in the times to come.
Thank you. Since we are moving ahead with without the second panel discussion, so I have only one request, Mr. Vikas Katlag, Managing Director, Refractechnic India, to address us. Mr. Katlag, are you here? Mr. Katlag, please come and take the dais because the refractory industry, as I already mentioned, you know, is the mother of the steel industry, and you know, you are also, you know, fortunately, I got an invitation from you to visit your workshop in 2 months in April, where you are having the customer meet.
Yes.
So
yes.
I had, you know, I was fortunate enough to get your invitation for the customer meet at your workshop. So,
No problem, sir.
yeah. So let me be very candid about your last managing director also, who was very cordial, and I had an excellent rapport with Mr. Uday Shankar also, and who's a very fine gentleman. And I visited your workshop during the inauguration also. And I would also like to know from you that product range of India, and how global are you in with respect to your business in Germany and elsewhere?
Okay, I think I'll quickly touch upon on this, but our topic was on challenges and prospects. So there I would definitely like to make a comment. I would like to take this opportunity because a lot of steel fraternity is there, a lot of veterans are there. So it's really honor for me to share a dais with all of you. Thank you so much for this. So, okay, Refractechnic, I'll just take a couple of minutes quickly to say about Refractechnic. So Refractechnic is a German family-owned business, about 750 million euros globally, divided into two business verticals, one business vertical focusing on steel, one business vertical focusing on cement industry. And in India, we are about 3 years, 2.5 years old now. So in India, we were present from 2007 onward, but by trading route, we were getting the materials from our China and European plants and trading them.
2020, the concept of putting up, in 2020, we were all talking about, 80,000 metric tons or 80,000 metric tons of a shortage on capacity. And between 2020 to 2025, we ended up into, whole industries ended up into a kind of a excess capacity. So refractory technique was also one of them, one of the contributors. So we created our facility in 2023. The inauguration was done November 2023. The Indian facility now is, in terms of capacity, we make MAC carbon ring, ASC, AMC, and regular ones. About 30,000 metric tons a year is the installed capacity. Monolithics, about 10,000 metric tons of a capacity. And currently, in about 2.5 years, we are about 65% of the capacity level utilization. So this was quickly about, refra technique globally as well as refra technique India. So now, in the interest of a time, we cannot keep everybody hanging. So the topic of our panel discussion was the challenges, prospect and challenges. And then since morning, we have a lot of dignitaries, a lot of veterans from the industry. And I'm about 1 year into this industry now. Before that, I spent a lot of time on automotive industry, white good industry. So out of my total 32 years, in steel refractories or in the steel industry, it's about 1 year now. So I would definitely like to share my observations of this 1 year, and probably kindly don't feel offended if I make some statements, but those are my observations, not meant for offending anybody. So if you see, to see the prospect as well as challenges, where to get into the models. When it comes to steel making, everybody, we cannot escape talking about China and India, number one, number two. And, a lot of synthesis on the figures, a lot of observations, a lot of projections, assumptions, all around the figures. 2030, we need to reach 300 million. Now we are at 160 million. So everything is happening in very meticulous manner, precise manner, little bit of up and down. Now, if you see a quick comparison, China and India. So China model is, export heavy, driven by volume, hence a lot of price competitiveness. But now the flip side is now they are all cornered with all the trade war. They are cornered with the cyclical pressure. They are cornered with the saturation on the Asian market. So there's a lot of pressure on them for pricing, for margins. So they need to recalibrate everything. So they are doing it. Now you come to the Indian side, we have biggest advantage that we are all doing a captive consumption. So whatever we are producing, we have a potential to really consume that all ourselves. So this is driven by, there are so many driving factors. We always talk about all those jargon words, infrastructure growth, automotive industry growth. So everything is known to us. So we have a biggest advantage, which is our own captive consumption versus China's export heavy model. But where do we stand against our preparedness? Next 5 years, we want to double nearly from 150, 155 to 300 million. We're talking about doubling in 5 years. Are we really prepared for it? Even we match all the parameters what we talked since morning, we will be still dependent on the raw materials. Heavily again on the China, all the key raw materials. And whether it's a steel making, whether it's a refractory industries, if you take the raw materials to the value addition ratio, 70 to 75% raw materials, only 20 to 25% is a value addition. All my observation for the last 1 year is we only talked about a 25% portion. What kind of route of manufacturing, DRI route, this route, that route. So more or less we talked only on, not today, but in general, our focus is only on the conversion, value addition. We never really, we are never working in a focused manner on the other route or other portion, which is raw material. That dependability, if you want to double up, only Amit sir has touched upon briefly during his brief that the raw materials which are locally available in the region available, excluding China, we need to invest a lot of time, energy, and R&D. The R&D and technology fraternity has a lot to do to really prepare a kind of a beneficiation processes. There could be a trade-off. The trade-off, when I say trade-off, the trade-off could be, the performance, could be a cycle time of production. You take an example from 1980s, I take an example of a steel ladle. From 1980s, one heat performance to today we are talking about 120, 130 hits as a, performance benchmark with reducing costs, reducing, all the technological parameters. So against this, where do we stand on our R&D parameter? Whenever we comes to R&D or technology, we only talk about, increasing our recycled raw materials, or including the recycled material more into recipes. We never talk about really utilizing whatever is available with us. So this is very important factor which is totally missing. And if we want to develop in next 5 years, if you don't reduce this dependability, it's going to be a big challenge. And for this industry, academia, all needs to be working together, because the second observation is I worked about 23 years into automotive, and over 20 years between 1985 to 2000, the complete ecosystem of OEMs is like, car makers, and the tier one, their direct supplier, tier two, their direct supplier, they have such a cohesive network and transparency, openness, understanding the challenges, and working together right from the step one. So that in our industry, in our fraternity is really missing. So what we have at the moment is more or less, don't feel bad, as at the beginning only I said, don't feel offended if I say we have more of a, in the whole supply chain or in a whole ecosystem, we have more opportunistic approach than the collaborative approach. So we need to have that collaborative approach to overcome all these challenges. The opportunistic approach will never work if you want to really address all whatever potential we have. And as I said, the comparison, 70-75% of raw materials and 20-25% of value addition. You save 10% on this value-added portion of 20-25%, you save 2.5%. So let's say 100 out of $100, you will save $25 or $2.5, sorry. And on the conversion cost, that's a limited saving. The time of amount energy we'll be spending on that, versus we'd also see if we do R&D and see that we have utilization all the material available within us in the region, excluding China, that 70-75, 10% saving on that 70-75% will be much more than what we'll gain from the other side. Of course, this doesn't mean that I am devaluating the other side of the portion, but it's equally important and more focus is definitely required. And the last but not least, it's a smaller thing, but going to be important in long run. Going by the nature of the industry with all the challenges, attracting the good talent, whether it's on a blue collar, whether it's on a white collar, you see in the entire industry, attracting the young talents towards this industry, also a big challenge. And there will be a saturation curve where we'll find that the new talent, it's already there now, that new talent is really afraid of entering into this. And with that, we'll at one point in time, we will also have a scarcity of these people, where then again it is a kind of a mindset shift. When all along 20-30 years you are working into a same industry, the fresh mindsets, fresh creativity will never come into industry. So that's another risk control we all need to thought of. It's a big risk, because if we are not able to attract the people, good talent, then we are demotivating them, and then at one point in time we will have a big scarcity and we will land up into big problems. So These are my, key observations. I thought I should share with all of you. Here, I'm sharing these dice with all the dignitaries as well as in the hall. We have all the experts from the industry. So I think on these kind of conferences, these kind of events, we also need to make focus efforts to get all the ecosystem. When I say ecosystem, steel makers, refractories, and the suppliers of raw material to the refractory maker. So at least 3 levels. Steel makers is a OEM, tier 1, direct suppliers, and tier 2. All needs to be getting together in a very collaborative way, not opportunistic way. Even today, we only talk about the cost, but we are not talking about, the benefits, what we want to do it for the long term. So this is very, very crucial for long-term sustenance. So that's why I'm coming to the very first statement. Though we have a lot of potential because we have a captive consumption, if we are not focusing on this tech-led collaborative approach and special focus on, raw materials beneficiation processes to suit our demands, to suit our requirements, maybe with little trade-offs, we will have challenges to reach to 300 million metric tons. Yeah, these are my observations, which I thought of sharing with all of you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kadlak. On a lighter vein, as you are bringing in issues when refractory industry is not paid by your the steel plants and so on and so forth, a big tremor was felt as at this auditorium. So I think gentlemen felt the tremor.
I'm not sure, but see,
There seems to be a earthquake happening in the city of Kolkata.
okay, one more thing on this note, just quickly, we have still 5 minutes. See, what happens is in a steel making process, the refractory is the heart of a process. And in today's world, refractory is still treated as a consumable. Consumable is fine. By nature, it is consumables. But by function, it is heart of the steel making. So practically, at one point in time, we definitely feel that, yeah, we are inferior and we don't get that, importance treatment. So
Sir, if I had my way, I would always treat it as a raw material. Basic concept is, of course, the ingredients of refractory industry doesn't go to steel making, but mere consumable is not the right term.
Right.
So it's much beyond that. Having said that, may I request Poshali to do the honors, and my son Ankit will hand over. Ankit, where are you? Ankit will hand over the mementos to the dignitaries on the dais. Ankit, please come up. Ankit, please go on the please go on the dais and.
Okay, so I'll request Mr. Ankit Mukherjee, Director of Content Strategy, Steel and Metallurgy, to please come on the dais and hand over the token of honor. Felicitation to all our respected dignitaries for the inaugural session. First of all, can we have a big round of applause for all our dignitaries for such a wonderful inaugural session and panel discussion? Well, starting with Mr. V.R. Sharma, sir. Sir has gone outside. Mr. Damodar Mittal, sir, whole-time director, Jindal Steel Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here.
Yeah.
Mr. Ashwini Kumar Lal, Chief Steel Exports, Tata Steel.
Yeah, please come.
A token of honor Uttorio. Can we have some loud applause, please? Memento. And of course, a flower bouquet. Thank you so much, sir. We are absolutely honored by your presence. To Mr. Navneet Singhil, MD, Yogiji DG Limited. So, can we have some louder applause, please?
On a lighter vein, Mr. Navneet Singh Gill's both sons have come all the way back from US to help him in the business. And I am so unfortunate. My son still lives in Munich, and he, supposedly wants to stay in Munich forever.
Big round of applause. Thank you so much. Mr. Amit Raj, Director Technical of Meccan Limited.
तो नवनीत जी, आपका दोनों बेटा आपका साथ तो दे दिया, मेरा बेटा अभी कब संभालेगा?
Uttorio. Token of honor, memento. And of course, flower bouquet. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Harsh Jadoria, Director, Chandi Steel Industries Limited. Big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm presence. Thank you. To Mr. Keshav Veriwala, Director, Sham Steel Industries.
No, he's not here.
Limited. Sir has gone out. To Mr.
Keshav ji is
Shahastru
not here.
Jarodia. To Mr. Shahastru Jarodia, Director, Jai Balaji Group. Big round of applause, everybody. Ankit, sir, presenting the Uttorio. Token of honor, memento, and of course, a flower bouquet. To Mr. Brajesh Nahar, Director and COO APL Apollo Building Products Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm presence. Can we have some applause, everybody, please? Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Damodar Mittal, if you could.
Yes, I request Mr. Damodar Mittal, sir, whole-time director, Jindal Steel Limited, sir, to please come on the dais and accept the token of honor and felicitation on behalf of the Asian Steel Summit and Expo 2026. Applauses, please, everybody.
We call V.R. Sharma. Mr. V.R. Sharma.
Mr. Sandeep Kumar Kaur, Executive Director, SAIL RDCIS. So, we are absolutely honored by your warm presence.
Sharma.
Applauses, everybody.
Sharma, लेके आना. Sir, you have to take the memento. V.R. Sharma, memento to the Sharma.
Thank you so much. To Mr. Kushal Agarwal, Managing Director, Sarvesh Refractories Private Limited.
Mr. Kushal Agarwal is not here, I suppose. He left his,
Right.
he left some time ago, yeah.
To Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Associate Director and Chief Marketing Officer, Chesfal Nico Industries Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm presence. Can we have some applause on this beautiful note?
Yeah, now Mr. V.R. Sharma, I would request you, Mr. V.R. Sharma to
Yes, we would like to take the honor to kindly request Mr. V.R. Sharma, sir, Vice Chairman, Jindal Steel Limited, and Advisory Board, Jindal Steel India, and Vulcan Steel, Oman, UAE, and States Republic. Can we have some warm applause? All of you, thank you so much, sir, for your warm presence. We are totally glad and honored by your presence. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Honorable Secretary General, AIIFA, Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association.
Kamalji.
Mr. Kamal Agarwal, sir. Big round of applause, all of you. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm presence. To Mr. Pankaj Malhan, sir, Executive Director, Angul Plant, Jindal Steel Limited. Thank you for the warm applause, sir. We are so glad by your warm presence. Thank you, sir. To Mr. Vikas Kadlag, Managing Director, Refratechnic India. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm presence. Can we have some applause, all of you? Thank you so much, Ankit, sir.
Yeah, Pradipta, please take the gentleman on the dais.
Yeah, we are pleased to announce that the exhibition at the third Asian Steel Summit and Expo 2026 is now officially open. So we would like to request all our dignitaries to please join the exhibition. This expo features leading companies showcasing advanced steel making technologies, refractory innovations, automation and AI solutions, energy efficient equipment, spares, consumables and maintenance solutions, sustainability and compliance services. This exhibition has been designed to complement the conference discussions by offering practical and implementable solutions. So once again, I request all our delegates to kindly proceed to the exhibition area now. And please take this moment to visit the stalls, interact with the exhibitors, explore new technologies, all of you, and network with the industry partners. So we'll request all of you to please proceed. And after this, we'll be reconvening in this hall in another 15 minutes. Kindly ensure to return to the conference hall in time.
Please,
In 10 minutes, we'll be coming back for the next technical session. And for the panelists who have not get the chance to have their tea, please go to, you may go to the hall number 4, where tea is waiting for you. But before that, a group photo. A group photo to make this moment special. I'll request all our panelists, dignitaries, Nirmalu sir, Ankit sir, to please join us for a group photo. And on this wonderful note, we end the inaugural session as well as the inaugural panel discussion. Right after this, I request all our delegate secretaries to please join the exhibition arena and interact with all our exhibitors. And we'll be back in the coming 10 minutes. Also, at hall number 4, there is special tea for all delegates who did not get a chance to take their morning tea. So I request all of you to please be back in the hall in another 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you.
Yeah. Sama-sama gaji. Sama-sama gaji dia. ना ना बोल चुके लंच हो गया ओके ओके श्योर सर दवा निकल हाँ हाँ वो कहना चाहोगे ना तो पूरा दिल्ली जाएगा सबसे गाड़ी यही गाड़ी ले ला है गाड़ी है गाड़ी सब रेडी नहीं गाड़ी तो चला है ऊपर रहेगा अच्छा चेक करना चाहिए तो अंकित है
Check. Hello.
I'm in the dais only. बस मेरे सामने ही खड़े हैं. He's standing in front of me. हाँ.
School of Mines, Director School of Mines,
Doctor Organization?
Dr. Organization.
নতুন পেন ডাইরেক্টর স্কুল অফ মাইন্স কাজী নজরুল ইউনিভার্সিটি ঠিক আছে আমি ডেকে নিচ্ছি এখানে নেই বাইরে আছে স্যার ডাকছে মাঝে মাঝে হচ্ছে We'll be starting our technical session 1. I request all of you who are outside the banquet hall to please come inside. Technical session 1. As a session chairperson, I would like to invite Dr. Orgo Mujumdar sir, Director, School of Mines, Kazi Nazrul University. Sir, please come and start the session. Once again, a request to all of you who are outside the banquet hall to please come inside. ঠিক আছে হুম হুম বুঝতে পারছিস না রে
built for strength, style, and sustainability. Built with aluminum zinc coated steel and the special
So we'll be starting our technical session 1. I request all of you to kindly settle down. And if I'm audible, who are outside the banquet hall, please come inside. All our delegate secretaries, please take down the seats. Requesting all of you to kindly settle down. And our session chairperson is Dr. Orgo Mojumdar, sir, who will be conducting the entire session. Sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would request Rajiv Moitro, partner Deloitte, to come on the stage, please. He's already there. Thank you. The next is Sumit Jhunjhunwala, Vice President, Sector Head, ICRA Limited. Amit Bishnoi, Director, Reput AI. Is he here? Amit Bishnoi. Okay. J. Harshavardhan Reddy, General Manager, Design and Engineering, Godavari Ishpat and Power Limited. Hello. Next is Harsh Chaudhary, CEO, Centra. Hello. Sugato Rai, Vice President, Mackail Ishpat and Forging Limited. Is he here? Last but not the least, Diptendu Bhattacharya. Yes, please. Okay. Rajiv, already. Hello. Okay. Mr. Amit Bishnoi, Director, Reput AI. Is he here? You are first. You are not. I know. Okay, shall we start the program? I think people are really busy outside having tea and talking with the sponsors and we in between themselves. So the topic of technical sessions 1 is analysts' outlook of Asian steel industry with special reference to India and decarbonization. The first speaker who was supposed to be here is Satish Pandey. I think he is not there today. So we'll go to the next speaker, who is Rajiv Moitra, partner Deloitte, and his topic is cost of steelmaking in India versus other goals. Rajiv Moitra, please. Just before start, I will request all the speakers to note that you are given only 8 minutes to speak. Because it is already 2 o'clock, we have to complete by 3:15. So I request all of the speakers to stick to the time, which is 8 minutes.
Audio. Is it showing? Yeah. A very good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for this opportunity. Again, I think steel and metallurgy have been involved over the last 15 years, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to present. So I think dignitaries on the dais, honorable chairman of this session, I have delegates here. Thank you, and I'm of course this session is between lunch, so we'll make it short. So this is very interesting study we have done recently, where we looked at the competitiveness of steel producers in India versus leading producers in other geographies. So this was a proper study, and we are of course on the verge of completion of this study in terms of getting more insights from stakeholders. But probably I would like to present what we have gathered in the process, and and what are the kind of highlights. So of course, this is everybody is knowing this. This is data in CY24, not the CY25 data. And clearly, I think when you look at CY24, Chinese versus others, if you see China produced almost 1 billion tons of steel in CY24, India produced almost 149. And if you look at the blast furnace, BABF versus EF, IF, etc., so clearly 90% of Chinese production is through almost 90% is through the blast furnace. If you look at India, the ratio is around 41, and Italy is around 11, US is around 28%. It is basically based on the availability of raw materials. Like for some of the countries, like in US, there's a large domestic scrap availability and the low electricity costs that actually drives them to have more recycling and more in EAF-based steel making using scrap. Whereas some of the other countries like China, it is dependent on they have abundant iron ore supply, and thereby the blast furnace is a predominant route for them. So, and the electricity cost is also important element in this scheme of things. Then what we looked at is, this is again a slide which talks about what are the major steel producing companies across geography. So if I look at India, we have the JSW, Tata Steel and SAIL. If you look at China, you have the three giants, Bao Steel, An Steel, and Hay Steel. And then similarly in Japan also, we have Nippon, JFE, Tokyo Steel. So we looked at all the capacities and how they are operating today. But when I think this is an interesting one, that this is, of course, this is the output of a lot of hard work, a lot of analysis that we had done. And honestly, this kind of charts are not available readily online and anywhere else, because this is something that was done from scratch. And we looked at Chinese geographies which produce steel. We looked at in the terms of their raw material input cost. We looked at the logistics cost, and thereby we built this cost curve. So when we look at in terms of a cost curve of crude steel production, the Chinese cost of crude steel production is to the tune of $370 to $430 per ton. But if I look at the Indian producers, the cost is around 400 to 480. So there's some bit of cost disadvantage compared to others. Russia is of course around 410 to 440. So we had looked at the global cost curves, and of course this is a summary slide. There were cost curves built up to get these numbers in terms of the raw material, we looked at conversion costs, we looked at logistics and so on. And very interestingly, Japan, Italy and Germany, these are the highest in terms of structurally higher cost producers compared to the top three geographies. Even South Korea is on a higher side compared to India, Russia and China. So we looked at, again, I think this was the interesting one. We looked at what are the differential, why is Chinese so efficient compared to Indian? So India, I think the primary thing, if you look at iron bearing minerals, India has an advantage. We are lower cost compared to, I would say, China, because we have higher availability. So if you look at the 365 to 530, the BF route versus 440 to 490, the blended is there. So Chinese, they are, if you look at China, their cost of iron bearing materials is much higher. It's almost 40%. For us, it's 31%. Where probably we are on a higher cost structure is on the coking coal and the coke cost. So, and also I think one of the things that was mentioned by one of the speakers, that the China has an overall refractory cost efficiency, which India doesn't have because of their own magnesite and some of the raw materials they have. They are able to produce they are having the primary raw material for refractories are available in China, and thereby lower refractory consumption. Because typically, if you look at the thumb rule that of refractory consumption, it is around 10 to 12 kg per ton of crude steel. I think that's the number that ton of steel. That's the number that people talk about. China has an efficiency in that. China also uses hot metal to the tune of 45 to 50%. India uses pig iron. Then the hot metal costs are lower because they are directly used. The other element is very important is China has lower power consumption cost. The power consumption cost and the consumption is lower because they are using more hot metal in the EAF operations compared to India, which uses a blend of pig iron. There's a reheating and melting and all those things happen. So this is very important. This is what we found out. And then we look at the raw material cost. So we looked at China, we looked at India, we looked at Russia, South Korea. Clearly, if you look at the two countries, China and India, we are much better off. But China is better. India, we are better off from a center cost point of view. We are actually lower than China. But when you look at a coke, we're significantly higher, with almost 20-30% higher than China. Scrap, so we are probably one of the highest scrap cost countries in the world. We are almost $367 to $400 per ton of scrap versus China, which is around 390 to 359. So also I think if you look at the pellet cost, what Chinese does, they blend and thereby they're making the cost lower. If you look at the other end, if you look at US, the scrap cost is to the tune of $313, which is much, much lower than what we have. So going forward, moving to a scrap-based steel production, our cost structure is going to be, is not, I would say, not helping us to kind of meet there. This is what also looked at in terms of how the CO2 emissions intensity. So typically, if I look at India, the CO2 emissions average blended is around 2.54. China is around 2. US is around 0.81. And if I break it up into blast furnace BF operations versus EF, of course, India is, higher side in terms of some of the other aspects. Then we also looked at employee and manpower productivity. So if you look at ton of crude steel produced per manpower, if you look at India, is like around 249 tons and so on and so forth. Our wage rate is also competitive. And of course, from a manpower, I think one of the things that we found out is in India we are much lower than global is the employee productivity, which is like less than half of that. So I think some of the things that came about in our study is, of course, we build entire cost structure for India and global, and how do we fare on the raw material, logistics, etc. I think logistics is one big area we found out that where there are inefficiencies in the Indian context. So how do we have more slurry pipelines? How do we have more waterways? How do we have infrastructure for steel and so on and so forth? That's important. The tax rates, the statutory levies on iron ore is significantly higher than global peer. That's one area. The third area is, of course, coke. I think coke is a major cost driver for Indian steel industry. If the coke cost is lowered, we can be more efficient than Chinese, from a production point of view. Then we looked at scrap. What are the things that we need to do on scrap, especially the GST on steel scrap, to reduce it, recycling norms, capital subsidies on recycling equipment, labor and utilities in terms of workforce training, the productivity improvement, and so on. And last is, of course, in looking at how do we use more renewables in the over scheme of things? How do we have more fuel diversification? I think these are some of the things we found out. This is part of a large study. I just presented some glimpse of it, but this is very interesting insights, and we are going to finalize for the industry very soon. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Rajiv. Next speaker is Sumit Jhunjhunwala. Is he present? Okay. His topic is decarbonizing Indian steel sector. Green steel remains a long-term aspiration. He is Vice President and Sector Head, ICRA Limited. Sir, please stick to the time. Rajiv Maitra has to leave. He is having some other jobs to do. So I think can we give him a big round of applause and can we felicitate him in the before he leaves? Pradipta, if you are there. Pradipta? I think 1 minute. Let him come back. Okay, please start. Please start.
May I start?
Please start.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak at the conference today. Myself is Sumit Jhunjhunwala, and basically I am the sector head and vice president at ICRA. So we would like to discuss a very important topic here, the future of green steel in India, and what are the cost competitiveness as well as implications going forward. So green steel once considered to be an abstract concept is now becoming a business imperative. So in India, as well as across the globe, be it India, as well as, in fact, all the customers, be it regulators, as well as the consumer, everyone is saying, in fact, they are almost everyone has in their mind how we will provide the steel without polluting the environment. And that is the future. So let's start the presentation. It will be like we will touch upon the carbon intensity market. We will discuss the policy actions which have been taken by the government, including green steel taxonomy, and we will also discuss the green steel trajectory. How do we feel that demand is going to happen? And then there's a very important thing, what are the different levers, both medium term and long term, where the industry has planned to reduce their carbon emissions and the cost involved in that. So steel is the most carbon intensive sector, contributing almost 7% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. And in terms of region wise, if we consider India and China, they are the largest polluting, in fact, because of the high usage of coal, while other side of the US, which is low, in a global average is coming around 1.9. So as the world is moving more towards net zero commitment, so this carbon making way of making steel that need to be reduced. And that can basically, otherwise there could be challenges in the form of maybe carbon taxes, it could be trade barriers that can come up. So basically it's not now no longer optional to maintain the cost competitiveness going forward. It is very, very important to reduce the carbon emissions. So these are in fact, in terms of overall approach wise, as we all know, BF, BOS, which is the most primary producer follows. So that their carbon emission, unfortunately, is very high, 2.5 ton. DRI, IF is even, in fact, the overall carbon emissions, that would be even higher. Now, when we talked about the overall production dynamics in India, so BF, BOF, because large capacities are there of the primary producer, where roughly 45% is we find in the total production route wise that is currently there. Now, this is going to increase to almost 51% when we're saying so by 2031. And why we are saying that? Because a lot of capacity which are coming, in fact, already committed and announced by this producer, that is almost on the BF, BF route primarily. So basically the route is going to be there. So overall within that route, what are the operational efficiency can we bring in to reduce the carbon emission? That would be very important to understand here. So we'll just touch upon scope 1 comprise a major portion of the carbon emission because of the high carbon burning of coal. And they basically, to reduce that, definitely carbon reducing, there are different ways. It could be efficiency improvement could be like higher usage of scrap, maybe high grade of input material. And most important would be the RE integration, renewable power, renewable energy integration, which industry is also harping on. That would be very important to understand. So while we know the problem, that is green steel, basically the carbon emission is high, as well as we are locked in coal-based technology. So what government is doing all about this? So to introduce change, basically government also introduced the green steel taxonomy. So that taxonomy also is a very important milestone, I will say, because that will help in advancing the national mission on green steel. So if we go by the definitions, roughly the different grading which has happened, maybe 1.6 to on the lower side, on the maybe the minimum threshold is 2.2. So that is the basically range which they have defined on for basically third, fourth, and fifth grade of a 5-star grading of green steel. Now, how we are placed in terms of India, basically a large player, we try to see the data, and roughly 2.5 ton is the average emission which is coming, which is significantly high. Global standard or under BOF is also 1.9. So yeah, a lot of work need to be do to reduce these carbon emissions and to advance the green steel emission. So yeah, we have discussed while there is a government push as well as there is an imperative to change also, but who will buy this green steel? So when we said about the green steel, basically in long term, definitely we feel that green steel demand would be very, very significant. But in the near term, we feel that at least because of the costs involved, green steel premium would be very high. So definitely there may not be very large buyer. So that is the reason we say that when we talked about the end of this decade, roughly only maybe penetration, that is total demand met through green steel, that would be lower, maybe 2% kind of a demand. And maybe end of coming one decade, maybe 2035, if we talk about roughly 6%, maybe 15 million ton, which we expect can be through green steel route. So here also government initiative can come in, do the heavy lifting because, and then the private participation can come in. Now the things in the future which look very different because what will happen as the technology become mature and cost also become effective. So definitely this green steel demand is going to also pick up significantly, exponential kind of a thing we can expect by 2050. Definitely almost 40%, 150 million ton is the expectation that can come through the green steel route. So yeah, how the technology pan out, that also a very important question to discuss here. So there are different levers which can come in very handy. Government infrastructure, maybe in terms of how the export competitiveness, ESG commitments of corporate, that is very important to understand. We will go through in different slides. So these are the different government infrastructure project-wise. If we talk about roughly in India currently almost 25%, roughly 40%, sorry, 40 million ton is being consumed in various government infrastructure projects, and that will continue to be there given the government focus on infrastructure. Now we try to run the sensitivity if this infrastructure government steel or project also if the adoption start happening. So what would be the expenditure infrastructure spending? What would be the impact on the that? And we try to see at the lower level of adoption, maybe 20-30%, the infrastructure budget may not increase significantly. But as we go to the higher level of adoption, definitely the impact on the budget would be maybe in the range of 5 to 6%. That would be high. So maybe near term, definitely high level of adoption is not expected. But in the long run, as the technology, as we are discussing earlier, also as the technology and cost become effective, definitely this high level of adoption can be expected. Now, these are the different ESG commitment also of different, be it infrastructure, capital goods, automobile. So basically, a lot of company, apart from scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emission is very important to understand because for this company, steel as a raw material will come under overall value system, that is scope 3 emissions. And a lot of companies have come up their guidance on scope 3 reduction. So maybe 50 to 100% by 2040, 50, all kind of company has given their target. So there also the green steel demand definitely would be a very important trigger point in the overall scheme of things. CBAM, as we all know, that has come up, and as currently India, it has already started. So as in fact, currently we are already at a disadvantage of $60 kind of a number. And if you go back globally, in fact, if you see the free allowances in EU, that is going to reduce year after year. By 2034, the free allowances in Europe is also going to be zero. So that if India is not able to reduce their carbon emissions significantly, we feel that this gap can increase to almost to $160 kind of a negative impact. So from $60 currently to $160, that can be the number, which is very high. So to maintain the export competitiveness also, this green steel reduction, or sorry, this carbon emission reduction would be very, very important. So this is the carbon prices also EU, which we feel that is already there in the markets, almost with the this precursor to the CBAM implementation, carbon emission, the carbon prices in Europe, that is also picking up significantly. Now we have discussed just to touch upon very important thing, what are the different levers through which the industry can reduce their emissions. So we talked about roughly 2.5 ton. So these are the industry averages, 2.5 ton of primary production. Now every player, large player, they have given their pathway. So almost to reach two kind of a number, 2 ton of CO2 per ton of steel by 2030. So almost for 19% reduction industry is expecting. So we will discuss how the industry is expecting that reduction to happen, and maybe in the long term also, the technological shift would be very, very important to reach the net zero. Definitely that or deep decarbonization require a lot of technological shift. So just to brief on the medium term reduction plan, almost 19% reduction. The most important factor which can come in handy is the RE integration, renewable power adoption. So where when in the blend of basically the overall power requirement, as the industry start implementing this renewable power, definitely that has a potential to reach almost achieve 13% maybe in BF, DRI, EF, IF is even higher, roughly 22% rate of reduction. Currently, the level of adoption is not very high. We have seen that it's a very early stage. But as we see that a lot of almost 9 gigawatt kind of a capacity, which has already been announced, be it on the solar, wind, or maybe the battery storage kind of a project. So these projects definitely will come online, maybe 2 to 3 years down the line. That will be really, really helpful to reduce its carbon emission. And at the same time, cost way also, that would be bringing the cost effectiveness as well for the domestic steel companies. So definitely about battery storage, as we all know that steel, definitely the in power intermittency is a very important factor to understand. So definitely the power battery storage would also be the very important trigger. How the reduction in battery prices, that would be to improve the competitiveness of the standalone BES project as well. Again, the iron, high grade of basically material with input material, primary iron ore. So we all know that, in fact, low grade to medium grade iron ore requirement, almost major portion is being consumed in India. While India has a lot of iron ore beneficiation capacity utilization remain low. Maybe logistics challenges are the major of the factor are there for this lower usage of iron ore beneficiation capacity. So as industry is moving more towards a slurry pipeline kind of a project, so this material beneficiation capacity usage is, if that can be enhanced, definitely the carbon emission, because high grade of coal using, that means lower burning of coal, and that can help to reduce the emission. So that would also a very important lever to discuss going forward. There are different ways also, maybe to basically alternative fuel, maybe natural gas can be used in the blast furnace, maybe hydrogen also is one of the alternatives that can be used. All pilot projects are going on. How, and maybe the material circularity, scrap usage, how the industry use, that is a very, very important factor in the overall scheme of things. Now, just the last thing is a very important thing, while we understand medium thing, but what on the longer term phase, the technological shift, which we all are discussing, what can bring in that technological shift? So in that, green hydrogen based DRI facility is considered to a very important thing, which is coming up in the industry. Lot of pilot projects are going on across the globe. We try to see that definitely almost 70 million ton kind of a projects globally, which is going on currently. So across maybe Europe, maybe a Middle East kind of a country. So one common thing which we find is subsidiary rollout kind of, and maybe some basically support from the government is a very important thing which has come up in the global level. So that would be policy support, which we feel is again very important for this green hydrogen technological shift. That would be very important thing. Now, apart from subsidy, the levelized cost of steel, we try to compare between BF route as well as the green hydrogen-based DRI facility. So that break-even of green hydrogen, that is very important to understand. Currently, it is green hydrogen is greater than $3 kind of a number per kg. So that break-even of levelized cost of steel in both the technologies coming around 1.5, 1.6. So that is not expected maybe in the very near term, which we, maybe because that is a very aspirational number. But this, if any kind of a carbon prices can be introduced in India, So that can help this break-even analysis reach much faster. So we try to run the sensitivity considering almost $40 kind of a carbon prices. It can be reached to $2.2 per kg as well. So we have seen across in the EU roughly $100 per kg is already there in the carbon prices. So $40 kind of a number, if it is bring, so that this break-even can come faster. But definitely there are a lot of, because currently prices are very high for hydrogen. So, what are the different factors that can reduce the green hydrogen prices? Would be again the renewable energy, because a lot of energy is
Sumitji,
required.
I think
Yeah,
you have to
yeah,
stop.
but this is the last slide. This is the last slide, sir.
Thank you.
So renewable energy efficiency as well as the electrolyzer cost, that would be very important. So just to summarize, maybe in the interest of time, we'll just summarize our presentation that demand is going to be there. And maybe in the near term, demand may not pick up, but long-term demand would be there. Capacity addition currently is more tilted toward BF route. So basically efficiency within the overall process, that would be very important. Now, medium-term carbon emission target would be in the form of RE integration, higher basic grade material, that can be handy. Now, but on the longer term piece, which we feel that green hydrogen, CCUS and scrap-based EF, that is a long-term aspiration as of now. Pilot projects are going on. A lot of technological shift need to be there and the cost need to be come down to make this capacity or maybe technology effective in the future. That's all from our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumitji. Can we have big round of applause for him? So before going to the next speaker, Rajiv Maitra has to leave. So may I request Ram to come over here and we'll felicitate him.
Yes, sir is going to leave for some previous commitment. So we will take this moment. I'll request Argo sir to please do the honor of felicitating our speaker, Mr. Rajiv Moitro, partner Deloitte. Can we have some big round of applause? Thank you so much.
Hello. So the next speaker is Amit Bishnoi, Director, Reput.ai. Is he here? Yes, please. Okay. So his topic is from data to compliance, how AI is shaping compliance and resource optimization. Your time is 8 minutes, please. You have to stick to the time.
No,
Please.
I certainly understand that we are before
you.
lunch, and
Thank you. Yes.
I'll keep it short.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Crisp as well. Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for being here. We are representing Reput.ai here. Reput.ai stands for enhancing the reputation of the organization that we are working with. We're talking about AI. Now, everywhere, in fact, last week we had a great event in Delhi, and everybody spoke, showcased, witnessed about AI. So we are here bringing only source of truth with the help of AI. Let me just take you through that. What's the story that we are trying to knit with the help of AI here? How we are going to revolutionize the industry. Current scenario, thanks to the previous presenter, he actually set the right stage that there is a huge need of decarbonization planning, and of course, because we want to be taking the excitement of creating, taking it as an opportunity to become green in terms of our production, and of course competitive in the world market. So it's all driven, and our focus has been completely on the compliances, the regulations piece, that how can we utilize AI, and AI to do the heavy weight lifting, and rest is done, in a very, very short time. So that's why, be it CBAM, or we talk about CCTS preparation, or we have any of the reporting structure, everything can be achieved with the help of AI. We have multiple neck tightening regulations coming up. Now, how do we ensure that we make this seamlessly easy for the customers? That's where I'll take you all through. Just, setting the stage with regards to the problem that many of the steel giants in the industry we have seen been penalized for not being able to have completely so we're talking about close to about 1 million per year per company, and we're talking about steel manufacturers have very less visibility with regards to the entire upstream supply chain, and that's where we come into the picture. We do create a complete digital twin of the entire supply chain and ensure that tier 1 to tier n comes on board, and then from there, once we have the data which is collected by our AI-enabled patented tool, completely ensuring that the easiness of data and how do we make further utilization of the data in many certain ways. So that is where we come, where we say that data collection is done and the unstructured data, how can it be structured and can be used for multiple possibilities to start with, be it GHG inventory, scope 1, 2, and 3. We talk about CCTS preparation and CBAM optimization. We have very easy and absolutely easy navigation for CBAM possibilities. We have once we have collected, the most important piece is, when most of the companies are talking about uh, showcasing scope 1, 2, and 3, and then proving that we are, setting the targets and then we are trying to achieve the targets. We, in fact, take that extra mile with all our customers and take this opportunity to set the targets with them for a year, 5 years, and the long term as well. And that we do it with our SBTI-based decarbonization reduction planning. And that's the most important piece where AI comes into the picture, where we say that AI will not only is going to give you a predictive analysis for a year, but it can give you that how exactly quarter on quarter I can set my multiple plants across the geography, setting up benchmark for entire KPIs that I want to do in order to reduce my emission. I need to actually trace it, track it, and then verify it. So everything is very much possible within our platform. And finally, once the entire decarbonization is done, then we're talking about one-click engine that is for entire reporting structure framework that we are talking about, right? So we I spoke about the data collection with the help of that. So let me say that what all we can achieve with that. Uh, Data collection happens through a patented technology. Now from there, of course, the scope 1, 2, and 3 becomes extremely easy. Scope 3, especially, which most of the industry and most of the companies are struggling, it becomes extremely easy with Repute.ai. I'm talking about, if I have to give you an example, a company of a large size can finish carbon accounting scope 3 in the matter of 7 days' time with the help of AI-enabled data collection tool. From there, we have, with the same, if we continue the journey, we have PCF, we have CCTS readiness, we have the entire, if you all see the lower layer of the circle, we talk about one-click reporting engine, any reporting, be it BRSR, CSRD, EURD, CBAM, everything is just a one click away. And finally, making future-ready factories, audit-ready factories, using the cusp of blockchain and AI so that we can anytime set the example or even be able to set proofs and evidences around an entire supply chain, be it tier 4 or be it tier 5. We can do that. This is the technology. I have been talking about AI principles. Let me just give you a little bit about blockchain, that why blockchain is required. It's basically ensuring that the entire data that has been collected, it not only safely and securely kept and utilized, but at the same time, cannot be edited, so that there is a huge level of trust being created for the entire industry, for India as a country, that we are absolutely target based and we are reaching our target. And any point in time, any bodies across the globe wants the proof, we can definitely achieve that. Creating the digital twin, I have already spoke about that. Magic Scan is something that I want to, double click on. That is about collecting the data in multiple formats, be it seamless ERP integrations. Secondly, making any format, any Excels, any PDFs, utilizing that. All the customers need to do is just dump it, and our AI systems does the rest of the job. Finally, also ensuring the last piece of it, that even if we go to the tier nth, let us say, the last tier of the industry, if they don't have Excels or anything like that, we have created a technology which basically helps them to achieve the handwritten documents also, which can be uploaded, and the rest will be taken care by the systems. Which brings me to a metric to get your attention, that we have definitely significantly reduced the time that required to do any kind of compliances or regulations for any of our companies or any of our customers. We also have been able to lower the operational expenses absolutely, and will be more than happy to showcase, you know, the free demo, or as well, we have our partners along with us, Matex, Amit sir and team is here, and we would be more than happy to give you a demo of that how we are able to reduce the 70% of the audit time and the expenses which is required to do this. Finally, ensuring that the customer trust increases, and we have more than 20 customers who have already been, talking about is that more than 50 to 65% of their entire trust or confidence level towards their customers have increased drastically. With this, I say that I have definitely saved the time for rest of my fellow members here. I end the presentation with that, if not us, who, and if not now, when. So let's join hands together and definitely achieve, as even in the morning, a wonderful speech by Mr. Sharma that, spoke and got my completely attention, that how India's steel industry is contributing close to about 7 to 8%. But at the same time, if we are not, as an industry, getting ready for future, not able to trace, track, and be ready to verify, right? I think this is the right wake-up call, where AI needs to do the heavy lifting, and we all should come together, give the trust to the technology, and do what we are best at, that is the production, and the rest of the things, whatever is required with regards to monitoring, with regards to proving, with regards to making sure that one technology, AI, how when it is able to impact in other industry, why can't it impact our steel industry? So I'm very sure that we are going to give a very, very nice hand-holding to the entire budding and also the giants manufacturers here in the steel industry, and more than happy to have you at booth number C6 with our partners Matex. Thank you so much, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Amit ji. This is a perfect case of decarbonization through digitalization. So big round of applause for him. The next speaker is one of my friend J. Harshavardhan Reddy, General Manager, Design and Engineering, Godavari Ispat and Power Limited. And his topic is emerging market of monopoles in Indian subcontinent. Amit, you want to leave? You want to leave?
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Harshavardhan Reddy.
No problem.
I'm head
Just
of the design.
1 minute, 1 minute, sir. I'm sorry. I'm extremely sorry. Amit ji has to leave. So we'll finish this team and then you can start.
So, very good afternoon to all. Myself, Harshodhan Reddy. I'm heading the design and engineering in Godavari Power Ispat Limited. So, today my topic is about the emerging market of monopoles in Indian subcontinent. So, before going to further topic, actually, I will explain about our company. So, Hira Group is a big industry which have the 15 companies under Hira Group. So one of the flagship company is the Godavari Power Ispat Limited, and the second unit of this is the RR Ispat. In Godavari, we are doing the integrated steel plant with captive powers, and it has been established in the Raipur and at 1999. And mainly in this Godavari, we are doing the manufacturing of iron ores, pellets, and all the things. And coming to the process flow of integrated manufacturing, we are the first Asia's integrated manufacturers where we have the iron ores to finishing products. So these are the product facilities and capacities which we have. The mining capacities and steel billets is the main capacities we have. And coming to the RR Ispat, where we will do the engineering activities from billets to finishing products. And we are the Asia's first integrated steel manufacturers, where we will use our own iron ore mining to delivering the fabricated HDR structures like towers and monopoles and all. Now, these are the product line range which we are dealing right now: transmission line towers, lighting structures, and we have the own structure strip mill also. And now we have introduced the monopoles. So these are the capacities, manufacturing capacities which we have in RR Ispat. And coming to this, we have the own structure strip mill, which is approved by Power Grid for all E250 and E350 grades, which we will produce from our own billets to angles, channels, and RSJ poles also. So coming to the topic, introduction of monopoles. So whenever you are going to design this transmission line towers and monopoles, especially, so we will take the surveys and the inputs by taking the methodologies of the designs, like a basic wind speed, reliability, and the type of poles, and the wind and weight span. So after that, we will do the sag and tension calculations, where the transmission line extensions and conductor ground clearance and a span and everything we will calculate as per IS 802. And coming to the loading calculations, we will do the loadings by taking the transfers vertical or longitudinals, by doing the loading cases like reliability, safeties, and even anti-gas casketing and dead end cases also, by considering this CBIP manuals. And coming to the electrical clearance, so to decide the transmission line towers and monopoles, we will check this electrical clearance and decide the height of the total pole and arm, and design analysis. Then we will using the PLS suits. For tower, we are using the PLS tower, and for pole, we are using the PLS pole software, where we will check the deflection and safety factors. And these are the conductors where we are using in transmission line and monopoles. For transmission line towers, we are using from 33 kV to 1200 kV. And for monopoles, we are doing the 33 kV to 400 kV. And coming to the transmission monopole USPs, mainly why the client should take the monopoles from RR Ispat is our main USP is the manufacturing technology, where we will manufacture the unique arm connections in a single connection, and heavy plate bending up to 30 mm we will bend in our CNC press brake, and design and engineering facilities we have in house, and we are doing monopoles from 33 kV to 400 kV. And these are the advantages of monopoles in place of the transmission line towers, where the ROW right-way issues will be there, and small foundations will be there. Maximum or single foundations we can do up to 2.5 instead of the back-to-back leg member instead of 7 meter, and cost effective and less time taking of project completion. And these are the foundation options which we are using for the monopoles for shallow foundation, embedded foundation, and Kaizen foundation. And we are working on the vibrator Kaizen foundation also, where we will use the steel shafts instead of RCC foundations, so that you can install the foundation within 5-10 minutes by using the steel foundation instead of RCC, by not to wait for the 28 days and using the reinforcement concrete and all. So these are the in-house 132 and the 400 kV which we have manufactured, and these are the CPRI Bangalore which we have tested there. And these are the manufacturing process which we are doing by taking the raw material. Here the raw material we are using the E450 grade. We call it as HSS material. And from there, the cutting and bending up to packing, these are the manufacturing process. And type of the finishing of the monopoles and the galvanizing, which we will do the after the manufacturing, the surface preparation and galvanizing and post treatment. And not only the galvanizing, we will use the zinc spray metallizing also if the dia of the monopole is getting more than 3 meter. And now coming to this last two slides, very important market of the monopoles. So nowadays the increasing of the urban civilization, which leads to increase the power usage. So in this actually the transmission monopoles is very important to transfer the power to the sectors. So you can see the monopole market sizes, which we have the almost 29,850 crores. And in this, the share of the monopoles is 9,419 crores. So now the conservative is increasing day by day. Instead of transmission, everyone is shifting to monopole due to the easy installation and all. These are the market potentials which we have, especially from power sector. We have the 72% of the requirement, and from energy greens, we have the 12% of capacities. So these are the surveys which we done based on the monopole capacities and the ranges. So thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Reddy Garu. The next speaker is Harsh Chaudhary, CEO Centra World, and his topic is how to win in the carbon tax era with CBAM and CCTS.
Can we have the slides up?
Excuse me. please be ready with the next slide, next presentation. This is okay. For the next presentation, you should be ready. Okay. Please start.
Thank you, thank you. You know, as they say, good things come to those who wait. Okay, so thank you again. Good afternoon. It's great to be back at the Asia Steel Summit. Nirmalya, thank you for again having me here. It's always a pleasure to be amidst this esteemed group of presenters. Can I use this to switch? Okay, while they're sorting out the slides, right? So I run a company called Centra World. We work exclusively in the area of decarbonization of the steel industry. That is the only thing that we do. We are a team of about 40 people located in Bangalore. Just keep it like, it's okay. Just I'll talk through most of it and I'll keep it short as well, right? So, you know, we specialize in everything related to carbon emissions reporting, sustainability reporting, and all of that. And we have a digital platform which does this. We also provide services into decarbonization roadmaps, etc., etc. Next. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Can you make it like smaller? Because don't do full screen, just keep it normal. So what we do over here is, you know, our digital platform does a whole lot of things. It connects with your ERP systems, extracts data from there. We do emissions reporting and GHG reporting for all the possible standards of World Steel Association, CCTS, CBAM, and everything related to it. And obviously, there's an auditor module in there as well, where our dear friends from, let's say, Bureau Veritas can come in and do all the verifications. This is all done in a very secure manner, so that, you know, all your data stays with you. We work with about close to 100 steel plants use our software, including SAIL. Sandeep sir, very nice to have you over here. We work with, our software is now installed at all of the eight plants of SAIL. We started our work at Durgapur, now it is extending to all the others. We integrate with their ERP systems, extract data from there and do all the calculations. Other notable players obviously include SAIL, JSPL, JSW, and a lot of clients in the Middle East as well. Many players from the secondary sector. Earlier, you had the folks from Jai Balaji Group over here, so they are a customer of ours, so is Electro Steel and many others, and ferroalloys players. As I said, we focus on the steel industry only. Now, the marketing pitch is done. Let me talk about what I was here to talk about, right, which is around CBAM. So I'm going to skip a few slides because I see everybody is getting a little hungry. So I'm just going to move a little faster. I hope that's okay. Okay, so this is an important slide, right? You hear of so many different regulations coming into the steel industry. There is you know, the CCTS and CBAM. So this lists down every regulation that a steel manufacturer in India needs to follow as far as sustainability reporting is concerned. The big ones that you will see over here is one is CCTS, which is the Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. I'll go into some detail about that. There is CBAM, which is the European tax regulation as well. There is the green steel taxonomy, which NIST has launched, which gives you a green steel rating. And there are many other ISO certifications. The important thing here is to know which one is applicable to you and only follow that. Don't waste your time with other things. I'll give you a very quick overview of CBAM as soon as this comes up. So as you may know, right, CBAM is a carbon tax which is imposed by EU on all the imports which are coming under the EU. The way it works is very simple. Anybody who's exporting into the EU, they have to pay a certain carbon tax. The carbon tax is paid by the EU importer side. So the importers are the ones who are actually liable to pay this tax. Nobody's going to come to an Indian entity and ask them for a carbon tax. It is the European entity which has to pay for this. The requirement on the Indian exporter side is, number one, you need to do your calculations, your GHG emissions reporting. Second, you need to get it verified. And second thing, the last one is submit all of this data either to your customer or to the EU portal. This timeline is very important because, you know, there's a lot of misinformation in the market that, you know, when is CBAM actually starting? CBAM was started in 2023. where your only obligation was to report your emissions. So that went on for about 2 years. 2026 onwards, this has gotten into the carbon tax system. So you will have to start paying a carbon tax on your emissions starting January 2026. The payment of this tax will only happen next year in FY 2027. So there's a lot of misconception that carbon tax only started in 2027. That is wrong. It starts in 2026, only the payments are due in 2027. There are about 749 CN codes which are actually included in CBAM. Steel and various steel products form the majority of it. Amongst the ferroalloys, there are only 3 types of ferroalloys which are included: ferromanganese, ferrochrome, and ferronickel. And if you want to understand whether your CN codes are under CBAM, just go to our website and you'll see it there. I'll skip some of these slides because they're fairly detailed, but you can talk to me later about these as well. Let me come to the most to an important part, which is the monetary impact of CBAM. So this is a quick simulation that we have done, right, to look at how carbon costs will actually evolve. In this example, as you can see, we've just taken an example of ferromanganese, but this is applicable across the others as well. So here, your total carbon tax, for example, for ferromanganese is ranging somewhere in the range of about 50 to 150 euros per ton of steel. This is probably applicable for most of steel production as well. So most Indian steel producers will face a carbon tax of somewhere in the range of 50 to 150 euros per ton of steel. There are numerous reporting and calculation standards. You need to fill out something called the summary communications. This is the official document that you need to send to your folks in Europe as well. All your data can go into a portal, or you can directly send it to your customers. While we've been talking about EU CBAM, there are many more CBAMs which are coming up around the world. So in the next 2 to 3 years, you could actually imagine that there will be 10 plus CBAMs, not just EU, but there's going to be a UK CBAM, which is in 2027. And beyond that, all major countries are going to launch their CBAM. So we are walking into a world today which is going to be carbon indexed. Every export that you do, probably 4 to 5 years from now, will bear a carbon tax. So this is the time that you need to actually get ready with it. And lastly, I've been providing a pessimistic view on things, saying that there are carbon taxes and all coming, but it is up to steel manufacturers to turn this into a strategic advantage. We ran a study for a steel player, and we said, if your CO2 emissions are 1 ton of CO2 per ton of steel, what is your export potential? And this is what most steel players need to do today, is they need to relook at their export strategy and figure out in which countries what costs and taxes there are, and be able to use that to actually take their marketing upfront. Finally, at Centra World, as I've said, right, we work with all the steel majors, large companies as well as small companies. This is our digital platform by which we do all of this. And, very happy to talk to anyone about the topic of CBAM. We pride ourselves in being the #1 company to be able to provide these services to the steel industry. And again, I'll stop my presentation there, but thank you again for your time.
Hello. Thank you so much, Harshji. It was really an eye-opener for all of us, those who are thinking of sending steel into the Europe and any other countries in Europe. So this has to be a thing which all the steel industries should look into it. And I have been knowing you, and you have been working on this. Really, it's a eye-opener for all of us. Thank you, one and all. I believe that he is really a game changer. He is going to be a game changer in Indian industry. I believe that. Anyway, big round of applause for him. And last but not the least, I think Diptendu Bhattacharya, CEO, Indian Iron and Steel Sector, Skill Council. And his topic is skill development in the metal sectors, opportunities, challenges, and the way forward. This has to be a very, very impetusful lecture because, everybody is talking about steel making. But CEO, he is talking, he will be talking about the manpower industry, which is going to supply to the steel industry. Sir, please.
Please change the presentation. No, not this one.
So this is not the presentation, I think. The next one.
Good afternoon. I guess we are at the fag end of this session, so I will try to be quick about it. The Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council is engaged in skilling activities for the steel sector. Recently, we have expanded our role to the non-ferrous sector as well, but I'll limit this presentation to the steel sector. It's an industry-driven non-profit company set up by the Bengal Chambers of Commerce and Industry and INSDAC. And it was mandated under the Ministry of Skill Development and the NSDC to undertake skilling activities in the country. And the governing committee of the board consists of all the major steel players and many industry associations who are engaged in the steel industry. As you can see, we have drawn up an occupation map of the entire steel sector. The idea is that we are supposed to identify all the job roles that are present and solicit from the industry the skill gaps where trainings are required for various job roles. So once we have that feedback from the industry, we can take up those job roles. We actually create curriculum for the training, and we have a network of training partners across the country to undertake this training activities. So this is just a sample of the job roles that we have. We have currently an active set of about 70 plus job roles in the country, and they are expanding all the time. We've done a skill gap study earlier, and this is the indication of the skilling that's required for the country. On a current basis, we would require about 8 lakh plus skilled professionals by the year 2030. And if you include the employees who are currently engaged in the industry, it would be about 18 lakhs because they require upskilling as well. I'll come to the opportunities for skilling that's required. And while we are referring to it as the metal sector, we'll be talking about the steel industry. The growth drivers are the infrastructure push. The government is spending a huge amount of money to develop a network of roads, railways, bridges, and airports, ports, etc. There's a huge push towards urbanization, and real estate demands are increasing. The automotive industry is booming. I think we have been seeing in front of us how the market for two-wheelers, four-wheelers, commercial vehicles are expanding. This is a growing India, and it needs a lot of transport. EVs are yet another dimension, while the consumption of steel is a little lesser there compared to the traditional industries run internal combustion engine run vehicles. It's still a significant part. Steel is still a significant part. And yes, the expansion for renewable energy demands greater requirements of steel. The steel policy also has set a target for about 300 million tons capacity. And I think we have been hearing the speakers in the morning. The entire industry is engaged towards trying to meet this target because the domestic market deserves it, the international market deserves it. Specialty steel is yet another area of growth, and PLI is being offered for it under the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, encourages domestic production. So that is yet another area where our industry is trying to move ahead. And you've been hearing a lot about green steel. The speakers before me have spoken about it, and in the morning too. These are an entirely new area for the Indian steel industry. We have an imperative to move our industries towards green steel, not only for meeting certain export penalty targets to avoid export penalty targets, but also for meeting India's commitments towards global warming. It's a commitment that the nation has given to the world. And yes, Industry 4.0 and automation requires a lot of integration of AI, robotics, data, digital technologies to be incorporated within the existing processes. And as we all know, it's not only valid for the steel industry, but for Indian industry as general. Automation and Industry 4.0 is still a distant dream. All this requires skilling, and we have several challenges in this area. A large portion of our production is dominated by the MSME sector, and they have older production processes, especially the micro and the small scale industries. The medium scale and the integrated steel plants are modernizing in a very serious way. They have the wherewithal, they have the capital resources to do it, but not the others. And so a large portion of these MSMEs employ non-certified workforce, and they are reluctant to engage in skilling and certification of their employees. So it results in low productivity and due to the skill gaps that are there. And if they are not trained in a proper manner, there is lack of discipline in the manufacturing techniques. The processes that are required to be followed are often ignored. And poor quality output results in high rework costs. Safety and maintenance is yet another area. I think we have a high incidence of unsafe practices. The environment is high risk, and if you don't follow safe working practices, it leads to a lot of problems. It hampers productivity as well, and creates a negative atmosphere about the industry. Yes, training and proper machine maintenance also is required to reduce downtime. And we have mentioned about Industry 4.0 and green steel. This is something rather new to the industry. And you have vast numbers of people who have to be skilled, even to be made aware that there are a lot of benefits in this and how you're supposed to use these technologies. Our education system too is quite behind in these areas. They have stagnated over the years, and new technologies require infusion of new infrastructure and new training methodologies. The PM Setu scheme, which has recently been introduced, it endeavors to link industries with select ITIs. So they expect industries to actually sponsor the infrastructure developments and the faculty, the OPEX and the CAPEX at the ITIs in order to infuse new skills and reskill skill their graduates towards meeting the demands of the industry. We have solutions for it, both from our side and from the ecosystem in general. So I think apprenticeships is something which a lot of industries are doing. It's mandated under law for any organization above 40 members to recruit apprentices to the extent of 10% of the workforce. Fresh apprentices can also bridge the current skill gap, and if you do in-house training of the existing employees, that would also help. We from the Skill Council can support in certification of the employees, both working in the industry and fresh recruits. And this could help you in standardizing the skill sets through NSQF aligned programs. Yes, the industry also needs to put an emphasis to this by giving a preference to NSQF certified professionals, candidates during recruitment processes. Training on green steel is also something which has to be focused on. We have spoken to industries, even the large integrated steel plants, and they have this to say that, hey, we have still to introduce this technology in our company. So why go in for it? You have a huge population of workmen, and covering them through training is going to be a long process. If you start the awareness building today at the middle management level, at the senior management level, you would be able to percolate the information down to the lower levels. So it needs to start now. In addition to decarbonization technologies, we need to focus on robotics, automation control, and IIoT for process optimization. I'm happy to say that in the list of job roles which we have as on date, we have curriculum and training faculty for giving training in each of these technologies. It's not comprehensive, it's not absolute. We've got a long way to go, but this is a process in which we would like to work together with the industry and move forward. And yes, industry academia partnership, this has been referred to even in the morning session. Strengthening partnerships with technical institutes would help to align curriculum with industry needs, and we would be able to take our industry forward in a big way. All our organizations are mandated to give funds for CSR, and skill development should be a significant part where these funds are deployed. So you have the large integrated steel plants which have a huge CSR budget. We are calling upon the entire steel industry to devote a part of their CSR budgets towards skilling in these new technologies, to certify workmen both from their contractual workforce as well as from the downstream industries. The micro and the small scale industries are not having the wherewithal to invest funds for skilling. They'll be happy if they could get supported other larger organizations funding them. If we work on a cluster-based approach, we could benefit the entire industry as a whole. The output from the integrated steel plants and the medium-scale manufacturers are further reprocessed by the secondary steel manufacturers, the smaller processors, in order to give a finished product to the customers. If we improve their quality levels, you would see consumer demand going up. You would see benefits all across the value chain. And yes, we also expect the government to support the SME sector by undertaking short duration programs. I can share with you that this is something the government of India and the state skilling missions have been doing over the years and will continue to do. This would improve our competitiveness in the global market. Finally, I would like to say that Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council stands ready to serve you in all ways. We'll be happy to interact with you later on in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We thought of closing the session with him, but just before closing, we would like to call Sugato Roy, who is Vice President, Makel Ispat and Forging Limited. Please go ahead, and I will give you only 8 minutes, not more than that. Please.
I will not take much time. I have only 5 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give some focus on building the backbone of heavy industry to open die forging. So open die forging, next slide. Open die forging, actually forging is going, forging market in India is almost 76 billion euro. And Indian market is almost $5.2 billion. Okay. This is the, in India, this is the second largest forging producer globally. And it is, if you see here is China is the #1 and India is the second position. But gap between the China and India is too large. And our focus is that we can grow next 10 years is near to China. So that is how it is possible. It is possible to build the new forging plants, raw material sources, and new technologies. This is the value chain. Every year, in India, it is growing almost 7 to 9% CAGR. And we can see this key. Our main focus is now is only automobile sector. If you see the non-auto sector, now we are not grown much. Our all steel mill also only focusing for the auto components, forging raw materials. If you see these other than automobiles, very few raw material sources is available in India. So we have to focus how to make a good quality of ingots through ESRs and VR routes. If you see this open die forging, if you see in India, it is almost 40% share. And this is the main is in large shaft, rotor shafts, pressure vessel, defense and nuclears, and gear components. If you see the gear components, we have two segments. One is the wind, which is the green energy they are producing, and another one is the industrial gearbox. So if you see this wind energy, gearboxes or turbines and shafts, these all are importing from the China and Europe. So our patience making these forgings in India is very, very less. So now Mackil Ispat and Forging is trying to develop this wind energy gearboxes, components, shafts, making this forging in Mackil Ispat. So for that, we are investing our technology sectors and the raw material sectors and expansion with the equipments. If you see the why open die forging is because of no size limitations. Because if you see the closed die forging, we require the mass productions. But in the open die forging, not like that, we can make the 1 quantity, 2 quantity, or 100 quantity also. So this is and another advantage is this, the key open die forging giving the better grain size and mechanical properties. And we can make this all the product in the customs and low volume productions. If you see here is category wise, weight wise, it is medium is 1 to 10 ton, large is 10 to 50 ton, and ultra heavy is 50 to 200 tons. But if you see the India, we are doing only up to 50 ton or maybe 75 ton, not more than that. And we don't have that type of equipment, bigger equipment to make this bigger rotor shaft, which is the 200 tons or 300 tons. So this type of facilities in India is not available yet. So we have to focus on that. Our power sector is growing very fastly, and all the rotor shaft we are buying for the Europe or Japan or China. So we are not able to manufacture here bigger rotor shafts. So we have to develop here how we can make in India this product can be made. So actually, if you see these heavy forgings, which is required for open die forging, it is the power, thermal, nuclear, hydro, oil and gas, defense, shipbuilding, wind energy, steel and heavy engineering, and heavy equipment manufacturing and space also. Okay, I'm skipping this. I'm going fast. If you see the key player in the heavy forging in India, you see L&T is a 9,000 ton press. That is the maximum we have. But if you see the world, China have a 1 lakh ton hydraulic press. If you see this, Japan have a 35,000 ton, 45,000 ton press. So if you see this key in India, it's a lot of scope to develop bigger presses to make the bigger forgings. If you see this Makil, we have a 3,500 ton, but we are next expansion we are doing is a 5,000 ton press also to making the bigger uh, products. In India, our strength is cost advantage. We have a lesser fuel cost. We have a metallurgical expertise and growing domestic demands. And our gap is we don't have a ultra heavy forging capability and large ingots, quality ingots, and concast blooms. So if I see here, all the steel mills now making the concast only up to 400 or 450 diameter only. More than that, nothing is available in India. So this all are importing from the Europe or China. So this is the one drawback for open die forging sector. We cannot buy in-house in India not able to concast bloom available. If you see the heavy forging, we have a total 6 factor. One is steel making, the next is heating, open die forging, heat treatment, machining, and testing. This is the actually if you see the economics of the large forging, this is the high capex business. This is the required minimum 200 crore to 1,000 crore investment to make the bigger forgings, and furnace and handling system is very high. And cost driven is this is the energy, what is the gas and electric cost is good. Yield losses is more, and cycle time is more. If you see there, Europe, they are making the high precision forging. They are making the nuclear products. They are making the space products. China is the very scale and cost effective products. Japan is making the high ultra quality, and India have a potential to do the cost effective and India's own growing capability. Okay, I'm skipping this. Okay, our opportunities wind energy, which is now blooming in India, and that wind energy required is a large shaft, plane shafts, and gears and rings, and nuclear and defense. Now, lot of nuclear plant is coming in India, and that product now we are not self-relevant. We are buying from the
Sir, you have taken 8 minutes, sir. Please.
Yes, and if you see the special material, this is the titanium super alloys and inconel, which is not properly developed in India now. Semiconductors. In India, making the wafers required is equipment is required, which is made by aluminiums, and that is made by the open die forging. This is the very big opportunity for India to make that. And Makil Ispat and forging is a future plan is key to make these components. Okay, our challenges. Large ingot availability is our challenges. Specialized heat treatment, bottleneck, skilled manpower. In this industry, have a very lack of skilled manpower. Long working capital cycles, certifications, and other availability, good quality of raw materials. Okay, I'm concluding now. If you see next 10 years, this open die forging is going to double in India. So now is ki open die forging is very strategic sector where we can grow very fast and we can do lot of things to develop and our honorable Prime Minister Atmanirbhar scheme, we can do lot of things to develop our own in India. Okay, in India is we have already capacity ready, demand supports is there, export competitively also is there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause for Sugata Roy ji. Now may I request the Pradipta Sengupta to conclude the session,
Yeah.
This actually, there will be felicitation from your side. First, Shumit Junjunwala, Vice President, Sector Head, ICRA.
I will be requesting our chairperson, Dr. Orgo Mujumdar sir, to please do the honor of felicitating all our speakers of this session. Pradipta sir is, okay, first we'll start by felicitating our chairperson. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Orgo Mujumdar, Director, School of Mines, Kaji Nazrul University. Thank you so much, sir. And we'll start felicitating all our speakers one by one, starting with Mr. Shumit Junjunwala, Vice President and Sector Head, ICRA Limited. Can we have some big round of applause, all of you? Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. To Mr. Amit Bishnoi, Director, Repute AI. Sir has left. Okay, to Mr. Harshavardhan Reddy, General Manager, Design and Engineering, Godavari Ishpat and Power Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. Big round of applause, all of you. To Mr. Harsh Chaudhary, CEO, Centra World. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. Applauses, all of you. To Mr. Sugata Roy, Vice President, Makil Ishpat and Forging Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm words and presentation. Applauses, all of you. To Mr. Deeptendu Bhattacharya, CEO, Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. Big round of applause, all of you. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm words. Thank you so much. We end this session over here, requesting for a group photo. We'll break for lunch and we'll be back in just another 30 minutes since we are running late. So requesting all of you to please enjoy your lunch and be back here in another 30 minutes for technical session 2 and 3, which will be merging together in one session. Thank you so much.
From the House of Innovation, APL Apollo introduces a revolution in roofing. Introducing Coral, India's most advanced roofing solution, built for strength, style, and sustainability. Built with aluminum zinc coated steel and a special heat reflective paint coat. Coral ensures long-lasting protection and superior finish. RMP's loosely bonded molecules break down under harsh UV lights, causing fading and cracking. In contrast, SDP's tightly packed molecules stay
Welcome back, everybody, post-lunch. We'll be starting our next technical session. And right now, we'll be joining the upcoming technical session 2 and 3 together. As chairperson of this session, I would like to invite on the dais Dr. Rajiv Desai, Professor of Metallurgy and Material Science at Yadavpur University. So, can I invite you on the dais, please? Dr. Rajiv Desai. Welcome, sir, on the dais.
Hello. So can I start? Everybody is there? All speakers? Okay. So after lunch, again, we will be discussing on the two topics. One is outlook for energy efficient and cost effective technologies for iron making, steel making, casting, rolling and finishing lines. Basically, we are merging technical session 2 and technical session 3 due to our time constraint. And the second technical session 3 is coke making and sustainability. So I request all the speakers from Danieli, Mr. Anis Surya, from Danieli, Mr. Anis Surya, from Bureau Veritas, Mr. Rupam Bodua and Anirban Chatterjee. Mr. Rifra Technic India, Mr. Pallab Kormokar. You are Mr. Anis Surya, yeah. Yeah, actually, I request organizers to give some chairs there, Mr. Anis Surya. No, not necessarily. I will just call and you please come and say. Yeah, Mr. Pallab Kormokar. Rifra Technique, from Rifra Technique. Mr. Thomas Kim. Thomas Schimmel, yeah. Mr. Thomas Schimmel. Okay, please come. Please come to the dais. Mr. Nandan Shatra of RHI Magnesita. Dr. Sanjay Kowande from CCRT Laboratories. Yeah.
Yeah, please be seated. Yeah, Mr. Shudeep Shen, SMS Group. Mr. Sandeep Anand L, JSW Steel, Dolby Works. And Mr. Abhijit Gupta, Fibstain. Oh, and Mr. Arup Majumdar. Yeah. So actually, because I don't think that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 chairs are there or not. So uh, uh, I start with technical session 2, then I will start the technical session 3. It will be better. It will be continuous. There will be no gap, but it will be better. Yeah. So without any delay, because already we are some hours, we have already some hours backward direction we are actually moving. So Mr. Anish Surya, Danieli India, he will talk about the Danieli technologies for decarbonization and last orders on flat products. And Mr. Surya, 10 minutes is given to all the speakers. So please be on the time, because already you know that there is a heavy time constraint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll try to stick to the timeline given 10 minutes. Before that, may I invite my colleague along with me, Tapas. He will be presenting the second half of our presentation. Tapas, can you come forward, please? Yeah, good evening, everyone. 4 o'clock lunch. Oh, it's too tiring. That's okay. I'll make it interesting because I'll talk not about technology, a lot of them, but more about the business side of it. Okay. So the topic is very relevant when you call about decarbonization that we're talking, right since the morning or all across, we keep on talking about decarbonization. It's nothing but a taboo has been created from the technology standpoint. Trust me. I'll explain why it's a taboo. People are talking about decarbonization, and to the steel sector is very hard to decarbonate and something to decarbonize. It's nothing like that. It's one of the easiest sector to decarbonize with the existing technology. And that has been running all across the world, in fact. So I'll be talking about the gas-based DRA technology, which we call the Energiron. Energiron is a technology jointly developed with Tenova and Danieli. And this technology is as old as 1957. Gas-based DRA technology, 1957. Let's talk about the DRA structure of India. When you talk about the DRA structure, we are in the market leading as far as the DRA production goes. We are the number 1 in the world. However, majority, 80% is produced by coal-based DRI. Coal-based DRI in India. Only 20% comes from the gas-based DRI. And we talk about the coal-based DRI. It's most of them very small units, more than 300 units in the country with all the coal-based DRIs. And we talk about gas-based, only 12 million ton per annum is being produced by the gas-based DRI across the country. And one of the, what do you call it, the decarbonization issue when you talk about that steel industry is coming from that coal-based DRI, because the emission which is coming from only from the coal-based DRI, only from the DRI is 2.2 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of DRI. So that's not acceptable when you talk about the CO2 emission from the DRI, at least. And we talk about that 2.2 tons only from the DRI, from the coal-based DRI, forget about the downstream production of the steel. So it will reach around 3 ton of CO2 per ton of liquid steel when you convert into liquid steel. So that's not acceptable when you talk about decarbonization in the country. So the solution is what? we should look for the other alternative solution. The alternative solution is a gas-based DRA. So again, we have to also look for this phase-wise, phase-wise dephasing the coal-based DRA and further not encouraging any coal-based DRA in the country. If we are serious about the decarbonization in the country, specifically that too with the steel sector. So these are, if you talk about the geography, in fact, India presents a natural advantage for a gas-based DRA, but somehow because of the reasons still not to be discussed. If you see that the map of the country, most of the coal is in the eastern part of the country, right? The right-hand side of the map shows the presence of the different coal in the country, and the left-hand the map shows that the iron ore reserve we are having inside the country. So we had reserve of 360 billion ton of iron ore reserve in the country. 360 billion. We are sitting on a huge advantage. Two things is involved in case of making an production of steel. One is the iron ore. Second is the raw material coal, and I will tell why coal for us, for our technology, in fact. But yeah, having said that, the quality of iron ore is a challenge. But earlier speaker too talked about the beneficiation. So one of the solution is the beneficiation. Beneficiation can be done and can improve the iron content of that particular iron ore. If you talk about this is the scenario, the global scenario, this in Indian context, we talk about the energy mix. When we talk about the energy mix of the country, right now as we speak, around 500 gigawatt of total energy is produced in the country. Or there's 50% to 250, around 250 gigawatt is produced by a renewable source and 250 from the fossil fuel sources. Going forward by 2030, that the 800 gigawatt is the plan for the total energy consumption of 800 gigawatt. And out of that, which you see the majority should be come from the renewable source. That is 440 gigawatt of production should be. So that is all this lever definitely going to help the steel industry as well, because in the morning session we talked a lot about the RE energy, and that's the way which will help us indirectly for the scope 2 emission, decrease of scope 2 emission as well. So jumping straight to the technology part of it, you see that this is our technology, the gas-based technology. So our technology, the Energiron technology, has a flexibility. So we can use any kind of gas. You can natural gas, you can use a coke oven gas. Yes, coke oven gas as well. You can use a syn gas, that is called synthetic gas. You can use a reform gas. You can use hydrogen as well. Any mix and match can be done, can be fit inside the reactor. And the reactor, the configuration remains unchanged. So say today you are injecting a natural gas inside the reactor, and tomorrow you are injecting hydrogen. Nothing changed. It all remains unchanged. So there's no risk of stranding any asset in the future as well. And one more thing, people talks about green hydrogen, and making a taboo of that. No, hydrogen is not a new technology. In 1990, we did an experiment for injecting hydrogen inside the reactor. In 1990. And you know, that experiment we did in a pilot project in 1990s, it was hugely successful. I give you some of the data you will going to. When we talk about the reactor, the vertical shaft reactor, anyone can guess how much the hydrogen right now they are taking the reactor? 70% of hydrogen right now they're getting injected inside the reactor. 70% of hydrogen. So when we talk about hydrogen, there's nothing new hydrogen. Hydrogen is already being injected inside the reactor, and it's come to the range of 70%, even more than that. In case the plant in China, there's two plants in China that run on coke oven gas, HBIS and Bao Steel. They're all running for the last 2 years, all with coke oven gas, with more than 70% of hydrogen inside the reactor. And do you know? Can you guess the CO2 emission from these plants? 0.16 ton. 0.16 ton is the CO2 emission from these plants. And we're talking about the green steel definition of the taxonomy released by the government of India. Is 2.2, 3-star, 1.8 to 2.2, 4-star, 1.8 is 5-star. Hey, we are producing 1.16, and we're talking about 5-star, 4-star. I don't know. We are not seeing the solution. It's in the backyard. Already people across the world has adopted this solution. It's 0.16 ton of CO2 emission from the per ton of DRI. 0.16 ton. So the question to the leave this to us, to you people to think about it. Yeah. So in case of our solution, the Gyron reactor size varies from as small as 0.25 MTPA and it goes to 2.5 MTPA. As small as 0.25 MTPA. As Sharma was earlier indicating, there's a plant in Bolivia. It's now is 0.25. Even we are discussing with a couple of Indian clients as well, in the range of 0.3, 0.4. So people are interested. A lot of traction is happening in the country, but yeah, it's on the slower side, which so we have specifically designed the reactor only for this based on the syngas specifically to the Indian market. And the reason why, because we are sitting at a huge coal reserve in India, and that's the natural advantage we are having when you talk about the coal in India. As I said earlier, the 360 billion ton of coal reserve we are having it. And that can be used, that can be converted into syngas. And that's in unison with the Prime Minister's mission of coal gasification 2030. And the target is 100 million ton to produce through coal gasification. So if you use a syngas based DRI plant, you use your in-house domestic coal. Even the high ash content of 35% of ash content is the domestic coal is there, but it can be used. Isn't that decarbonization solution? As we talk, emission 0.16 ton, 0.16 ton. Forget about even 1 ton, 0.16 ton from the DRI. Further downstream, you calculate if you put an arc furnace under 0.1, you put a rolling mill 0.1. Another if you put other facility 0.1. So altogether 0.5 ton of CO2 per ton of finished steel. 0.5 ton of CO2 per ton of finished steel. That's what we are proudly boast at. And we're not talking only of the sales pitch. It's running all across the world, in fact. This is the schematic of our process configuration. Just give me a moment. I'll just explain how it goes. So this is the gas. This is where the input gas comes inside. This is the preheater. The temperature of the gas is around 25 to 40 degrees centigrade. It's heated and it's fed around 950 to 1050 degrees centigrade. The gas is fed, and here the burden is charged. The iron ore pellet is charged here, and it goes up and it descends. It's a counter heating, and further this convert into DRI. The final product is cold DRI or the hot DRI or the HBI, which we call it hot briquetted iron. And again, whatever the top gas comes at a high temperature of around 400 to 500 degrees centigrade, through the recuperator, heat is extracted, so there's no loss of heat. In fact, we talk about energy efficiency, energy efficient. Again, there's a removal of hydrogen, water, and that steam is again used in there's a CO2 removal plant, and that steam is utilized. So there's no loss of any material here. Again, our reactor runs at a high pressure, 6 to 8 kg pressure, bar gauge pressure. And this is advantage because of making the size of that compressor. Also, the electricity consumption is at the lower side of it. Again, it's a closed circuit. And again, this keeps on moving and moving. And the final product is called the cold DRI, hot DRI, or the HPI. So in fact, Emirates Steel, we had developed one more solution. The only emission is coming from here, which we use it to heat the preheater. That is 0.16. What we are doing right now is using an electrical heater. And the moment is electrical heater is commercialized, we are expecting another couple of years to be commercialized. The CO2 emission will be big zero. It's big zero because of using the electric heater here. So this is what the composition of gas will look for a syngas. Whatever the syngas being fed inside that reactor, sorry, it's my bad. So yeah, this is what that hydrogen and the CO ratio is around 1.6. This is what I was talking about earlier, the emission from that DRI, it's 0.16 ton only, that 160 kg per of DRI. And even our system has inherent CO2 absorption system, so CO2 can be captured and sold inside the market as a byproduct. Again, that's what I talked about earlier, that what we are proposing is to create a hub and cluster model for the country. So when we talk about the hub and cluster model, if you take the right side of the right side, that's where the coal mines are. India's coal mine, eastern part of the country, a lot of coal mines are there. That can be utilized to create a syngas hub there, and that can be fed into a different small size DRI plant. And left-hand side is the different DRI plant, coal-based DRI plant predominantly. Even we don't recommend right now to inject 100% hydrogen because 100% hydrogen is not economics right now as we talk about it. What we say is that right now, let's start whatever is available at a cost competitive, let's start injecting a natural gas or the syngas or whatever gas is available. And as you go further, because the scheme doesn't change, there's no risk of any, no asset stranding of any asset. So you can start injecting hydrogen when it's become economical. Because this is the different worldwide we had installation. I took a lot of time, but yeah. May I invite Tapas to take forward?
Thank you, Mr. Surya.
Good afternoon, all. Myself Tapas Banerjee from Daniel India Limited.
Yeah,
Talk
but
about
your
2 minutes only.
2 minutes only. Yeah.
Yeah, we have all you know because Daniel is having a good footprint on the long products. Okay, now we have some good orders worldwide for the flat also, considering thin slab caster and rolling. So recently, I will highlight only few orders which is already executed for the media, like Mr. Paolone has highlighted today morning. One is Jarraj Ispat, which is running very smooth and production from 8 millimeter to 40 millimeter. It is already under production. Recently, we have commissioned Tata Steel SBQ at Jamshedpur. It was ordered in 2022 and startup recently in 2025. 5 millimeter to 25 millimeter for the wear and 20 to 90 millimeter for the bar. And the plant is already in a stable condition, running to his highest capacity. This is all about the long products. Recently, we are ordered one of the biggest projects from SAIL in Expo Burnpur. We have 3 caster and 1 hot strip mill of 4.05 million ton capacity. And the project already in execution in the very preliminary stage, but we are confident to make it very much successful for SAIL. Same, we have one big order in Europe for the flat products from SSAB. We are in the mid of the project. And also Marsegalia, it is also a thin slab caster come flat product with hot strip mill. These are the 3 flat product job we have recently received, and we are going to expand our business also in the flat product division. I want to prove that we can do also flat product better than all other our competitors like rolling mill. And also recently one of the green steel order we received from Hyundai. Here we have one 2.8 million ton DRI plant along with the melt shop, full green EF and LF along with the caster. These are the few major jobs in Daniel India Limited is executing in coming years. Thank you. Can you please repeat again? No, here we are not supplying the hot. We are supplying the DRI plus casters up to and melt shop. The hot strip mill is with SMS. This is for Hyundai only I am telling. Zero. Okay, sorry. The thickness is 0.5 to 2.3. 3 thin slab caster. Yeah, it is contractually it is agreed. So, huh?
So, in fact, for recently, not recently, in one plant in China, Shaogang Jingtan. So we are producing 0.8 there. So taking that particular technology advancement, we are going for targeting 0.5 as well. So 0.8 is already running in China in Shaogang Jingtan plant. Because a lot of premium happens when you go for such a thin strip, no? A lot of premium happens. You got a lot of premium there. So depending on the market requirement, we did a technology advancement and we can achieve 0.5 as well.
Thank you. Because again, I am telling we are running very short of time. And that is why I am very sorry, but I have to stop you. I have to intervene the thing. And thank you. You have talked about many things, but Really, that is commendable. So without any further delay, as our I will request Mr. Sudeep Sen. He is from SMS Group. He will talk about the integrated digital solutions for metal industry. And very humbly, again, I am telling the time is 10 minutes. And I will request the audience to ask their questions after the session. Okay, thank you.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are setting up the presentation right now. Yeah. So I'll already begin. Digitalization, that digitalization is a necessity for daily activities. That digitalization is essential for operations. That digitalization is imperative for, so to say, life these days. Is cliche. It has been already, accepted. It has been established and accepted already that digitalization does deliver tremendous benefits to operations, to increase efficiency in operations, and to improve the productivity, to improve the quality of products, and of course, to improve the sustainability of operations, to save our planet. We at an SMS Group, we have been historically as well as currently, we are the forerunners, front runners in adopting new technology. We are the front runners in adopting new concepts and ideas and putting them into place, putting them into use, and implementing them at our customers' places to deliver benefits arising out of these systems to the customers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sudeep Sen. I'm responsible for the execution of MES systems, MES and yard management systems. There is manufacturing execution systems and yard management systems in the APAC MEA region, that is Asia Pacific, as well as Middle East Asia, including India. And this afternoon, I will very quickly outline two aspects of our presentations to our customers. As I said, repeat, it would be an outline, so it will not be a detailed discussion. So if you would like to have more detailed discussion about in-depth discussions, in-depth knowledge, if it arouses some curiosity in you, please, I would invite you to contact our marketing, sales and marketing colleagues back at SMS India. Okay. So out of the two topics what I would like to talk to you is one is the challenges we face at ground zero while we are executing the projects. So when we are executing the project, there are a number of different kinds of challenges we face. And each of them, believe me, are different at different customers' locations. So if we can categorize generally, broadly, all these challenges into groups, I would bring them under 5 groups. So the first one is the legacy system integration. Now, automation has been existing in the steel industry for the last 30, 40 years, if not more. What we are expected to do is to integrate with the existing systems, where the old systems are the legacy systems. Of course, some are old, some are obsolete, but then to get the data out of that, we cannot expect our customers to replace everything for us, for our system, right? So to that extent, this becomes a big challenge for us. And of course, at SMS, we love challenges and we resolve these out on a case-to-case basis. Okay, the next challenge is, of course, the data management. Huge lot of data are collected, operations data are collected. In the rolling mills, for example, millisecond data level data are collected. In the blast furnaces, maybe around 1 second data are collected. Earlier, what we used to do was we used to average this data out and filter out the rest. But now, with the advent of machine learning and AI, we should keep all the data so that we can analyze this data and churn out certain insights out of this data, right? So to that extent, right now, we cannot discard any data. We keep all the granular data, and that management is a challenge again, right? So we are talking about terabytes of data. Okay, then the cybersecurity. Now, the cybersecurity is again a big problem. I mean, in our personal lives, we are always wary about frauds. Is it not cyber frauds? So it's the same for the industrial applications as well. So two broad categories. One is that, like disruption of the operations by putting in some malware into the system. This is one category. The other category is data stealing, data lifting. Mind you, data, in today's world, data is the most important asset. So to that extent, if somebody is stealing my data, that means he's stealing some of my most important assets. Thank you. So he or she's stealing my most important asset. So that is again a big challenge for us to establish cybersecurity. Interoperability, this is again, it is somewhat similar to the first point, that is legacy system integration. But here we are talking about the current systems. It's not that legacy systems, but current systems. Of course, nowadays in the industry, we have a lot of standardized interfaces, OPC, MSQTT, et cetera. But still, there are challenges to integrate. Because mind you, one thing is we are supposed to take data, a huge lot of data from as many sources as possible, right? Okay, and then there is, of course, scalability. The thing is, quite often, it's a pilot project. Quite often, it's one plant, and then we are expected to repeat that same success story in other plants as well. Now, it's just not a multiplication into maybe 2-3 times. It's just by the number of plants. It's also, like we look at it from a holistic point of view, right? So that again is a challenge. So these are the challenges which we face, ladies and gentlemen, during the execution of our projects in Ground Zero. And this is something which we love also. As I said earlier, that we love facing challenges and resolving them out. Okay. So this is the first. Okay, so this was the first topic, as I said, and the next topic which I would like to present to you is how we approach it, and what our systems are, the bouquet of systems which we offer to our customers. So our approach is this. So first of all, if you see the physical asset and the automation systems. Physical asset and the automation systems are the so-called level 0, right? From where we get the data. Then there are level 1 systems and level 2 systems. Of course, we are supplying level 1 systems and level 2 systems as well. And then what we do is we gather the data, entire set of data into the so-called central data repository. So basically, what I was talking about, this integration of the systems with legacy systems, with current other systems. So that is basically localized to this layer. Localized to this layer, right? So it is not affecting the main payload systems which we have. So our main payload systems are the 4 pillars, as we call them. So they are basically the production planning system. That is the MES system. You can say it is production planning is part of the MES system, manufacturing execution system. Then we have the asset optimization. Then we have the quality applications, quality systems, and of course, the energy management systems. So these are our 4 pillars of digital offerings to the customer. Okay, all of it together contribute to forming the so-called digital twin of the plant. So all of these systems together contribute to building up the digital twin, a virtual replica of the plant in practice in our system. And of course, based on that, we do a holistic optimization across the plant. So this is what our approach is. Right after this, what I would like to, sorry. So this is a complete list, a bouquet of offerings from SMS Group for our customers as far as digital is concerned. Now, as I said, I mean, we have these 4 verticals: asset and process optimization, energy and sustainability, production planning, product quality, and digital services. Now, digital services are basically the custom solutions which we provide to the customer. Not always, like, as I said, I mean, each plant is different, each plant unit is different. To that extent, if there are some customizations required for the plant to fit one of these pillars, as we call them. So we do this customization, and that comes under the banner of this digital services. Now, all these entries here, these are separate. Data expert, for example, genius condition monitoring, scrapyard management, Viridis performance, Viridis carbon, all these, whatever is listed over here, these are basically separate systems. And as I said, we deliver, these are pluggable modules. So we make it flexible for the customer. So if a customer is interested in only a granular benefit accruing out of one of these systems, it's okay. We can implement that. If the customer is interested in the entire benefit which is accruing out of the system of the entire bouquet of systems, that's also possible. We just plug them in. So it's also possible that the customer starts small, so maybe 4 or 5 modules within all this, and then gradually scales up. So this is how we tackle the challenge of scalability, which I presented to you in the first slide. Right. So as I said, I don't want to like go through this together. So maybe just one line kind of explanations. So under asset and process optimization, we have, of course, the AI expert systems, which analyzes the performance based on the data collected from the production. It analyzes the performance, comes up with certain metrics and suggestions. Then the genius condition monitoring system is nothing else but the predictive maintenance systems. Like based on the data from the ground, what is the possibility of a machine failure, for example. Okay. In fact, it has predictive as well as prescriptive maintenance as well. So this is the genius condition monitoring system. Scrapyard management is, of course, how the scrapyard is maintained so that there is no delay in loading of these into the melting furnaces, right? So it involves like a mapping of the yard. It involves what is the recipe to be charged into the furnace and how and what optimized way the cranes should move, how much of amount that the cranes should pick up and charge it into the furnace. So energy and sustainability are again a bouquet of systems delivering energy management processes as well as energy management advices to the systems. Production planning, as I said, is basically the manufacturing execution system. The manufacturing, we have 3 systems, for example, manufacturing execution system, operations management system, and logistics. To that extent, manufacturing execution system is more tracking the current plant parameters, coming up with the matrices, calculating the matrices and the KPIs and stuff like that. Operations management involves more of into actual production planning, also heat pacing across the plant, etc. And logistics is more to do with the yard management systems, right? And then, of course, the quality execution system, as we call it. So this is also having all the features of a quality system, taking in parameters, understanding what it is, it's finding out what could have caused the defect, and finally, if you see the last one, that is the reassignment of regrading of the products. So this, in a very, very nutshell, I would say, even smaller than a nutshell, is what we offer to the customers. And as I said earlier in the beginning of the presentation, if it induces some curiosity in you, if it induces some sort of like some questions in you, please get back to my colleagues, to me or to my colleagues back at SMS India, and we will be more than happy to explain things to you. So these are all some sort of one-liners, I would say, about those 4 pillars as I was telling you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. You have talked about the digitalization challenges for execution, importance of data, cybersecurity, digital twinning of a plant offered by your company, SMS. So this is again a very interesting thing. But again, so if you have any question, you can please ask after the session. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sen.
Thank you very much.
So now I request Mr. Rupam Borua and Mr. Anirban Chatterjee of Bureau Veritas to come to the dais and give their presentation.
particular time, whatever you have given us, and we talk mostly on the CCTS and the CBAM, because we are one of the verifiers. CCTS, we are going to get it by April also, and both for offset as well as the compliance. And for CBAM, already have started the pre-verification. And this accreditation is going to come probably by April also, then almost will be there for India. And best part is that our team is here in Eastern region itself. It's a big team, and they can provide all kind of services with respect to CCTS and CBAM across East India. So this is some statistics what we have from BV. We are almost 6.2 billion euro company. We have been operating almost for 200 years. In India, we are operating for almost 50 years plus. And we have got a lot of value systems like ethics, safety, and financial control. And we are operating in various geography. We belong to the Asia Pacific. And here, we have got various divisions like industrial and commodity. Under that, we've got industry, building infrastructure, assurance. Across that, we have got sustainability. Myself and Anirban, we belong to that business line, which is cutting across all the business verticals of Bureau Veritas. Now, coming to some of the top, whatever we have in BV, because we provide solution for sustainability. Obviously, we need to also have some practices across our company. Now, this is our footprint across Southeast Asia region. In various parts of India, we are having almost 5,800 employees we have, around 63 offices, and around 38 labs. And here, some kind of challenges, what we talk about, why decarbonization is there. Right from the morning, we have been talking about, like for EU carbon price, it's almost record high of 100 euro per ton. This is one of the statistics what it is going to have. It has got various impact, like to buy for a net zero credit, it could be almost around 250 billion euro, $250 billion. Right from iron and mining, maybe talk about the DR pellets, the iron making, steel making, and carbon offset. Now, if you talk about the journey of decarbonization, it can be in various means. The first one, we need to understand or measure what is our scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emission. And it could be based on 14064 or 14067. Already, these things are in place. Recently, in fact, we have been working with Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and just to develop a lot of resources across India, almost 2,000 people for GSG verification, because India will require this kind of manpower as a whole. Already have completed around 600. In this year, we'll be covering almost 1,400. After that, there has to be a kind of product carbon footprint based on a life cycle assessment. And what is your EPD, Environment Product Declaration? Once that is done, you have to go for a maybe science-based target kind of approach on a short term or a near term or a medium, long term, that has to come. Then comes what is the abatement planning. Finally, you have to have an offset strategy. This is overall how it's going to go. And if you talk about why these things are very much happening in India, because government of India has got good, some kind of motivation towards this. One is a CCTS scheme, and for the export purpose, there is CBAM. CBAM is mostly applicable for EU exporters. You all know it. For CCTS, applicable for the obligated entities in India. And it is guided by India Common Market, which is governed or administered by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Now, there could be various stages. First one could be the product carbon footprint, then the life cycle assessment, then talk about the low carbon steel, responsible steel. Already, we have been working with JSW. Almost there are 5 plants. 3 plants have been certified. Another 4, they're going to come. Then finally, the green steel. So all of these services we provide. And if you talk about the carbon trading scheme, here it is a kind of market growth and value. It gives a driving factor because it provides a compliance mechanism at the same time for the voluntary market that is there. And it has got implications for the policy and international trade and the technology role. Now, if you look at the overall side, one is the compliance mechanism and other one is the offset. And Bureau of Energy Efficiency takes care of the entire process of transparency, integrity, and we come in as a verifier and validator. And there are almost 21 agencies who are in the process of getting certified, verified, getting the accreditation. from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Hopefully by 31st of March, the gazette notification is going to come. And these are no, at this moment, they are covering aluminum, cement, chloralkali, fertilizer, iron and steel, pulp and paper, textile, petrochemicals, and refineries. Just to give a small hints, what aspects are covered in the compliance and the offset. The first one on the nature is a mandatory for the obligated entities, and offset it is voluntary for the non-obligated entities. Whereas objective is to meet the GSG emission target, and the other one, it talks about generate the credit so that they can in turn reduce the emission and they can sell the credit. Then participant for this compliance will be the designated consumer in energy intensive sector, and other one is mostly the entity undertaking eligible projects. Same way, there's a verification. We come in there as a mandatory verifier on the annual verification and validation and periodic verification. Earlier with a PAT scheme, in a similar way, this is going to operate. Now, PAT was only for the energy part. Now here, it is on the GSG part. So the trading will be there, like you have got carbon credit certificates to meet the compliance, and the carbon credit voluntary in carbon market. That's how it's going to go. So there's a short way, I mean, we are available, our team is available. If you want to know anything on this, we can provide all the expertise. Our people are here in East office itself. We have got almost 9 offices in Eastern region, and Calcutta being the headquarter, and we can provide those to all of you.
Thank you. Moving on, actually, I just wanted to do a little bit more deep dive into the CBAM requirement, because that is going to be already, CBAM is already live, and we are going to see that the impact on Indian exporters, especially for all the designated goods. So in a nutshell, if you see what CBAM is today, is applicable to majority of the iron and steel and aluminum exporters in India, because we don't export much cement and other fertilizer and electricity and hydrogen product as of now. So till 2025, it was the transition period, and from 2026 to 2034 will be the definitive stage when the importers of the CBAM goods from non-European locations, they have to pay the tax, basically border adjustment tax, in the form of purchasing CBAM certificates. And that will be, of course, passed on to the producers and installations and operators outside European Union. So, and these, because of these regulations, all your products which is getting exported to the European market need to have a verified carbon footprint data as per the rule of the CBAM reporting boundary. So if you see last December, there is a detailed regulations which has come on calculation methodology, on default values, free allocation adjustment, how much would be the percentage of taxes which can have, which can come upon you, what will be the accreditation of the verifier. So Bureau Veritas is one of the European verifier, French multinational. We are having multiple European national accreditation body accreditation for UETS, ISO 14065 and 17029, and we are going to continue to get our scope extension from for CBAM, and we have recently applied for Accredia in Italy, and then we will be able to support all the steel manufacturer, ferroalloy manufacturer, and other alloy steel manufacturers in India. We are also helping companies for an abatement strategy, like some of the technology solutions our colleague from Danieli and SMS Group has talked about. There is an inherent embedded carbon emission which can be reduced through these technologies, and we come in picture to kind of talk about what would be your decarbonization journey, both on the compliance side and what would be your net zero trajectory year on year. CBAM boundaries are slightly different than the boundaries of the product carbon footprint. Herein, there are certain precursors of embedded carbon footprint, which is coming as part of your raw materials. So what is your direct footprint from the process as well as the fuel consumption within the plant operation, what is called as gate-to-gate boundary, and then what would be the other precursors which is getting as an input raw materials. What are the direct and indirect emission? Very important factor. Many of the steel companies are also looking to include the renewable energy as part of the grid emission offset and renewable energy purchase. Those are allowed, but at the same time, you have to have the proper source of the renewable energy production. So that need to be integrated very well with the reporting considerations. There are a lot of complexities which may arise because of multiple CN codes and their grades and which are the particular product code for which you have to start reporting for which. So we are basically helping you to understand this entire scope and requirement of the CBAM compliance, your supply chain engagement to collect some of the input material data or precursor data, the data collection in the form of the communication template which is required to be done, and then the overall compliance readiness. There is also verification requirement. As I said, just last December it has been published, and Bureau Veritas is supporting as a UETS approved verifier to support with applicable standard to verify all these data. This is about CBAM. And then as in the previous session also, we have heard about the concept of green steel, which is also emerging, especially in the secondary steel manufacturing sector, wherein we know that there are 5-star, 4-star and 3-star green steel taxonomy has already been launched. But then if you look at the current scenario of blast furnace BF route steel making process, we are nowhere near to procure green steel or produce green steel. So that's why to have a low carbon or green steel, there are certain principles World Steel Association has also published, and there are chain of custody guidelines which has come. So the methodology for which how you can actually procure a low carbon steel or a green steel is also dependent on how much you are attributing the carbon saving for various projects at the product level, rather than you are accounting that as an organization level. So this credible offset mechanism, it could be by purchasing project-based carbon credit from outside your boundary, or also creating an insetting mechanism within your operational boundary on energy efficiency, carbon capture, utilization and storage. As you know, the government of India has recently rolled out the CCUS roadmap. Niti Aayog has rolled out, and in the current budget, there is a 20,000 crore outlay which has been budgeted for supporting Indian hard-to-abate sector for CCUS.
Mr. Borua, you have already 12 minutes.
Okay,
12 minutes.
sorry.
Actually, they have forgot to run the bell.
Sorry.
Actually, yeah.
No problem. I'll just finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Anirban.
So
I'm sorry.
just one concluding what I was telling, that this insetting mechanism you can also look at by creating a carbon bank, in which the carbon bank, whatever your projects are there, those projects can be savings can be attributed at the product level, and the final finished goods or the product can be declared as a low carbon. So that we are actually verifying and helping companies. So same way as my colleague Mr. Borua mentioned, scope 1, 2, 3, the decarbonization initiative, whether it is DRI based production or BF based, BF based production, we can attribute the same and conclude this for the final finished product. So thank you so much for your attention, and we are here to support and be partner in your decarbonization journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borua and Mr. Chatterjee. You have talked about CBAM journey of decarbonization, regulatory drivers, CCTS, compliance mechanism and offset mechanism, CBAM legislative framework and boundaries. So so without any delay, I will request Mr. Thomas Schemmel, refract technique, Technique India. I am sorry, Technique. Pardon, Technique India. And another one, I will request the organizer, because Mr. Anish Surya of Danieli, he is want to leave because of catching a flight. So they will give you a memento for that reason.
Can we have some applause, please? Thank you so much, sir. Sir.
Okay, good afternoon. The next topic is regarding refractories and especially a carbon brick based on non-Chinese raw materials, which is quite unique. You all may know the dependency on Chinese raw materials. That was a topic in the discussion in the early morning. On the left-hand side, you see a graph regarding the production portion of magnesia in the world. And 59% of all the produced magnesia comes from China. For the Chinese, it's a quite good news. For the rest of the world, it means, let's say, a risky dependency of that. And on the right-hand side, you see up and downs of production, tonnage, of price. And at the end, you may see that the production and the price of the magnesia is differing a lot in terms of politics, in terms of logistics, in terms of whatever. And at the end of the day, that is quite risky for a refractory producer like we are, and at the end of the day, for the steel plant as well. Some two more curves or graphs regarding the logistics. On the left-hand side, you see the well-known peak of logistic costs that we had in 2020 that was touching or involving more or less everything that was shipped over the ocean. And on the right-hand side, you see an older graph of the price variation of different magnesia raw materials. And I just want to highlight the year 2008 and 2016 or 17, where more or less out of nothing, the prices really peaked and doubled or more or less tripled. At the end of the day, there are especially for the Indian market some, let's say issues or problems. You all may know that there is a strong lack of suitable magnesia in India. There is some magnesia, yes, but it's not or truly not suitable to produce high-end magnesia carbon bricks. And that's why most or all of the magnesia used in India is coming from China. That means especially for fused magnesia in DBM, the Indian market is strongly dependent on China. There are some sources like Europe or Turkey, but usually cost-wise and transport-wise, they are not common. That means there's a strong need of alternative sources of magnesia, especially in India. One solution could be recycling that is done by more or less every steel producer and nevertheless by more or less every refractory producer. But there are other options as well. One of our sister companies, it's called QMag. It's Queensland Magnesia. It's situated in Queensland, in northern west of Australia, nearby the beautiful Great Barrier Reef. So it's definitely worth a visit. And they are producing dead burnt magnesia or sintered magnesia and very special fused magnesia, electrically fused magnesia. They are since 2020 in our group. You might remember the big peaks of the prices in 16, 17, and 18. And after that, we just decided that we are in urgent need for a high quality and reliable non-Chinese raw materials. So, in fact, the deposit is the largest cryptocrystalline deposit in the world. And the deposit is quite special because it's open pit mining, and the magnesite is laying there in somehow nodular magnesite. It's like that, and they are half a meter below the earth surface. And after picking them up, sorting them, bringing them to our plant, we sort them out very detailedly, and then we have a whole process of crushing, grinding, decarbonating, sorry, and a flash furnace. We have several vertical shaft kilns to produce the DBM. And we do have 3 electric arc furnaces to produce electrically fused magnesia at temperatures of roughly 3,000 degrees. The total capacity is roughly 300,000 tons. It's a lot of CCM and roughly 90,000 tons of DBM and 30,000 tons of fused magnesia. A lot of numbers, some data regarding the direct comparison of the special magnesia compared to Chinese magnesia. And you may see that the main difference is the very, very high C/S ratio. Whoever of you is a bit more deeper into the refractories might know that the C/S ratio is very important. Beside the pure magnesia content, it's the most important property of magnesia, because that really defines the phases that glue the magnesia crystals together, and that definitely defines the refractoriness. And the QMAC magnesia usually comes with a C/S ratio higher than 3, whereas Chinese magnesia comes in a wide range, starting with 1, ending at 2.5, and it's a bit hard to select proper raw materials. Some more pictures regarding the influence of that special chemical composition of the magnesia. The 2 pictures above are showing the QMAC magnesia, and you see mainly 2 phases. It's called C/S, and the main benefit of that C/S is a very, very high melting point of 2130. On the lower pictures, you see the Chinese materials, and usually these phases that glue the magnesia together are a mixture of different materials. And if you are lucky or unlucky, you may end with raw materials that melt down in the gluing phase below 1500 degrees. So usually what we do is to define proper raw materials is going with a rotary drum furnace test. So we produce we get the raw materials, produce bricks out of that, and trying somehow to simulate roughly the process in the steel plant. We're setting up different temperatures. We put slag in there, turning the furnace deslag again, and at the end of the day, we're checking the wear of the samples. And here you're going to see a direct comparison of, on the left-hand side, Chinese raw materials, of the erosion of that, and on the right-hand side, the QMAC materials. And by just measuring the leftover thickness of the sample, we end up in roughly 50% less erosion in direct comparison to Chinese raw materials. So during the last years, we used the material a lot, mainly in Europe. You do see some pictures of steel plant, mainly in ladles, HKM, Salzgitter, and ThyssenKrupp Europe. Some detailed data of a selected German steel plant. On the left-hand side, you see some data regarding, let's say, a standard Chinese setup based on Chinese raw materials and recycled materials. And with one repair, the performance is roughly 85 or 86 heats. On the right-hand side, you see a pure non-Chinese setup mixed up with some local grog material, and the final performance is roughly 13% higher than the Chinese raw material. In the last year, we started some trials in India as well. Here you're going to see some detailed data of our customer, where we so far used 2 ladles, fully lined with non-Chinese magnesium, fused magnesia, and the standard material performs roughly 98 heats, whereas the cumic material performs in these 2 early stage trials with 117. And by measuring just the erosion, it's definitely less than the Chinese material. So the conclusion is there are options to, let's say, escape the Chinese dependency in terms of raw materials. We have an option from Australia. Graphite is available in India from good quality, so that is not an option, that is not a problem. So by choosing that material, you may lower the dependency on geological or geopolitical issues like tariffs. Especially from Australia, there may be some benefits in logistics directly compared to China. And switching to those non-Chinese raw materials is not a big issue. We can easily do that in our plant in Visakhapatnam. And based on our performance, based on our experience, the performance of such materials may go up by 10% or even more. That strongly depends on the process you are running in the steel plant, on the operational parameters, and of course, further adjustments of any brick grades are definitely possible. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thomas. You have talked about the challenges for supply of magnesia for refractories, production and different specifics of QMAG magnesia, their chemical composition, secondary phases present, field trials, etc. So thank you again. Now I request Mr. Nandan Shatra from RHI Magnesita to give his lecture on carbon footprint and circular economy for Indian refractory industry.
Mr. Satra's presentation is getting ready. So in the meantime, I would earnestly appeal to everyone present here to join us for the cocktail dinner which we are hosting at our club, Eastern Metropolitan Club. The bus will leave, both buses will leave at 6:30 p.m. Sharp to take you to the club. And after we are done, we return back to Newtown. So whoever wants to get dropped in the meantime can get dropped. So as of now, 6:30 the bus will depart, and of course 10:30, between 10:30 and 11 we will. There's a cultural program and a dance recital. A dance sequence. So we'll get started at the club at between 10:30 and quarter to 11. We are back. So 6:30 the bus leaves. Is that okay? Okay, 6:30. Yeah. And if you are a connoisseur of good whiskey like me, cheers.
Pradipto, will it take much more time? Then I will ask the next person. Because already we are running short of time. So I don't know how it will be covered. Already 4 lectures are there. Then in the next session, 5 lectures. We have merged it, but 9 lectures within 6:10. It will be very difficult.
Yes, yes. I think you can go to that.
So there is a problem, there is a technical glitch. So I will request Dr. Sanjay Koenade, CMD of CCRT Laboratories Private Limited. And I will request one more request to the organizers. So if anyone can go outside and ask the people who stay outside, they should come here and join in the seminar room in the lecture.
Thanks, Rajita. Very good afternoon. And after a long session, I'll see that they should give a prize for somebody finishing before 10 minutes also. So on that laughing note, I'll just talk. Thanks that Thomas' lecture was here. He talked about something related to quality. Unless your product is good or not, or whether it will perform or not, everything can be established by doing the testing. The test parameters that sets apart your product from different, whether you will get that throughput or not. So everybody here in a production of any, whether it is steel or cement, unless they have reduced the number of shutdowns or they increase the throughput, then only their production or their company will be profitable. And that is where the refractory plays a role. And that is what I'm going to talk about, refractory testing. So indirectly, it is a testing that matters the most. So when we are saying 300 million tons, per annum, there's the vision, then what we are doing into that. So this is what we say. Refractory is a strategic asset in defining this. So refractories directly influence campaign life, as I said. It also plays a part in energy efficiency, steel quality, delaying the shutdowns frequency, and steel cleanliness. So it's unverified properties. If you select the refractories or the refractory supplier just on the basis of the test certificate issued by them and certain specification laid down here by refractory consultant, and there is a mismatch, then you had your time. So that is what, and when most of the time it has been observed that it is gone by the supplier's TC, there is no verification by third party, reliable third party, and issue happens. So how does it happen? What are the properties that minimum you should be doing in steel sector is a RUL. Why this property is important? Because it plays a very solid role in ladle and blast furnace hearth stability. As you know, the significance is it determines the load bearing capacity at high temperature failure. So I have put the case studies here, which are of Indian companies only. We have not mentioned the name of the companies just for the maintain the confidentiality. And you will see the numbers below what the losses they have made. In this case, because of low RUL specification brick was selected, lead to deformation, lead to steel leakage, and there was a shutdown of almost 36 hours, causing them loss of 5 to 7 crores. So CCRT is a partner to do that test before you take that particular risk. Creep. In blast furnace again, if you want to ensure a campaign life, you need to have this particular test to be done. In one of the case studies, we found that excessive creep in a blast furnace blocks the reduced campaign life by 8 months, as long as 8 months. And the financial impact on that particular company was more than 120 crores. So most of the plants, steel plant here in India, I don't see, means very rare they do the creep test. And they fight with the refractory supplier for the performance guarantee and stuff like that. So actually, this is the time they should think of. The next test is a PCE, is a very basic test. But again, this is in-house. Most of the time they do it in-house, but almost still 20-30% even this test is not being carried out. This indicates your maximum service temperature. And in one of the case, in one of the largest manufacturer of steel in India has gone through this difficulty, and there is a collapse, and they have to take an unplanned shutdown leading to at least 3 to 5 crores of a loss in that particular process. HMOR, hot modulus of rupture. It's basically typically helps to understand the tundish or clean steel performance. So it's a hot strength at operating temperature. In one of the case study, we identified that the low hot MOR in tundish resulted in cracks, and that resulted the inclusion of the impurities, and that has dampened the steel quality. So this is again a very important quality that or test that you need to do if you are using, tundish in your process, and tundish is a very major part of it. Even thermal spalling. So if your BOF converter mouth is very susceptible for this particular incidences, and there this particular test is very important. In one of our case study, it has been identified that converter mouth lining was failed within 40 heats. It was expected to give 120 heats. And because of that, a lot of the time was invested or wasted for doing the relining work. So that is almost a loss of 2 crore per month. This is the test which almost I found that very negligible steel plant is doing, but it's a very critical parameter, reduced atmosphere. There's a CO disintegration, the ASTM C2288. So this CO attack causes a disintegration of brakes and premature failure happens, pressure drops happens, and then leading to a productivity loss. In one of the cases, we found that it is almost 40 to 50 crore of a loss for that particular plant in a year. It's generally it is considered almost a 1% of your total production cost. Aberration. This is again a property which is very important when you are talking about the EAF and delta transfer points. This is very important property, but again it is ignored, which is not evaluated in many of the steel plants. And this is essentially for high wear zones like transfer chutes and electric arc furnaces. In one of the case studies where we were participants for them to resolve this, it's a poor aberration lead to them almost by 22%, relining or the has to be done. So maintenance shutdown frequency was increased and that has lost. And in general, it has been observed that almost on an average 25% cases are there. Very simple properties, just like bulk density and CCS, what they play a role in a slag line. To define the slag line life, this is again a bulk density. What is the significance? It indicates the strength, porosity, and slag resistance. How? In one of our case study, we found that low density bricks were used lead to the slag penetration. And that has leaded to the frequent relining of the ladle, and ladle life has dropped down to 120 heats to just 75 heats. Almost 25% downtime has increased, an annual loss of 8 to 10 crores. So these are very simple tests. This has to be done, and this has to be done with the specialized testing facility, not just your in-house or the test certificate issued by the supplier. Another very important is the thermal conductivity. All across wherever refractory is used or any of the high temperature operation, this is the very dynamic property which is directly leading to your energy consumptions. And your higher heat loss, that means your higher power consumption. And that lead to on an average, your power bill or the fuel bill increases by 1 crore. If you put together all these losses, it will lead to 100 odd crores savings if you just do these testings when you are going ahead with the refractory demand or refractory lining or refractory applications. So slag resistance, as in recent presentation also they mentioned about the Chinese magnesite and other and the impacts. This is again important in ladle as well as electric arc furnace. The chemical wear that leads to the frequent gunning and repair, hot patch repairs and other repairs are continuously, and that is leaded to the delays and alloy losses. In one of our case study where we're the investigation partner, that we found that there is an increase in FeO content and the reduced steel cleanness. The quality of the end steel was impacted a lot. So again, I'm coming back. See, the hundreds of crore in every steel plant can be saved. Quality of steel is improved and life of your ladle or everything can be substantially increased. And cost is just 1 or 2 lakh rupees per annum, not beyond that. And that is what, because one shutdown will cost you 3 to 10 crores. And in this case, if I just calculate the ROI of spending 2 lakh rupees in such, is more than 100 times. There is no business where such ROI is possible. So don't ignore, do the test, and that you will get additional benefits is a higher campaign life, your throughput will increase, steel quality will increase, and this is what a data-driven, your confidence will in your own production processes will go up. And why you should not be depend on your in-house or just test certificate. Basically, the issues with the in-house testing is that lack of validation. Then technically defendable, your vendor will not accept. Then where? Then third party is very important. And third party has to be a enable accredited lab because there is an entire process for them to get selected or accredited. So here the CCRT laboratory plays a role for last 15 years. We are enable accredited lab providing services in 14 different countries in Europe, in Middle East, In Southeast Asia, we have customers in Africa, Vietnam, Indonesia. They are trusting, but unfortunately, except JSW and many other big players, the rest of the steel plants are not yet fall into this and facing the issues. So we are there to help them to test, verify, and perform. So these are connects. You can note down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. You have talked about the importance of refractory, their different properties, refractoriness under load, abrasion, bulk density, CCS. And really, you have talked about the much important thing that compare the cost of testing against the cost of failure. This is really important. So now I will request, I think Mr. Nandan Shatra's presentation is ready. Hopefully, yes. Yeah.
Not again. It's not my fault. I shared presentations about a year, week ago. Somehow they did not fill it in the computer. Okay. Yeah. So I quickly cover. I'll not take much time because since morning everyone talking about carbon footprint, decarbonization. So this is not something new but one thing steel industry cannot achieve until unless they cooperate hand to hand with all input material supplier. I know refractory is one of the important input material for making steel, iron and steel. So it's of course required important. And second part is circular economy for refractory industries. So in India, basically, circular economy is not also again something new. We have been doing since last at least 40-45 years because of economic reason, not ecological reason or environmental reason. But just people collect the refractory from the Spain refractory and put it in their recipe just to lower down the cost. So just to give you an overview of the size of Indian refractory industries, it's about 18,000 crore precisely. And out of that, 14,500 crore is refractory product and service and applications put together approximately 3,500 crore. And here you can see in the graphical presentations as well as in tabulation form that the 20% that the research Spain refractory out of 14,000 out of 22.5 million ton of refractory can be reused. So if we convert it into recycle generations that can be used maximum level, this is about 512,000 tons of refractory. That is the maximum volume in a country we can reuse, and in different refractory product line, like we mentioned, it four different verticals: the basic, safe, basic, unsafe, non-basic means alumina systems, non-basic, safe, and non-basic, non-safe, and the last quadrant is for flow control items. So here you can see the basic safe. Normally it's magnesia carbon. Why is the maximum possibility, as well as for the flow control also there is a possibility to use maximum percentage of the recycle as a part of the recipe. So again, one important, if you see the steel production versus economy, you can see that US, of course, their economy is biggest in the world. The China is the second largest economy, and very soon maybe India will take over in third position. But one thing you can see in the graphical representations that being world largest still economic in the world, USA, but their carbon emission from the steel industry is approximately 1%. Two reasons. One, that their economy is not based out of steel because they produced approximately 80 million ton of steel. So definitely the impact in overall emission is less because they are also producing a lot of chemical that also release a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere. But the China and India, you can see where the carbon emissions is very high because these two countries producing maximum amount of steel. That is why the contribution from iron and steel also more. India and China. And then we are talking about the circularity. Circularity, everyone knows, nothing new, that we have definite sources of raw material until unless you reuse. So one day it will be exhausted. So that is the reason. Second reason is that since when you produce refractory raw material, it emits a lot of carbon dioxides in the atmosphere and that polluting the environment. So definitely, if you reuse the spent refractory again in the recipe, there is proportional decrease of CO2 emission in the atmosphere as well. And this is the value chain. Again, I'm skipping this slide, but only the key point of this slide is if you more use recycle into the main recipe, the similar percentage of CO2 emissions will be reduced. So in RHI Magnesita, in India, we kept the target of 20%. Globally, we are achieving approximately 16%, 1670. Last year, we achieved approximately 15%. So this year, we put the target 16.5, but in India, it's 20%. But the surprising thing is that, as I mentioned, in India, it's not something new. The new is that what we are doing. For example, 50 years ago, if someone putting the fingerprints, that's mean, or signature, thumb impression as a signature, it's illiterate person. Today, we use the thumb impressions as a biggest version of the digital platform. So fingerprints used for many applications, banking, attendance, many applications. Similarly, for refractory, use of refractory, spent refractory into the recipe, today it's more of ecology, not more than the economy. It's not just reduction of the cost of refractory. It's also, as I mentioned, reduce the carbon emission. And RHI Magnesita, as you know, globally we are committed for the decarbonization. And the good part in India, still government doesn't impose any carbon penalty on the refractory manufacturer as well as for the steel manufacturer directly. But in Europe, in China, already imposed, we are paying $10 per ton of carbon emission from steel, from two segments, certain segment of factory. But Europe, we are paying, North America, we are paying, but not in Brazil, not in Middle East and India. So far, we are not paying any carbon penalty from the refractory and the raw material industries. This is just overview for the refractory industry. People can correlate, as I mentioned, the refractory raw material are processed material because the material you get from naturally abundant material cannot just use in the refractory. You need to process it. So during the process and till the applications of that product, if we bifurcate the energy impact or the CO2 emissions, the raw material takes 82% major contributions of the CO2 emission from the raw material. And then refractory process, as you know, refractory like steel is one of the high temperature process industries. It's require high temperature to produce many cases. And at the same time, when you apply those refractory, few cases it's require heat, few cases just apply in the room temperature. So if we bifurcate in three areas, so raw material takes maximum area where the emissions takes place at higher level. And from RHI Magnesita, like other industry, already colleague from the steel mentioned, we also established product data set. I mean, MPG wise, carbon percentage available in the product. So, like we mentioned, the product PCF. Similarly, so all product range we mention the carbon content. It is the formula. So I'm not again going into detail. It's basically from the recipe and the raw material based on different product line. And there is scope 2 and scope 3. Scope 2 means producing of those refractory the energy required, and vis-a-vis this you emits the CO2, and some scope 3, that is the overhead emissions without raw material. I mean, apart from 1 and 2. So if you add upon all those three components, then it gives the carbon footprint per product. So carbon footprint per product, we mentioned since last 2 years, precisely 2023, across all product range available in RHI Magnesita basket. Here you can see one of our important product is Anchor Earth NN25, which is a hearth mass used in electric arc furnace, where 1.7 ton of carbon dioxide produced to produce 1 ton of refractory. So in every product data sheet we mention the CFP, the carbon footprint of product. So MPG wise, you can see the different level of carbon footprint for each product. Normally, as I mentioned, MGU product is highest. So far, I'm not one important part is when you calcine any refractory based material, when it emits 50% carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, so definitely this part we cannot stop. But what we can do is decarbonization. How we can reuse those carbon dioxide already emitted from in the atmosphere, then we collect and store it. Someone from today morning, the Steel Secretary of Steel already declared that the government this year allocated 40,000 crore for CCF, carbon storage, beneficiation, and reutilization of those carbon. So I think this is a good opportunity for us, including refractory, to work on that area. And regarding using of fuel, conventionally when you produce, mostly gas producer gas and petcoke are used. Nowadays we are gradually switched to natural gas and oil-based fuel that definitely has the lowest level of carbon dioxide. Here CCUS, carbon capture and utilizations I'm not discussing, but what we are doing today in India, that is very important, that the more percentage utilizations in the main recipe. Second, we shifted from basic to non-basic. Tata Steel, once upon a time, not only Tata Steel, for every integrated steel plant have been doing lining with only basic magnesia carbon, working lining, freeboard, even in the bottom lining. Now we have switched completely to the non-basic refractory alumina. As you know, alumina doesn't emit that much of CO2 in the atmosphere. So that is the biggest changes. And electrification, when you switch from petcoke to gas producer to electrification, definitely carbon emissions is get less.
Mr. Shatra.
This is done. Yes, this is last.
Please conclude.
Yeah. So one challenge is what we have been facing, including all the integrated steel plant. They collected all the spent refractory, and what happened, and they go for auction. And when you go for auctions, if you internally store in a particular way, those refractory, spent refractory, just a debris because of contamination, because of finest particle, because of huge level of wear losses, and because of lack of infrastructure to segregate those materials. So that is not done, but already we talked with all integrated steel plant. Mostly we are coming through the TRM management, where equally we give importance during lining. The lining, normally when you give kind of focus, attention during lining to have a good refractory performance. Similarly, during dismantle of those refractory, equally important, and then only you can increase higher percentage of spent refractory. So this is last slide, circularity. In India, in 2018, we started measuring and using recycle and set a local target in line with the global target. Then we focus on raw material, because now we realize in 2022 or 23 that just using more recycle will not help the purpose, because that also giving the inconsistency of the product because of contaminations and various issues. Then we set the target specifications for the refractory raw material, recycled material as well, and I'll also set the supplier who can supply good quality through right process. Then 2023, we undergoes the memorandum with all the integrated steel plant. And the last, 2026, we are going to create a recycle hub for the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shatra. Now, without further delay, I will request Mr. Sandeep Anand of JSW Steel.
Thank you, sir.
Digital quality management and JSW Steel Dolby Works.
Good evening. So considering the time left out and helping my colleagues who will be giving the upcoming presentations, I'll just keep it very short. So I'm just going to give the introduction of digital quality management at JSW Steel. The content would be like the digital quality management introduction, key modules of DQM, key features, benefits. In the introduction, it's a comprehensive approach to assure that precise control of process parameters, rapid access to the quality as well as the process data. Once the data is in the single platform, then there will be a deeper understanding of how the process variations affects the product qualities. And in turn, it will be helpful in the efficient development of the new products, thereby empowering us with higher level of quality and customized solutions to the customers, faster release of new products in the market, and faster response to the quality issues, thereby enhancing our process stability, flexibility, and overall production efficiency, aligning steel plants in meeting the customer demands. Why we are aiming for this digital quality management is we are having like ambitious quality goals as set by our chairman and managing director. We have the derivatives to handle as it is a production line. We have tough competitions and we have to attain maximum equipment capability as well as the customers' requirements are getting stringent and stringent day by day. And ultimately, it's a financial and reputational risk when there is a product recall from the market. So JSW Steel India operations, if you see, like we have 35.7 million tons of installed capacity operating with 4 integrated steel plants, major steel plants, and there are multiple downstream units where these products, hot rolled coils, what we supply, is being converted into a value-added products, which we are catering to food and packaging industries, basically the tin plate grades, the automotive, inner and exposed panel, the plate mills produced at Anjar, which is serving to windmills, and there is a white good market. So in this DQM, so we will be trying to address the critical performance KPIs, basically involving the cost, production, and the quality. And the analytics, what we want to build is like automatic product quality conformance. Instead of manually tagging by the inspector, it will be done by the system. Once these data are in the single platforms, there will be, it will enable us to do a root cause analysis, leveraging machine learning algorithms in real-time models. It will suggest, basically it's a predictive analytics, which will forecast the generation of these defects, reduce the rework and downtime by implementing this real-time monitoring, net real-time data acquisition. Genealogy, this I will be explaining in the subsequent slides in detail. As is and to be, like presently in as is process, we are having this situation like in case of any customer claims are there. So the root cause is taking a lot of time because the data is now in disintegrated form at different levels. So any deviations is there, it is presently being recorded in an Excel format and it is being communicated over emails with different plant to plants. And data correlation across the lines is done manually since it is in different level 2 systems and the data is having like unstructured as well as structured data. And there is no prescriptive model to the presently there with operations so that they can take some actions. With this, there will be a predictive as well as prescriptive models, automatic quality judgment certification. Basically, the defect visualization will improve for having this quick identification. Feedback mechanisms for continuous improvements, seamless integrations with existing systems, and continuous monitoring and real-time alerts. The key modules of this DQMs are predictive quality modules, product genealogy, automatic quality certification, quality engineering center, basically for KPI monitoring as well as benchmarking, customer claim integration models, prescriptive models, defect visualization and repair, reassign and reroute in case of rework. So this is the organization level configuration, basically how these data are acquired from different systems of level 1, starting from hot metal desulfurizations in the steel making, ladle furnace, degassing, as well as to the hot strip mill and downstream units as well. So once these data are acquired in this cloud, so at any part of this location in the pan-India, people of the downstream can be able to see the upstream processes and try to correlate with the data and the defects. So coming to that, whoever deals with this digital management, they have to have 4 V's to be handled: velocity, volume, variety, and veracity. Basically, this 192 terabytes of data is been identified that it will have a storage of 2 years, starting from steel making down to the pickling line. And there are various amounts of data like surface defects from the surface inspection systems at steel mill shop, for slab, hot strip mills, cold rolling mills. There is a caster data, there is a hot strip mill data, there is a dimensional data, there is a structured and unstructured data. There is a 2D data, there is a 3D data. So coming to that, how this genealogy has been built, if you see that from the slab till the recoiling line, how each and every batch is being attached with the identification. Along with that, there will be a process data also once the user finds that there is a traceability. So he can see what deviations has been happening upstream, downstream, across the plant. So some of the features of DQMs are like continuous coil comparison can be done. There are many coils can be compared together in one platform along with images, and top and bottom can be flipped. One coil can be checked at different locations, be it a hot strip mill, be it a cold rolling mill, be it a tin plate mill. Its images can be overlaid in single platform and it can be analyzed. And once the defect is synced, so it keeps on giving the alarm whenever it again comes in the production. So defect distribution versus process parameter, this is one of the key features where the process parameters and its images can be seen. So this is how we transform from quality control to quality assurance, from reactive to a proactive approach. So these are some of the benefits what we are aiming it. That's it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anand. Really, it is good. So now I will request Mr. Abhijit Gupta, President Business Development of Steel, and Mr. Arup Mojumdar.
So today we are here to discuss about a title which is called the Technology Shaped by the Market Demand. Without giving much details about our company, I think everybody knows about FIBS, which is a 200 years old group having a contribution to all the industries. I will just go into the topics. What are the responses we are making to the market demand? See, we have identified 4 sectors where we found that today's steel industry is really focusing on. One is that there is a demand from the automotive sector for a high strength steel, and there is a strip processing line which has to cater the market demand. So we have a focus on the strip processing line. Energy consumption, efficient reheating, low NOx, this is the demand for the market. So we have come up with an efficient reheating furnace, which actually contributing a lot to the decarbonization. And we have some kind of electrical steel contribution here, which is actually giving another kind of drive to the greener energy. And then we have a digital solution which we talk about, that how it is contributing to the greener steel in Indian steel industry. So I will now cover only in the electrical steel sections, and then my colleague will take care about the another two areas like efficient reheating and the strip processing line. So to go to the electrical heating section directly, we all know that we are talking about the electrical steel. Today, due to the greater, lot of, pressure from the environmental side, energy efficiency, to have a more urbanization, demand for the hybrid and the EV vehicles, high frequency motors, high efficient transformers, and for clean energy, I mean the most renewable energy. Now people are looking towards the electrical steel. Electrical steel, or otherwise the silicon steel, is nothing but a alloy of iron and silicon, where silicon percentage goes around 3.2%, and it has a very good characteristics because it is a high permeability, it has a good magnetic property, good workability, high tension and strength, and also it is having a less iron losses. So for this, electrical steel is in demand, and this electrical steel have actually two type of electrical steel. One is called geo steel, where the grain structure is towards the rolling of the mill. Another is NGO steel, which is universal, irrespective of the which area it is. The magnetic property is distributed in all the areas. Now the geo steels, which is very, very efficient for the static material, like the transformer, power transformer, we are focusing on that area, as well as NGOs, where it's actually catering on the high frequency motors and various type of motors and the renewable areas. So we have the full range of steel grades, NGO, GEO, and also the HIB. And we have the complete process line available here with us. Now this process line, when we are talking about the GEO and NGO line, it has a two distinct line. Once it is coming from the hot strip mill, we have the APL section, then there is a cold rolling mill, and then it bifurcates. In case of NGO, after CRM or cold rolling mill, it is a ACL portions, and in case of GEO, it is the DCL and then FCL portions. This is the line for the GEO and NGO. And what actually happening in case of basically APL, or you can, it's in short form APL, it's called the annealing and pickling line. Here we actually take, after it's coming from the hot strip mill, we actually hits this strip up to the annealing temperature, then we break the scale, and then we add some pickling liquor to make this particular annealing and pickling line fit for this application for the GEO or NGO set. Now here we contribute with our technology that this particular process is need to be very carefully handled on the energy efficient atmosphere management, and it has a very good low NOx emission, because this is our objective, that we have to reduce the NOx emission, we have to reduce the low gas emission, and that's the contribution to the greener energy. And this particular technology which we are offering in case of APL has a homogeneous strip heating, and that is the quality of an electrical steel, because you need to have a homogeneous strip heating where the temperature difference should be plus minus 10%, and it must be done in a hydrogen atmosphere, from the high hydrogen to the lower hydrogen atmosphere. And so you have to have a technology which can take care of this, and that's also having a cooling rate. That cooling should be properly, because there is a slow cooling, first air tube cooling, slow cooling, and then rapid jet cooling, so that you can take care of the quality of the product out of the mill. And then there is a ACL line. We are not talking about cold rolling mill. It will be taken care later. After the APL line, there is a cold rolling mill, and after cold rolling mill, either if you want to go to NGO line, you have to take only ACL, that is the annealing and coating line, or if you want to go to geo line, or you have to consider the decarbonization route. In case of this NGO line, when it is going to the annealing and coating, it is again nothing but we are heating for the recrystallization, and then we have to have a proper grain structures. And this particularly annealing and coating line required a fast heating, and that fast heating is a technology now introduced in electrical steel, because to reduce your furnace length, you have to have a fast heating arrangement nowadays, and where we are going for a kind of induction heating. Earlier, it was a radiant tube heating, so it was 0 to 400 degree. It was gradually going up. Now we are doing a fast heating, which can take care 250 to 400 degrees Celsius per second, and we can do it through a induction heating, which can have two types. One is a longitudinal induction, another is transverse induction. Somebody say that how you are reaching to the 1100 degree through the rapid heating. Yes, we are going to the longitudinal heating up to 720, and then from 720 to 1100 through a longitudinal transverse induction. Now here we have to maintain a furnace atmosphere, which is very, very important. And that furnace atmosphere accuracy need to be there, which is a technology which is provided by us. And it takes it completely under the controlled H2 atmosphere. So this is the APL section. We are coming to the DCL section, which is very, very important, and decarbonization, where the carbon reduction happened in this process, where the carbon of 600 ppm goes down to 40 ppm, and this requires a controlled environment. In this environment, a soaking happened in a humidifying zone, where it's a very challenging to maintain. You have water in the humidifying atmosphere, and you have to keep eyes that your carbon get oxidized and it become carbon dioxide, rather than iron should not interact with oxygen and form an oxide. So that's a very critical technology which we are doing for the DCL part. And also there is an FCL, which is called the flattering and coating line. So this is the electrical line. And then we have the cold rolling mill, which we takes care. We have a good reference of maximum 1000 mpm and having a 0.1 millimeter strip thickness. So these are the contribution to the electrical steel side. I will request my colleague to take care of the cold processing line, where we are contributing to the Indian steel industry. Or over to you.
5 minutes? I have 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Please tolerate me for 5 minutes. Huh? I will not take much time. So I will, as we have said, the topic of our presentation as technology shaped by market demand. So I will stick to this particular point. So each of the product, I will speak about two products. One is the reheat furnace, and one other is the third generation steel, the automotive grade CGLs. So how FIV's technology is helping to meet the market demand, that is where I will stress upon. So on the reheating furnace, the main aspect of reheating furnace of FIVs, which is to be mentioned, is in our furnace, each burner is always firing at its 100% capacity, right? And each pair of burner is like a pair of burner. It's a single zone. So what is the advantage of this? So basically what we are doing a time-based firing. So we are doing the firing as per the heat demand. And that is how the fuel consumption for us, it is less. And what we claim is 5% less compared to a conventional furnace. Just to remind, in the morning session, it was discussed that to export steel to the European market, a steel producer has to declare that 1.3 to 1.8 tons CO2 per ton of crude steel, that should be the value from its steel plant. So basically, with this digital furnace on-off control, what we are helping is, we are helping customer to reduce the CO2 emission so that they can meet the demand, which is today's demand, to reduce the CO2 emission.
So that is number one. And number two, which I will stress upon, is the low NOx emission. Since we are doing time-based firing, only firing for the required heat demand, so we are not keeping the burner on for all the time. So that is basically helping us to reduce the NOx level, because we know oxides of nitrogen, it forms at a very high temperature. So that is where our furnaces are different, and it is helping customers to reduce the fuel consumption and the NOx. The two main points. I'm not going to the rest of the points. Now coming to this second and last topic, I would say. So today, again, response to market demand. So basically today we are shifting to EV, right? Because we have to reduce the CO2 emission. So when we are moving to EV and to replace the compensate the weight of the battery, which is going inside the car, our steel has to be a third generation steel, more high strength, lighter steel, right? So we need to see how we can develop this third generation steel, which is today in India, it's not that much we are doing. It's still we have to import a lot of third generation steel from outside, we have to import. So basically, okay, now going to this graph, just to mention about this graph, as you can see from 2016 till 25, we have plotted a graph to show the purple color, which is the advanced high strength steel. So we can see the advanced high strength steel production worldwide, it is increasing, and it has to increase, because this is the reason why I said that it has to be used for the EVs and the cars which will be used in the future, the EVs car. Huh? So, right. So in the next slides, okay, so this is just to say that we have, we as a full liner, FIEVS, we do processing line in carbon steel for the construction grade as well as for the auto grade. And we have reference worldwide, like to name few, POSCO, US Protect, with the strength of 1500, 2000 megapascal line. And okay, just to touch upon, okay, so this is the reference I mentioned about. Just few technical 2 points. I just want to mention what is the challenge technically to produce this third generation steel. The picture which you see on the top, that highlights in the purple box the annealing furnace. So that is basically the area where we are developing the strength, the metallurgical property in the steel, right? So basically to prepare to have this property, high strength steel, there are two challenges. One is the heating part and there is the cooling part. So if you see the first line, number one, so that is the heating part. So heating part we are doing, there is a DFF section, there is a RTF section, and we can go up to annealing temperature of 750, even 930 degrees Celsius. And then step two, which is the fast cooling, and that fast cooling has to be, I will show in the next slide, there are two types of flash cooling. One cooling rate is 200 degrees Celsius per second. Another is 1000 degrees Celsius per second per millimeter of stick thickness. So that is dry flash cooling, and this is a wet flash cooling. And that is required because we are going to the martensitic stage. Because when we are going with a such low cooling rate, basically we will stabilize the austenite and we will also have the martensitic range. And then step 4, we have to increase, we have to do again a fast heating, for which we have to put an inductor, and which again that will help to stabilize the austenite. So basically to say, this furnace is the place where you are developing the property. And this is my last, I would say second last. So as I was saying, the heating section. So in the heating section, there are two parts. Here I have mentioned only about the direct fired furnace. So in DFF section, what we have flameless combustion, which is helping first of all to reduce the NOx, which is 40 ppm. And second is, in any annealing furnace, if you see the first throat, there are two throats. There is a first throat, and again there is a second throat where the burners are installed. So in the first throat, you have to homogenize the temperature, and the requirement is like ±5, sometimes on the strip surface, the temperature homogeneity. So that you have to create in the strip, because that cannot be achieved later on in the RTF section. So this is a unique technology which needs to be, which is very important, like how we are heating. Second point, some customers, they say, I want to go at annealing temperature more than 900. I want to go to 1200 degrees Celsius. In such case, we have a division called CELES under FIEVS group, who has developed this induction heating. And with the help of FIEVS inductor, we can go up to 1200 degree annealing temperature. Not more about it. And the last point, which I was telling, ultra rapid cooling. This is very, very important in an annealing furnace, that how you are cooling maintaining the cooling rate to reach that steel phase, that martensitic and stabilization of the austenite. So these are the three key technologies, our proprietary technologies, which is helping to generate the third generation steel. Uh, that's all. And just I will touch upon one slide, which is about decarbonization, and which basically where I just one slide where we are trying to explain that today the target, as we know, that we have to go from 2.6 to 1.2 tons CO2 per ton of crude steel. So what we have seen in a reheating furnace, we can do a lot of CO2 reduction by means of oxygen enrichment. So this type of projects are now going in Europe. We are working with customers like Celsa in UK and Mina in Portugal. And basically what we are doing oxygen lancing. And we have seen by doing oxygen lancing up to 40%, we can reduce the CO2 by 20%. So imagine your fuel consumption in a reheating furnace is dropping by 20%. And I'm very happy to mention in this forum that today we are receiving inquiries from customers. JSW is one of them who is thinking of oxygen enrichment for their future projects. So I think we are on the right track, and we are trying to do the things what has been discussed since morning. So that's all. I think many more things to discuss, but time is limited. So thank you, everybody. And anything there we can discuss in details. Huh? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Gupta and Mr. Majumdar. Now I request Mr. Vaibhav Pokhrana, GM Sustainability of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, to please come over in the dais and give his lecture on decarbonization and use of alternate fuel. Then I request Mr. J. Rajaramon, founder and CEO TVQ Cocoven Consultants, to come to the dais and sit in the chair.
Present.
And Mr. Ashok Vishwakarma, Vice President APL Apollo Building Products Limited. I request both Mr. J. Rajaramon and Mr. Vishwakarma to please come to the dais. And after Mr. Vaibhav, Mr. Rajaramon will give a lecture, and then Mr. Vishwakarma. Thank you. So please, and Mr. Vaibhav, your time is 10 minutes. You can see already we are running very short of time. So every time I can't say. So please bear with us and be
Sir,
with.
I only have 3 slides, so I would not even need 5 minutes. Don't worry about that. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry. It's good evening, everyone. Thank you for being so patient and continuing to the entire day. I'll not take too much of your time. And I thank the Steel and Metal team to invite me on this forum. So, the topic of my presentation is decarbonization and use of alternate fuel. Can you go to the next slide, please? So I am representing AMNS India, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. So it's a joint venture of ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel. And since the morning, we have been talking about the challenges of the decarbonization for the country, the growth aspirations, and then the dual challenge of decarbonizing again as well parallelly. So not talking too much about it, but we will highlight what we are doing at AMNS India. So we have started with a position of strength. We have got the world's largest single location natural gas-based DRI facility in the at Hasira. 100% of our bulk raw material transportation is through the sea route. So in that way, we are quite light on the scope 3 emissions. And we also have got the beneficiation facilities for the iron ore and the slurry pipeline for transportations, which again helps us in reducing our downstream emissions and the transportation emissions. So in 2024, we came out with our climate action report, wherein we had already, by 2021, we had reduced our emission intensity by 33% compared to 2015. And in 2024, we took a target of reducing our emission intensity further 20% by 2030 from 2021 baseline. And we also identified the levers to achieve that reduction. Majorly the renewables, then the scrap, and a little bit part to be done by the process efficiency. And then for the further decarbonization up to net zero, we had identified a few other levers: further scrap use, energy interventions, and CCUS, change of energy from sources from natural gas or coal to hydrogen and all, which are under development. I'll talk about it in the next slide. So as I said, as a part of the decarbonization journey, we have the target till 2030, and we are also working on other areas which are going to be supporting us in our decarbonization to net zero beyond 2030. So we are working quite heavily on the biochar and biomass. We have been trying a lot of sources for biomass across the country, with varying supply chains, varying characteristics, varying origins, be it bamboos or coconut shells or dry leaves and all. Also, we are working parallelly on the carbon capture and sequestration, which is, as everybody knows, we're having a BFPUF based facility, and even in expansion, we are coming with BFPUF. So, at some point of time, even after all the interventions of energy optimization, renewable energy, scrap, and everything, you will still be left with a lot of carbon because that is required for blast furnace operations, and therefore, capturing and use or sequestration would be a priority. So we started working on it early in the phase. We have joined hands with international collaborators like BHP and other value chain suppliers. And there is a study going on which is trying to identify the techno-commercially viable hubs which could be set up by 2035 or 2040, and which can take care of all of the carbon which is emitted at a very large grand scale. Similarly, in CCU, we are currently, even right now, piloting, engaging with a few startups, few tech companies to develop programs, the carbon capture and utilization technologies at a very small scale, and then slowly and steadily bringing them to the commercial level in due course of time. H2DI is, I would say, it's a known technology. Previous speakers were talking about it. Energyan is also like that. And we have got Midrex technology, which is known to use hydrogen without any much technological intervention by 30%, and even beyond that with some modifications. The only issue is hydrogen. So once the hydrogen becomes commercially viable, we can quickly adapt that as well. And renewable energy is an ongoing project wherein we already have 1 gigawatt of installation, which is supplying round the clock power to our Hazira facility, and around 2.5 gigawatt is still in the pipeline, which is going to come up within the next 2-3 years. Compressed biogas is also another alternative which we are exploring diligently. There are in the belt where our plant is located, there is a long natural gas pipeline which is operated by IOCL, and they are also willing to, put in a little bit of biogas as a substitute for natural gas, blending with. So we are also working with them to try to find out a solution over there. So these are the future-ready options which we are working on diligently even today. And the culmination of all this is my last slide. So culmination of all this is that we have the first integrated steel producer in the country who has received the green steel certification from the government of India. And our HR coils are now 4-star rated green steel product, and CR coils are 3-star rated green steel product. And that has been made possible because of the continuous attempts we have been making since the 2015. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voihab. Actually, you have talked about sustainability, and you are the first person who makes this seminar sustainable. You are already, you have completed within 7 minutes.
Thank you very much.
So now I will request Mr. J. Rajaraman from TVQ Cocoven Consultants.
Just here. Just a full screen.
Slides to huh?
Please insert this. Push madam. Single slide. Go ahead. Okay. Yes, good evening, everyone. So we are presenting our presentation on sustainable coke making. This. Yes, I did. Today morning, we understand that steel making is costly affair in India, almost 20%. So we have the solution for that. Sustainable coke making is the only solution. So this is a general process, flowchart of coke making. Skip. Yeah, metallurgical coking coal and the mining method in general. This is the process. You please skip Carlo. So general coke consuming industry. And this is a scenario. So raw material requirement by 2030. So presently we are producing 45% through coke routes where we require 37 million ton coke for steel making alone, and allied industry need around 10 million, 47 million is the requirement, whereas we are importing 4 to 5 million importing from other countries, mostly from Indonesia. And coking coal we are importing almost 60 million ton and plus 21 million is the PCI. Considering 2025 is predictable production capacity by 2030, so we need additional capacity of coke making near to 71 million. It means so 28 to 29 million coke making capacity, also 93 million coking coal. Here is the scenario. So for making 28 million, 29 million, so we need additional 60,000 crore capex layout. Otherwise, Indonesian may cater this capacity. And this is the import coking coal scenario. This is one positive approach we recently found. So since last 3-4 years, we are also highlighted this one. Reduce the over dependency of the Australian coking coal, which is a very costly affair. I think it's moving forward. I think we should approach further, limit this coking coal consumption below 25 to 30% level, and explore US coal and Russian coal in the near to 40 to 50%. And one of our in the, our operation industry, we achieved already 50 to 55% level with maintaining all the quality parameter. And the Canadian coal also one of the option alternate to the Australian coal. So it's also affordable coking coal. And Mozambique is also emerging, but they are also following the same route like Australia. Once the demand coming up, they increase the price abnormally. We have to be very careful to approach all the coal selection and the negotiation pattern. And this is a general coke consumer issues and merchant producer plant issue and solution, common solution.
Okay. Previous one. So this is the cost comparison for the various capex, various technical parameters, as well as the value addition business, everything. The first one is the recovery model with a chemical recovery as well as the gas recovery, and the second one is vertical as well as the horizontal model, but it is a heat recovery. Third one is our approach. So the highlight here is over capex in the imported version of the coke industry, which need to address very carefully, because 2x, 1.5x is a very costly affair for the coke industry. It can minimize to further 0.4, 0.5 level. So maximum permissible capex level is almost 0.65 is in compared to 1. And in contribution side also, in chemical recovery model, maximum recoverable value addition is 0.75, whereas the heat recovery model, it's almost 0.85 to 1 in Chinese version, 0.85 in vertical, because the generation of heat as well as the power is very minimal, and why it is generating more power. And in our case, 1 is equal to almost 600 to 700 units of waste heat power in every 1 ton of coke making. Now, this turn to, excuse me, no, previous, not last, previous. Yeah, it's very important data. So we are converted all this data into the numbers in the recent trend, the coal blending cost as well as the value addition parameter per ton of this one. So we can see the difference with the vertical model, the PBT level, combined PBT level of 84 or after paying the repayment as well as the interest and commercial cost 84 on an average. And whereas in the heat recovery vertical model as well as the horizontal model, it comes to 233, whereas in our approach is 661. So how it is possible? Only 2-3 parameter we can approach. So one is controlled capex, and the second one is a blending cost, and the third one is value addition business. From the controlled capex, we can reduce almost 5% of the production cost, and from the blending as well as R&D of coal, various coal blend, explore the various coal, we can minimize almost 8 to 10% of the cost of the coke making. And by proper value addition business, waste heat recovery, 10 to 12% cost cutting is possible. So put together 20 to 25% of the cost cutting comfortably, it's possible in Indian coke making industry, which is the final solution to the steel making industry. Otherwise, importing coke from other country, just only a byproduct. For them, coke is the byproduct. For us, so we have to approach coke making and value addition business put together as a single approach to explore this number. Okay. What we do next. So we are expecting the coke oven design as well as stamp charging design, all the machineries we are manufacturing and supplying. And we are also doing advisory, operation advisory, and we did coal blend R&D also. We are doing R&D advisory to few plants, and we comfortably approach almost 15 to 20% cost reduction in the overall coke making in compared to other coke manufacturer in India. Next. These are the few installations, say in India. Last one. So this is the one industry we handled in Gujarat. Okay, so it's a non-recovery heat recovery coke oven plant with waste heat recovery, and we are using the waste heat recovery in the alloy making. This plant, we are not purchasing any power from outsource. Rather, we are self-sufficient to cater the power requirement of coke making and auxiliary power consumption in the power plant, as well as the 9 MVA furnace in the alloy making. Not only power self-sufficient, always also we are making very good EBITDA almost in compared to other industry, and we are competitive better than the imported coke price. We are making almost 2x to 3x EBITDA level to counter the import coking as import mid coke. And one more thing, we are environment friendly. We are charging through stamp charging, which took almost 1 to 2 minutes only. And one more value addition we did in this project is net zero water consumption. This is the new subject, whatever the water consumption, net zero water consumption is a new subject. Okay, for the coke industry, we need a lot of water for the coke quenching as well as the power generation in alloy making, because through the proper rain harvesting system, we capture the 100% rainfall within our compounds. It is surplus water, okay, in compared to water quantity we are consuming. So in these plants. So this is our sustainable coke making model we are handling for due to time limitation. So I skip all the presentation very quickly. So if there is any query, so please mark me, I will answer later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajaraman. Now our last speaker for today's conference is Mr. Ashok Vishwakarma, Vice President APL Apollo Building Products Limited. And his topic is transforming steel into green and sustainable products.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me opportunity, steel and metallurgy and all the delegates from different industries. So already in the morning sessions, lot of things told by my peers, Mr. Brajesh Nahar. So first thing is that how we are making green steel, and the second is the making sustainable steels. So for green steels, we have taken the so many steps has been shown in this year, like we are having 18 charging pits and two big ponds, 9.5 crores liters, by which we are sufficient for 5 to 6 months. Two more ponds we are going to put. So for whole year we will be sufficient. We are having water harvesting systems. We have more than 54,000 of trees. We have battery operated inbound logistics for our hot roll steel coils from the nearest railway siding to our plants. And we are saving almost 4 lakhs tree every year. So these are some of the steps by which we are telling that, and we are using green energy. So we have 56 megawatt solar unit plants near to our plants, and we are transferring that unit to our state government, and we are taking from grids. Already like comparison between steel and the cement, so strength to weight ratio almost 3 times, and carbon dioxide emission is almost 1/3 to the cement. There is increase of 2% carpet area when we are using steel instead of cement, and the rate of production means the completion of a single floor, it is almost 1/3 times. And everybody knows that cement cannot be recyclable. It is a burden to the environment, whereas steel can be recycled multiple times, infinite times. So on the bottom left side, you can see that it is a complete wooden structure, whereas on the bottom right side, it is a complete steel structure. It is almost replacing the use of wood in every parts of the building. Now we are having direct forming technology, and we have brought samples, which is you can see on our stall number C3. So mini to mega, we are producing 8 mm, 8 mm to 1000 into 1000 into 40 mm size box stuck hollow sections, which is first time in India. And there are that conventional process, it is a 2-stage process where the steel sheet is converted into circular section, and then it is giving to the final shape either in the rectangular or in the square sections, where in the direct forming technology, it is directly from the sheet structure to the direct shape it is given. So time is saving, energy is saved, and there is more dimensional toleration, particularly on the corner. And this is the typical stages shown in the direct forming technology, how we are making that hollow sections at our plant. This is a new technology brought to the country, that is from 650 to 1000 to 1040 mm. So we have a big press of 3600 tons, by which we are taking 40 mm plates having a width of 2 meters and making 2C. And then by use of saw welding, we are joining both the parts. A single up to 12 meters we can produce, and a single structure having 15 tons. So for multi-story buildings, like 20, 30 story buildings, we can use this, and it is a new product. Still there is no Indian standard, and we are with BIS, we are going to develop standard, because for tubular structure only 500, that is the maximum size which has been covered by the BIS standard. And very soon we are going to put draft, and we will introduce a new standard. Apart from that, with our steel suppliers like JSW or Tata Steels, we are talking heat resistant steel. So there will be further improvement and development in these hollow sections, that at high temperature, like say 550 or 600 degrees Celsius, whatever the mechanical properties we are getting at ambient temperature, at least 65% of the yield strength will be retained. So that type of steel we will use for making this hollow section. That will be more innovative and new innovation in the field of this hollow section. So this is the pictures shown on the left top side, and the actual sample also we have on our stall. This is a new innovation done in the solar structure supporting systems. Like till date, either bare galvalume or bare galvanized structures are being used. So we have introduced this either pre-painted galvanized or pre-painted galvalume. So it enhances the life of support systems, and the life becomes manifolds. Now these are some typical So we have SG or RED. They are making solar panels, and bottom that support structure till that normal galvanized, either spray galvanized they are using. So it is not uniform, and only that color is very dull. Whereas when we are going to use pre-painted galvanized, so there are so many aesthetic looks, and we have options, and that solar shed, it has two functions. One, energy generator, and it is acting as a roof also. Another development, like we are in touch with the NHI, National Highway Authority of India. And so till date, normal galvanized, that W beam structure is being used as a crest guard on the side of the roads. And we are going to introduce that color coated crest guards. So it will further enhance the life as well as the beauty. We have developed some of the warranty products. We are giving that Coral is one of the brand where we are giving 15 years warranty in pre-painted galvalume, and then 10 years for rooftop. That warranty depends on the coating of that galvalume, that is AZ 150. Very soon we are going to introduce AZ 200 also. So we are working on that, and very soon we will introduce that also. Some of the tests as per the standard wherever either it is BIS, GIS or STM or EN standards, whatever the minimum requirement is there. So we are surpassing the sustainability, like for rust, corrosion, 1,000 hours is for salt spray, and we have 2.5 times we have achieved the life. Other tests for our color coated products where we are surpassing the minimum requirement. Now, how we are making that sustainable? So where we are working on the microstructures. So there is comparison study done on the smaller spangle as well as on the bigger spangle. So when the spangle size is lower, so that corrosion path, it is becoming very narrow and multiples. So whatever that corrosion product from the atmosphere is there, they have hindrance to touch to the base metal, that is steel. So here it has been said that how it is being achieved. So when we are increasing the cooling rates, like the top left side, that cooling rate is 11 degrees Celsius per second, whereas on the top right side, 50 degrees Celsius. So by doing that, we are decreasing the spangle size, and so whatever the state path and the wider, it is being making narrower and hinders. On the top side also, microstructure, you can say that there was a straight line, a straight path for corrosion. On the top right, almost closed. On the bottom left side, there is a red circle. There you can see that whatever the atmospheric corrosion products are, they have a straight path to touch to the steel, whereas on the right side on the bottom, when we are increasing the cooling rate, so it is blocking, so zigzag path, so it takes longer time to touch the base steel. Now it is the actual way when we are converging the steel sheet into the products. On the left side, it is the just finished steel. When we are doing 0T bend test, so though there is compromise on the life, but still when the spangle size is less, we are getting better life with respect to the higher or larger spangle size. Similar is the case when we are drawing. So similar pattern we can see that when the spangle size is small, we are getting more life. Here also that has been deformed parts has been shown. So here also it is proving our study. Just this is the impedance loop. When there is a decrease in the spangle size, so resistance to the corrosion is increasing. So higher loop, that in the red colors, it is again proving our study. At 55%, that aluminum percentage, when that galvalume product was started, so aluminum percentage was increased, and the peak was got when the aluminum percentage was 55%. After that, when we further increase the aluminum, it will decrease the life. So peak is that 55% aluminum, but by doing that changes in the process parameter and the changes in the that microstructure, we increases the life. Now this is service life of bare galvanized. Like solar structure, that structure is put in the soil. So that life is dependent on the soil properties. Like low moisture and the high moisture, when there is increase in moisture, the life decreases. It on the top row we can see. Similarly, when high pH is there, the corrosion resistance is more. When the pH goes down, that corrosion resistance decreases, so it affects the life. So by doing changes in the soil morphology, also we can increase our solar structure's life.
Mr. Vishwakarma,
Yeah.
already 5 minutes over.
Okay, over. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwakarma. And this is the last presentation of today's conference. So before calling it a day, I'll request Mr. Pradipta Sengupta and the team of Steel and Metallurgy to just come over and give the mementos to the dignitaries.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause for our chairperson as well as all the speakers. I would like to request Pradipta sir to please hand over the token of honor to our chairperson, Dr. Rajiv De. Can we have big round of applause, everybody? And now I'll request our chairperson to please hand over the token of memento and honor to all our speakers, starting with Mr. Rupam Barua sir, Business Head Sustainability Services South Asia, and Mr. Anirban Chatterjee, Head Sustainability Sales, Growth and Innovation, South Asia Bureau Veritas. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. To Mr. Paulop Kormokar, and Mr. Thomas Skib from Refrat Technic India. Big round of applause. To Mr. Nandan Shatra, Head of Technical Marketing, RHI Magnesita. So, big round of applause, all of you. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. To Dr. Sanjay Kowande, Chairman and MD, CCRT Laboratories Private Limited. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Shudeep Sen, Assistant Vice President, SMS Group, I think sir has left. To Mr. Sandeep Anand L, GM, SMS and Meals, Dolby Works, JSW Steel Limited. Big round of applause, all of you. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Abhijit Gupta, President, Business Development, and Arup Mujumdar, DGM Cells, Fields Steel, India. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. To Mr. Vaibhav Pokharana, General Manager, Sustainability, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, India. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. To Mr. J. Rajaraman, Founder and CEO, TVQ Coke Oven Consultants. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. To Mr. Ashok Vishwakarma, Vice President, APL Apollo Building Products Limited. Thank you so much, sir. On this note, we end the first day over here, requesting all of you for a group photo before we end this session. Here we mark the end of the day one of the third Asian Steel Summit and Expo 2026. Our next day, tomorrow, session starts again at 10 a.m. in the morning. And those who are joining for the cocktail dinner tonight at the Eastern Metropolitan Club,